I pick up attributes in Marvel. Chapter content begins. Text. The content is still being processed, please read Chapter 2 disputes later. Sorry, I'm not. The middle-aged driver trembled in panic. He couldn't afford to offend such an arrogant and domineering young man. Apologize? There's no point in apologizing. This is a Maserati. Look at the damage to the front of the car. You have to pay for it. I won't embarrass you, just pay 500,000 yuan and leave. Otherwise, call the police. The young man spat and pulled the middle-aged driver down hard. This, 500,000, how can it be so serious? The middle-aged driver's face turned pale. When middle-aged people are older and younger, he can't afford to pay for it. No compensation? Hey? How dare you not to compensate? The young man grinned, and with a sudden force, he pulled the collar of the middle-aged driver and hit the middle-aged driver's head against the car frame. Push away, pull over again, push away, pull over again. A muffled sound. Within a few moments, the middle-aged driver suffered a bloody head injury. Tell me now, do you want to compensate or not? The young man smiled ferociously. Beast! Stop! Zhang Xi quickly shouted and stopped her. Hey, you ran a red light, and you are solely responsible. This is going too far. Rubbing his forehead that was a little numb from the impact, he raised his head and found that there was a dispute in front of the car. I have something urgent today. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Move your car quickly. The green-haired young man tilted his head and glanced at Zhang Xi in the back seat. Boy, you want to meddle in other people's business? Is there something urgent? It's just what you can do, right? Then you can't get out of the way, get down. Letting go of the middle-aged driver, the green-haired young man suddenly opened the back seat door and was about to drag Zhang Xi out of the car. Snapped. Zhang Xi reached out and grabbed his wrist without looking back, slowly tightened it with force, and with a stern look in his eyes, just stop it. What the hell? Let go. The green-haired young man struggled hard, but he didn't move at all. The angry curse only caused Zhang Xi to crush him harder, making the bones of his hand creak. I broke out in cold sweat. The more you struggle and resist, the more severe the pain becomes. Brother, I was wrong, I was wrong, I will move the car immediately, I will move it immediately. The green-haired young man cried and begged for mercy. If he didn't beg for mercy, he was afraid that the devil would crush his hand and fracture it. Well, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't continue to see you off. The middle-aged driver sighed. Zhang Xi glanced at the blood on the other person's forehead and said, it's okay. You should go to the hospital quickly. Then he looked at the green-haired young man with calm eyes. Lu Mao's heart skipped a beat. After a while, he said with a grimace, I know, get in my car. I'll take you where you want to go. Be good, you're not too stupid. Zhang Xi nodded, got out of the car and walked towards the red dung fork. The woman in the car was still confused. Seeing the man who got off the taxi just now, she nonchalantly breathed out the fragrance. Zhang Xi glanced sideways at the green-haired young man, and inadvertently pinched it with his right hand, making a clicking sound. As soon as he heard this sound, Lu Mao felt a dull pain in his wrist. Get down. Lu Mao gritted his teeth and pulled the little mannequin off the car. He didn't have any sharp eyesight. Why should he be beaten again? A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. In Hangzhou, he has plenty of means to get revenge later. A few minutes later. Approaching number 17 Juling Road, Zhang Xi scanned the remote neighborhood with vigilant eyes, looking for suspicious people. The car slowly stopped on the side of the road. That seems to have arrived, you. The green-haired young man asked tentatively. He wanted to get rid of this plague as soon as possible. It was best to get out of the car immediately. Shut up and wait a moment. Zhang Xi drank in a low voice and took out his mobile phone with his right hand. My eyes were still wandering between the block and the open door of number 17 Juling Road. However, the area was almost empty, with only 2 or 3 passers-by passing by with natural expressions. Women, children, and the elderly did not look like targets. Dark place. The 2 eyeliners hiding in the corner were also scanning the street, with microphones hanging on their ears. Is anyone here? I haven't seen Zhang Xi yet, but there is a slightly damaged red Maserati parked nearby. Ignore this, that kid will definitely not come in this car. Even poor people don't have cars. In the factory building at number 17 Juling Road, a young man curled his lips and said, "Continue to monitor." Time passed minute by minute, 11:30. Jingle bell. The cell phone rings. Coming. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xi's mouth and he quickly picked up. Where are you? After picking up the call, I heard a familiar hoarse and low voice. Already arrived. Then come in. No, come out, I'm afraid you will ambush me. The phone fell into silence. Half a ring. Come in. My girlfriend is in my hands. You have no right to negotiate terms with me. Give you a minute. If it's too late, I'll cut your girlfriend's face. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhang Xi looked ugly. The green-haired young man next to him gulped. Things seemed not good. Why was he involved in the kidnapping case? You seem to be going in. Can you let me go now? Let you go? Zhang Xi raised her eyebrows. Switch places with me. Ah! Boom boom boom! The engine was roaring. Zhang Xi grabbed the steering wheel, released the brake, and the red Martha rushed towards the gate of number 17 Juling Road like a runaway horse. Bang! The ajar door was smashed into pieces. Pieces of the exploded door flew away, and the dazzling sunlight from outside shone in. A red massa roared straight in like a bull. My God, run away! I'm going to die. What's going on with this car? The young man who was playing with a goblet and drinking red wine in the factory almost swallowed the glass without being frightened. The car rushed straight towards him. His legs were weak, and Chen Feng felt that his underwear was a little wet. A group of black-clothed bastards howled in fear and fled in all directions. Only Luo Ruimen, who was tied to a pillar farther away, brightened up and opened Kazilan's big eyes in excitement. Stop! Stop everyone! The young man jumped angrily. After finally gathering his men, the momentum he had worked so hard to achieve was completely destroyed. Snap! The car door opened and one foot stepped out. Everyone looked over there, unable to open their eyes against the sunlight. Hey, hello everyone! Zhang Xi greeted with a smile. Hey, isn't this Master Chen Feng? Why are you sitting on the ground? Hey, what does it smell like? Chen Feng's face turned dark and he stood up hastily. Have you brought the technical drawings? What blueprint? I don't know. Zhang Xi smiled lightly and spread his hands. The skilled artist is bold. In the past, he would not have had the guts to drive in and face dozens of people, but with the hardness of the star core and the power of thunder, he has deviated from the level of a normal human being. Afraid of Chen Feng's few soldiers and generals? Funny. Didn't bring it. You took my words as fart. Chen Feng's eyebrows trembled and he was furious. Why are you still standing there? Let him see the joke. Beat him. Brother Zhang, please leave me alone and leave quickly. Luo Ruimen, who was tied to the pillar, panicked. How could Zhang Xi be the opponent of more than a dozen people? Ah, I almost forgot, there is that woman, bring her here, I will humiliate his girlfriend in front of him. Chen Feng grinned, you want to leave now? It's too late. You have to pay the price for teasing me. Chapter 3 I'm going to pull your tiger skin off. More than a dozen people clenched their fists and surrounded Zhang Xi at the door with grins. The thin figure looks weak, pitiful, and helpless. Leave? You can't leave. Wasn't it crazy to drive in just now? You can be more crazy. Chen Feng was laughing, he was laughing wildly. Do you think I will be afraid? Zhang Xi shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes cold. Quite the momentum of one man being able to stop 10,000 people. Wait a minute, did you forget someone? A green algae head staggered out of the red Martha. I was knocked unconscious just now. As soon as I recovered, I saw Zhang Xi in front of the car, fighting against a dozen people and still having a strong character. He smacked his lips, which was a bit interesting. He got out of the car and looked at the front of his car, sighing. The car was probably scrapped. Who the hell are you? You're just doing nothing here. Chen Feng was enjoying himself when the sudden sound broke the atmosphere, and he turned around and roared angrily. Tisk, after not seeing each other for a few days. Xiao Feng's temper has gotten worse. He even dares to yell at me. The green-haired young man's face sank. Xiao Feng? Who dares to call him that after eating a bear's heart and a leopard? Looking for death. Chen Feng was so angry that he wanted to curse, but... Ah! Li, Mr. Li. When Chen Feng saw the other party's face clearly, the curse words suddenly got stuck in his throat and he was secretly glad that he didn't curse. Li Quaning, Mr. Li, is the eldest young master of the Li family, one of the 5 major families in Hangzhou. Belongs to one of the top few in their hexagram. Chen Feng's family is just a third-rate family. They are nothing compared to Mr. Li. Don't you accept it? Hold it in. Otherwise, you and I will be tortured together, which is really cheating. Chen Feng suddenly stopped. Master Li, why are you here? Chen Feng felt his mouth was a little dry. Why am I here? Then you have to ask yourself, if you didn't ask him to come here, I would be here. Look, I even damaged a Martha that I just got. Li Quaning was very unhappy. His words made Chen Feng misunderstand even more. If you didn't ask him to come here, he wouldn't be here. Li Quaning is here to support Zhang Xi. And the relationship is very deep, and he is even willing to ride in a masha to let Zhang Xi show off. Zhang Xi narrowed her eyes to observe the changes in Chen Feng's expression, and glanced at the green-haired young man next to him in surprise, as if he had guessed what he was thinking. As soon as his thoughts changed, he laughed out loud, you know now? I showed my cards, and he is here to help me. Li Quaning? The green-haired young man next to him stared at Zhang Xi in disbelief. Little and big doubts, I am not. I don't. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xi glared back threateningly, raised his hand and patted the car seemingly casually. Boom! The already broken Maserati's front end was slightly dented. Creak, creak, creak. The green-haired young man shivered in shock. He didn't think his body could be stronger than the car. He hesitated for a while but did not refute. Anyway, this Chen Feng is just a nobody. It is better not to be beaten for this for the time being. Compared with being beaten in front of Chen Feng, being a shield is nothing. With his sight blocked, Chen Feng didn't see what Zhang Xi left on the car, so he just took a casual photo and didn't care. Seeing that both Li Quaning and young master were being glared at by Zhang Xi, Chen Feng felt cold in his heart and said bitterly, Brother Zhang, there must be some misunderstanding here. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Is this your attitude towards admitting your mistakes? Zhang Xi raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Ruimen, who was still tied up next to him. Put it down. Quick! Put down Miss Luo. Chen Feng suddenly thought, damn it, I forgot about this problem. He was so frightened that he quickly yelled at his subordinates to let him go. Luo Ruimen's big eyes are dull, but he didn't expect that Brother Zhang seems to have some mysterious background. In this case, she won't be polite. After stretching his aching arms, Luo Ruimen angrily threw his hands away and gave Chen Feng a big mouth, this is the price you pay for kidnapping me today. There was a snap, which made all the Chen Feng boys feel pain in their faces. You! Chen Feng was so angry that he subconsciously wanted to yell back. Zhang Xi squeezed out a sound from his nose, pretending to be calm and dignified. However, I felt panicked. This aunt must be very good at getting into trouble. Now that she was slapped in the face, she felt so good. If she turned around and helped him, I'm not sure why Chen Feng was so impatient. Good fight. Chen Feng felt aggrieved because he had hit a brick wall today. Damn it, no wonder that old dog Li Yang didn't rush to find Zhang Xi, he was being used as a gunman. He couldn't afford to offend Li Quaning, nor could he offend Zhang Xi, who had Li Quaning as his backer. Chen Feng felt angry and depressed and put this account on Li Yang's head. Sneeze. On the top floor of the towering high-rise building where the chairman was working, the grey-haired Li Yang sneezed and stopped signing to rub his nose. Chairman, the weather is getting colder. Please take care of yourself. I'll make you a pot of hot tea. The pretty secretary glanced at him with a charming smile, twisted her waist and walked out. Let's go. It's too late to explain. After Zhang Xi left the factory in a hurry with Luo Ruimen, she took Luo Ruimen's hand and started running wildly on the street. Luo Ruimen, who was at a loss, thought Zhang Xi had a mysterious background, and still regretted not being able to take the opportunity to teach Chen Feng a lesson. After the two of them left in a hurry, Li Quaning did not leave with Zhang Xi and the others, or even say goodbye, which made Chen Feng suspicious. Master Li, I wonder what your relationship is with Zhang Xi. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and asked boldly. Relationship? What the hell, this bastard destroyed my car. Li Quaning was unhappy. She rolled her eyes at him and drove away in a broken car. What? Chen Feng was stunned, and then he quickly reacted and yelled in shame and annoyance, why are you still standing there? Go chase that bastard Zhang Xi. A group of boys hurriedly ran to catch up on their motorcycles. Those with wheels can always run faster than those with two legs, not to mention that Luo Ruimen, a woman, cannot run fast. I was about to be overtaken by him, but fortunately I saw a taxi passing by at the intersection. Quick, Ruimen, you go first. After Zhang Xi pushed Luo Ruimen into the car, he was too late to get in, so he urged the taxi driver to leave quickly. Then Zhang Xi fled into an alley in panic. Boom boom boom. A group of motorcycles are following. Corner. Zhang Xi's figure rushed past, but when Chen Feng led a group of followers around the corner, they found that it was a dead end with a high wall. Zhang Xi is missing. What the hell, where did the people go? As soon as Zhang Xi's figure landed, the sound of intensive gunshots and the panicked cries of the crowd came to his ears. Looking around, I found that there were many strange alien creatures in the sky riding on aircraft and shooting everywhere, and huge insect-shaped carrier aircraft floated slowly in the air. Phew! Bang! Bang! The side next to him was suddenly hit by a shell, and the parked car was blown to pieces. Fuck! Heartless! Zhang Xi panicked and jumped to the side, barely able to avoid it. Does the military know what's going on here? Do we know? Send people to these buildings. People in the buildings will be affected by the energy when they escape. Take them to the basement or subway. Don't let them come to the street. Block off this place to 39th Street. 2 policemen next to you? Wait, that Star-Spangled Banner? Captain America. Chapter 4 The Second Thor? Zhang Xi was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized, this is Avengers 1 now. And it's still a big melee in the middle and late stages. The third princess, Loki, the god of trickery, is probably exchanging words with Thor on the Iron Man building right now, right? Damn it! This is extremely dangerous. Phew! Call out! Call out! Zhang Xi had no time to think about the flying gunfire. However, Zhang Xi, who had just turned around to find a place to take refuge, discovered that 3 pieces of the US team had fallen after being attacked. Diddy, power fragments have been detected. Diddy, speed fragments were detected. Diddy, beauty detected. The team evolves bloodline fragments. The first 2 fragments were nothing, but the third detected fragment made Zhang Xi's eyes light up. It's done. That is the evolutionary bloodline of Captain America. If it hadn't been for the evolution caused by that serum, Captain America would not have grown from a skinny little guy to the point where he could compete head-on with Thor. And if I remember correctly, it seems that Captain America can pick up Mjolnir. Money moves people's hearts. Zhang Xi, who had already tasted the benefits of attribute fragments, couldn't bear to miss these 3 fragments. He bent down and walked along the car to get closer to Captain America. Hey, that Asian boy, what are you doing? Come back quickly. It's dangerous over there. The nearby police dispatching the fleeing people discovered Zhang Xi and quickly called to stop him. Danger? Wealth is sought in danger, brother. Zhang Xi ran faster after hearing this. Hey! You're crazy. Stop it. Don't worry about that kid, just let him go if he has no brains and wants to die. An alien soldier spotted Zhang Xi approaching quickly and rushed in from the side. Captain America discovered the innocent people here. Oops, be careful and get out of the way. He jumped out of the car and wanted to rescue, but the distance was too far and it was too late. Seeing that tragedy is about to happen. Get away. Zhang Xi picked up the broken mechanical arm next to him and slapped it hard on the alien soldier's head. The force worked wonders. With a bang, the entire alien soldier's head was blown open. Oh, shit! The 2 policemen at the back exclaimed in disbelief. Captain America was also stunned, frowning and staring at Zhang Xi. Could it be that he was also injected with some kind of serum? But he still looks like an ordinary person. Zhang Xi walked over calmly, which made Captain America a little nervous. The enemy and friend were unknown. However, Zhang Xi suppressed his inner emotions, pretending to be calm and patted Captain America's shoulder, and punched another alien soldier who was sneaking up next to him. Captain, now is not the time to be in a daze. Diddy, Captain America's evolution bloodline fragments were picked up successfully. Diddy, power. Diddy. Got 3 pieces. A feeling of fullness in the body with increased strength and speed made Zhang Xi feel as comfortable as the last few seconds after sprinting. You're right, let's fight side by side to kill these damn things. Captain America pondered for a moment and nodded, recognizing Zhang Xi's status as an ally. Uh-huh. Fighting side by side? Zhang Xi suddenly thought, making a fortune in silence is the way to go. He didn't want to join in the fight. He was exposed just because he had no choice but to get close to the fallen fragments of Captain America. The Marvel world is not where he lives, saving the world? He is not needed, let the heroes of the Women's Federation take the limelight. And now is not the time to be intoxicated. The gunfire exploding around you is just a joke. Get away. Okay, I'll go over there, you go over there. Okay. Zhang Xi nodded solemnly and ran away quickly, preparing to find a place to hide and observe the overall view. However, just as I turned around. Wow, Mom, save me. Not far away, behind the crowd fleeing towards the subway entrance, a 5 or 6-year-old girl fell to the ground while running, while her mother was pushed away by the chaotic crowd and struggled to go back to save her daughter. Hiss! The alien soldier discovered the little girl, and the muzzle of the gun was turned to gather energy. No! The young mother howled at the top of her lungs. The little girl's dirty little face was covered with tears, and her big innocent eyes were full of fear. The next second there will be no bones left. A figure shot past and rolled up the little girl on the ground. A big hole exploded in the ground in the next second. It was dangerous and dangerous. Perfect rescue. Quick, take your children and take shelter. It's too dangerous outside. Zhang Xi handed the little girl into her mother's hands in a deep voice, then turned around to face the brutal alien soldiers. Sighing softly, he originally thought that this was just a plot world for gaining attributes, but when life and death were in front of him, he found that he still couldn't bear to sit idly by. In this case, there is only kill. He had already seen over the other block, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye had reunited. After that, the Hulk, Iron Man and Thor will probably also gather. Hidden, there are many fragments in the core area of the war. Wealth can be found in danger. Done. Zhang Xi laughed ferociously, the power of thunder surged, and arcs of electricity crackled all over his body. As soon as he stepped under his feet, a shallow pit exploded in the concrete, and the figure jumped out. Bang! It's stuck. Bang bang! One by one, the alien soldiers were blown up. Diddy, low-level power fragments have been detected. Diddy, low-level power fragments have been detected. What surprised Zhang Xi was that the alien soldiers actually also dropped fragments, but the quality and quantity were obviously far inferior to those of superheroes. Fortunately, it was still objective to add up to a small amount. This is an unexpected surprise. Beating the alien soldiers and picking up fragments along the way, Zhang Xi was not exhausted at all. He just used up a little energy, but was quickly refilled by the picked up fragments, even stronger than before. Not only were Zhang Xi eliminated, but there were also many alien soldiers killed by other superheroes and policemen scattered on the ground. Alien soldiers kept falling down like dumplings from the sky. The demise of the dense alien soldiers made Zhang Xi make a lot of money this time, and his body's strength, speed, and endurance increased like a rocket. Oh ho! Dr. Banner has arrived, Hulk transformed. The tall figure of the roaring Hulk was dozens of meters away. Zhang Xi quickened his pace, threw away the alien soldiers who were chasing him, and rushed over. Hey, brother, you are finally here. Captain America saw Zhang Xi and said hello in a friendly manner. Perhaps it was Zhang Xi's thin body and fighting prowess that reminded him of his old self. Captain America had a very good impression of this Asian young man. Who is he? Black Widow and Hawkeye were stunned. They didn't know why a thin-looking Asian man came out. Before Zhang Xi could say anything, he punched the alien soldiers falling from the sky with a thunderous backhand. Dizzy. The second Thor. Diddy, fragments of the Hulk's advanced power have been detected. Diddy, Black Widow's speed fragments were detected. Diddy, detect the fragments of Hawkeye's bulletproof skill. Diddy, fragments of Hawkeye's advanced agent skills, including fighting, aircraft driving, and torture, have been detected. Diddy, fragments of thunder power have been detected. Diddy, the fragment of Thor's hammer's wool has been detected. As soon as he got close to a group of superheroes, the constant sound of Diddy detection feedback made Zhang Xi almost smile from ear to ear. This is so cool. Chapter 6, Drawing a Sword to Help. Zhang Xi stood up and wanted to see what was going on. He saw two women running out of the corridor, and behind them, there was a man. This man looked drunk, and Zhang Xi could smell the alcohol on him from a long distance away. Zhang Xi was very familiar with these two women. They were Luo Ruimen and her best friend, Chen Suiyu. Come on, little girl, let's have a drink with my brother. The drunk man took 2 quick steps and stopped Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu. Immediately afterwards, several more men ran out and started to attack the two of them. Although Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu resisted desperately, how could they be the opponents of this group of grown men? The people around seemed to be used to all this, no one came forward to help, and some even whistled like a heckler. Zhang Xi can't stand it anymore. Although he is not very familiar with Chen Suiyu, Luo Ruimen is his former employee, and he cannot just sit idly by. The drunk man stretched out his hand and was about to tease Luo Ruimen. Suddenly, he felt his wrist being grabbed by a strong hand. Then, there was a sharp pain in my wrist. Ah! The drunk man exclaimed. He subconsciously turned around and saw a handsome face. Zhang Xi. Luo Ruimen shouted his name in surprise. Zhang Xi smiled slightly at Luo Ruimen, then he turned to look at the drunk man and said, I'm sorry, they are my friends, so you'd better get out of here. As he spoke, there was a faint flash of thunder and lightning in his eyes, but the drunk man was too drunk to notice it. He just heard him shouting, Mother, if you ask about this, who doesn't know who my brother Nan is? I'm telling you, I want to invite 2 of your friends to drink. If you know your taste, get out of here. Don't disturb me. The elegance. What if I say no? Zhang Xi said with narrowed eyes. You're looking for death. Brother Nan roared angrily, then took out a switchblade from his arms and stabbed Zhang Xi straight in the abdomen. Zhang Xi seemed to be stabbed without any preparation. Ah! Luo Ruimen and Chen Suihu were so frightened that their faces turned pale. No one expected that this brother Nan would be so vicious, and it would be a killing move as soon as he started it. Zhang Xi didn't speak, just lowered his head and looked at his abdomen. Brother Nan had a smile on his face, but the next second, his smile froze. Because, a voice rang. Ding! A broken blade fell to the ground. Brother Nan was stunned when he looked at the handle of the knife in his hand. But before he could react, everything the size of a sandbag was swung towards his face. Boom! With a muffled sound, Brother Nan flew out directly, with red blood and white teeth flying all over the sky. However, Brother Nan simply rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. Zhang Xi looked at his belly and couldn't help but shake his head. The switchblade still left a small scar on his abdomen. It seemed that he had to increase his strength. Brother Nan's younger brothers were all frightened when they saw this scene. They looked at Zhang Xi tremblingly and asked, Are you a monster? Haha, haven't you heard of the golden bell and iron shirt? Zhang Xi smiled and said, How about it, do you still want to invite my friend to drink? Oh my god, this Lianjiazi is here, how dare they make trouble? Several people knelt down and said, Brother, please forgive me. We were wrong. We don't dare to do it anymore. Zhang Xi was too lazy to be acquainted with them. He waved his hands casually and said, Go away, don't let me see you. Oh, by the way, he will take it with him too. He pointed at Brother Nan who was unconscious on the ground. Several people nodded desperately and then left as fast as they could. Zhang Xi turned around, looked at Luo Ruimen and asked, Why are you here? Luo Ruimen didn't seem to have reacted yet. She swallowed and said, It's my friend's birthday today and we came to drink. Unexpectedly, we ran into trouble. By the way, you. Zhang Xi quickly said, Oh, I'm fine. I just made an appointment with a friend for a drink, and he hasn't come yet. Well, you go ahead. I'm right here. If you need anything, come to me. The 2 people would ask endless questions, so Zhang Xi quickly sent them away. After all, he would have a blind date later, and it was not convenient for the 2 girls to be here. Originally, Luo Ruimen and Chen Suihu had countless questions they wanted to ask him, but since everyone had said so, it was hard for them to write any more questions. Just listen to Luo Ruimen say, Well, okay, then let's go. Good. After watching the 2 people leave, Zhang Xi took a deep breath, and then ordered another glass of wine to calm down the mood that had just been disturbed. After all, I am here for a blind date, so I still have to smile. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. Zhang Xi looked towards the door and suddenly his eyes lit up. I saw a brightly dressed pink girl walking in at the door. Zhang Xi narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him. She must be Pan Yun. I don't blame my mother for saying that she is indeed pretty, with a slender figure, exquisite facial features, and most importantly, her pure temperament, which makes people feel protective and possessive when they look at her. Well, it seems that this should be relatively reliable. Zhang Xi's heart moved slightly. After all, she has been single for so many years, and she still has some longing for love. Zhang Xi waved his hand, and Pan Yun saw him and walked over directly. Zhang Xi asked with a smile, "Hello, are you Pan Yun?" "Yes." She nodded, "Are you, Zhang Xi?" "That's it." Zhang Xi snapped his fingers and said, "Waiter, bring the menu over, I'll take an order." "Okay, sir." Now Zhang Xi has completely lost his previous fat look. He has a handsome appearance and a perfect figure. He can be said to be a combination of a tough guy and a young man. Looking at Zhang Xi, Pan Yun couldn't help but nod secretly. Well, he looks good, and his appearance is passable. Next, it's time to get to know him better. Wait for a while, I will call you later. Pan Yun pushed the waiter away. Zhang Xi was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Why, aren't you hungry?" "Don't worry, I like to get straight to the point. Since we are here for a blind date, let's get to know each other first. We can eat later, okay?" Zhang Xi was stunned. He didn't expect this delicate-looking woman to have such a manly personality. That was good. He didn't like guessing girls' thoughts anyway. "Okay, tell me." Pan Yun nodded, and then, a sentence that Zhang Xi didn't expect came out. "Do you own a house? Do you have a car? How much savings do you have?" Zhang Xi's eyes widened and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this called getting straight to the point? Although Zhang Xi has superpowers, he has not yet had time to turn this superpower into money. Now, he only has the 200,000 yuan he got from selling his company in his bank card. "Tell me, you can't say it, right?" Pan Yun's face darkened, and his tone became much more unpleasant. This wiped out Zhang Xi's previous good impression of Pan Yun. Chapter 7 Money-worshipping girl? What? She's so beautiful, but she's actually a money-worshipping girl? Well, maybe she just wanted to understand her situation. Zhang Xi took a deep breath and then said, "I don't have a house, I'm renting a house now, and I don't have a car because I don't need a car for my job. But I just graduated. I opened a company not long ago, and I just sold it a few days ago and made 200,000 yuan. I haven't decided what to do in the future, but I think I can do it." Nonsense, just relying on his superpower, he can become Bill Gates even if he moves bricks. Zhang Xi thought that his conditions were reasonable, and at least his potential was pretty good. However, he didn't expect that after listening to Zhang Xi's words, Pan Yun's mouth turned to his ears. Holy shit, what the hell? Am I wasting my time with a poor guy like this? It's really funny. Pan Yun sneered and said unceremoniously, "There is a total of 200,000 yuan in savings, and it's not even enough for me to spend. Half a year, what is this?" Zhang Xi scratched his head. Is it bad for a person of his age to reach this level by himself without the help of his parents? No, let me ask you, you spend tens of thousands a month, how do you make money? Hearing this, Pan Yun showed a look of embarrassment on his face. But soon, she returned to normal. What do you care about? I'm telling you, don't be a toad and want to eat swan meat. With your conditions, you are still far from being nice to me. I don't know what happened, but Pan Yun seemed to have opened up a chatterbox and kept chattering. Zhang Xi is so angry that if you are not good, it is not good. We can just talk and break up. Why are you talking so much? Humiliate me? I, the son of Odin, was also humiliated by you? Unexpectedly, the other party was a girl. Even if Zhang Xi was not a gentleman, he would not want to fight with a girl. He suppressed the anger, and when he was about to go home, he complained to his mother, asking him to find someone more reliable next time, and not to look for this kind of thing. Zhang Xi can bear it, but some people can't. Luo Ruimen and Chen Suihu walked out of the private room. The two of them were not interested in it to begin with, and they were even less interested when they met a gangster. When the two were about to leave, they suddenly saw this scene. Perhaps Pan Yun was so excited that she didn't control her volume at all, and almost everyone in the bar heard his words. In her mouth, she told Zhang Xi bloody things. Zhang Xi did not speak, but the faint flash of lightning at his fingertips proved that he was very angry. Hey, is that woman looking for death? Luo Ruimen was unhappy, let alone Zhang Xi. Her former boss said that she was extremely touched by Zhang Xi's life-saving grace these few times. Naturally she couldn't stand hearing someone scold Zhang Xi like this. Chen Suihu snorted coldly and said, "She's just a gold digger. I don't know how many I've seen like this at my elder brother's place. Just like this, they are all kept." Luo Ruimen nodded, and then said, "In that case, should we take care of her?" "It's feasible." Chen Suihu said, "After all, they have just helped us so much. We have to express our disapproval, but what should we do?" "Haha, this is simple." Luo Ruimen smiled slightly, then leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhang Xi couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Luo Ruimen and Chen Suihu came over. Zhang Xi's face turned red instantly. What? He also wanted to save face. Now this matter was indeed very embarrassing. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Luo Ruimen came over, put his arm on Zhang Xi's shoulder, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Hey, hubby, come to my house today. I have a big bed, which is very comfortable." Zhang Xi didn't realize what was going on. Chen Suihu also hugged Zhang Xi's arm, and at the same time took out a car key from his arms and said sweetly, "Husband, didn't you say you were going to my place? Your car, I forgot the keys." This sudden change confused everyone, especially Pan Yun. Her eyes were completely attracted by the car key in Chen Suihu's hand. The golden cow is particularly eye-catching. Lamborghini is said to be a car that you are born with, and there is no car that you will never have in this life. Could it be said that this Zhang Xi is testing me? Zhang Xi didn't understand what was going on. He looked at Luo Ruimen, who blinked at him, and he understood what was going on. It turns out that they are repaying themselves. He is not a person who likes to pretend, but he cannot accept losing face. In this case, you should give this money-worshipping girl a good slap in the face. Haha. Zhang Xi smiled softly, looked at Pan Yun, and said proudly, "I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in exchange was ridicule. Forget it, stop pretending, I am a billionaire, I'm showing my hand. These two are my girlfriends. One more is not more, and one less is not more, so please do as you wish." After saying that, he also made a please gesture. Pan Yun's hands were shaking violently. If she could, she really wanted to give herself two big mouths. This is a benefactor. I am really blind, and I actually let this benefactor go. Haha, Zhang Xi. Pan Yun forced a smile and said, "Well, actually I have known for a long time that you are in good condition, but if you don't show your cards to me, I can only let you show your cards. In fact, everything just happened. It was a misunderstanding, and I did it on purpose. Come on, I'm hungry, let's eat." She can change her face faster than turning the pages of a book. She is indeed a top-notch scumbag. Luo Ruimen pouted and said, "Husband, didn't you say you only love me? Besides, do you like this kind of thing? That's right, if you pay a lot of money for 300 yuan like this, your taste is too bad, right?" Chen Suihu also agreed. The two seemed to be quarreling, but they were sarcastic towards Pan Yun. Pan Yun is indeed pretty, but it depends on who he compares with. Whether it is Luo Ruimen or Chen Suihu, both of them are first-class beauties, especially their temperament, which completely surpasses Pan Yun. Pan Yun was too lazy to listen to them. She looked at Zhang Xi pitifully, praying for the last chance. Since it was time to act, Zhang Xi laughed, naturally put his arms around their shoulders, and said with a smile, "Okay, my dears, your time has been wasted, let's go." Feeling Zhang Xi's strong muscles, the two women couldn't help but blush. With Zhang Xi, they felt an unprecedented sense of security, and both of them even had the urge to pretend to be real. Zhang Xi didn't notice this. Under the envious eyes of everyone, he hugged the two beauties and left the love bar. And Pan Yun has become the toad in her own mouth. After walking out of the bar, the three of them came to the parking lot. Zhang Xi was very polite. After leaving, he put down his hand. He looked at the two of them and said sincerely, "Thank you." Chapter 8 Chen Sui's Invitation. Although he acted like a playboy just now, in fact, he has subtly accepted the character in the superhero fragments, the integrity and nobility of the young man from Brooklyn, and of course, Thor's beer-loving character. Okay, I wonder if he will become such a fat nerd? Haha, why are you so polite? Chen Sui flipped up her hair and smiled, "We should thank you. Without you, we really don't know what we would do today." Ruimen, you really don't. You're kind, your boss is so great, why didn't you introduce him to me earlier? Luo Ruimen smiled awkwardly. How did she know that Zhang Xi suddenly seemed to be a different person? He was not so powerful before? Okay, let's not talk anymore. Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, "I'm going back. Your car should be able to seat two people, right? You go back, I'll just take a stroll back." Wait a minute. Chen Sui stopped him and said, "Well, I have a good impression of you. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I want to invite you to my home." Zhang Xi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, only to hear him say, "Oh, today is it's your friend's birthday. Tomorrow is your birthday, right? Your birthday is so close. TCH, that's it. Just say whether you want to go or not. There's so much nonsense." Chen Sui said coquettishly. Zhang Xi did not speak. At the same time, his brain was thinking rapidly. Now his abilities are very strong. Although he is not ranked among the best in the Marvel world, he is definitely one of the best on Earth. And what he wants to do now is make money. Even if he has all the skills, he still needs to put in some effort if he wants to make money. He can't really move bricks. And how to make money quickly? He thought of two people. These two people are both characters in the Marvel world. One is naturally the billionaire Tony Stark, and the other is the King of Wakanda, Black Panther, who possesses vibranium metal. The Black Panther mainly relies on resources. Although the technology is also very advanced, the effect may not be good without vibranium. And Stark is a businessman and a genius. It shouldn't be a problem to get a few techniques from him, right? After you come back, you can find someone to invest in it. Although the Chen family's power is not very big, it's okay. Well, it seems that after this busy time, I have to go and meet the playboy Shit de Cow. Hey, what's wrong with you? Do you agree or not? Seeing that Zhang Xi didn't speak for a long time, Chen Sui asked anxiously. Zhang Xi said, "Well, okay. Then, let's do it tomorrow." Really? Chen Sui excitedly grabbed Zhang Xi's arm and jumped several times, and then said, "Don't regret it. Okay, I'm leaving. Let's see you there or not." After saying that, she grabbed hold of Zhang Xi's arm. Luo Ruimen left. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Zhang Xi scratched his head and muttered, "What, this is a really bad day." Because he was too unhappy, Zhang Xi decided not to go to the Marvel world yet. He would wait to calm down and see what the head of the Chen family said tomorrow. If he agreed to sponsor it, it would not be too late for him to go. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi walked home. Hee, that's great. Chen Suiyu, who was sitting in the car, said excitedly, he agreed. I didn't expect that your boss is really good, haha. You seem to be interested in him. Luo Ruimen asked nonchalantly, it's really strange. You are rarely so interested in a man. That's because I haven't met a good man. Look at Zhang Xi. He's handsome and has a good figure. By the way, the most important thing is, I feel a superhero vibe from him. Don't you feel it? Really? I didn't. Is it an illusion? Luo Ruimen said. I don't care, anyway, I think this man is my rightful man. Chen Suiyu closed her eyes happily, and the girl's heart surged. Seeing her like this, Luo Ruimen couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. She couldn't tell why, but she just felt uncomfortable. Could it be that? Luo Ruimen had a terrible thought, but soon, she shook her head. No, that's a lie. This kind of plot is probably just a bloody plot that only appears in TV dramas. After returning home, Zhang Xi took out her mobile phone and called her mother. I said, Mom, what is this thing you are looking for me? A proper money-worshipping girl, you are too unreliable, aren't you? The mother smiled awkwardly and said, Mom, you are worried too. Who told you not to look for her? Okay, Mother, even if I beg you, don't arrange a blind date for me, my head really hurts. Zhang Xi said. Well, okay, I don't care about you anymore, just do whatever you want. After the mother said that, she hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Xi curled her lips and muttered, Look, she's not happy anymore. It's such a big problem. After muttering a few words, Zhang Xi fell asleep, ending this unfortunate day. Early the next morning, Zhang Xi got up. Ever since he picked up the pieces of Captain Rogers, he had the urge to do morning exercises every morning, and every day would not be complete without running a few laps. Zhang Xi put on a vest and looked at his strong muscles and couldn't help but smile. It's great to dress to look slimmer and take off clothes to show off your body, and have a perfect figure. Zhang Xi came to the park and started running. His speed was quite fast, and he seemed not to be tired at all, unable to stop at all. This is the power of Super Soldier Serum. Moreover, Zhang Xi was pleasantly surprised to find that with the deepening of training, his various numerical values were also increasing. It seemed that training could indeed make him stronger and stronger. Look, who is that guy? I don't know. He runs so fast. He's so powerful. Hey, it's great to be young. The old men and women in the park looked at Zhang Xi and couldn't help but praise him again and again. After running 20 laps, Zhang Xi felt almost done. He stopped and went to the mall, planning to buy some gifts. Although the Chen family is very rich, they may not like the things he bought, but going empty-handed is not the same thing. Zhang Xi still has some savings and can still afford ordinary small luxury accessories. Because Zhang Xi has no experience in love, she doesn't know what girls like. But he knows very well that there are some things that cannot be given, such as flowers and rings. These things are too ambiguous and may be counterproductive if given. He does not want others to gossip. Well, that's it. After shopping for a long time, Zhang Xi stopped in front of a counter selling watches. He took a fancy to a women's watch. The price more than 30,000 yuan is very expensive for him. After all, Zhang Xi is a man who uses 9 yuan shampoo. But the money that should be spent still needs to be spent. There will be many things that the Chen family will need help with in the future. If you don't invest, there will be no return. Chapter 9 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. After buying a watch, he also bought a set of expensive tea sets. This is for the old man of the Chen family. He doesn't know what the old man likes, but he can't go wrong buying this. These two things cost Zhang Xi almost half of his savings. He was also very sad, but he had no choice but to treat it as investment. If it didn't work, he could make a comeback on his own. After visiting the mall, Zhang Xi's phone rang. He picked up the phone and looked at it, only to see that the caller was an unknown number. He answered the phone with confusion. "Hey, Zhang Xi." Zhang Xi was stunned and asked, "Are you, Chen Suiyu? How did you get my phone number?" "Haha, it's not easy to find your phone number. I'm almost ready, it's time for you to come over." "Oh, don't worry, I said it will pass. I won't break my promise." "Well, this is best. Let me tell you, if you dare to let me go, be careful I kill you." "Okay, hang up." Putting down the phone, Zhang Xi couldn't help but muttered, "What is this? Are all young ladies so angry?" It was almost time. Zhang Xi took a taxi and went directly to Chen's house. As soon as she got off the car, Zhang Xi nodded secretly. The Chen family is indeed a big family. This villa can't be bought without hundreds of millions. They are really rich. It seems that I have really found the right person. As long as he takes over the Chen family, his career will reach the sky in one step. However, after walking a few steps, an unexpected person appeared. Li Quaning. "It's true that we are enemies on a narrow road." Li Quaning also saw Zhang Xi. The moment she saw him, her beard almost stood up. But Zhang Xi reacted quickly. He looked at Li Quaning with a smile and said, "Hi, brother Li, long time no see." "You bastard!" Li Quaning said through gritted teeth, "How come a poor scoundrel like you deserves to be here?" Zhang Xi shrugged and said, "Someone invited me here. Why, can't I? Although your Li family is powerful, the protagonist this time shouldn't be you, right? No matter what grudges we have, let's talk about it after today. What are you waiting for?" Li Quaning roared, "I'm going to let you know today what the consequences will be if you mess with me. Bodyguard, bodyguard." As soon as Li Quaning finished speaking, 7 or 8 burly men walked out of the room. These are Li Quaning's bodyguards. Because the family is too powerful, the old man of the Li family is worried that his son will be targeted, so he specially assigned these first-class bodyguards to him. However, Li Quaning regards these bodyguards as a fool. His own thugs bully others and cause trouble all day long. "Master Li, what's wrong?" I saw Li Quaning jumping up and pointing at Zhang Xi and yelling, "Hit me, knock out the teeth, blind the eyes, blind the legs and give him a discount. If something happens, I will be responsible." "Okay, you are really ruthless, do you really think of yourself as a person?" Zhang Xi put the gift in his hand on the ground, crossed his shoulders with his hands, and said proudly, "Brother Li, you have to accept the face given to you. Do you think you want to touch me with these rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs? You are too naive." "What did you say?" After hearing Zhang Xi's words, these bodyguards exploded. You must know that they are first-class bodyguards. When have they ever been so angry? Seeing Zhang Xi's arrogance, they were furious. I saw a few people roaring and rushing towards Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi didn't mean to cause trouble, but since he met Li Quaning, he should solve all the problems to avoid embarrassment when the banquet begins. Anyway, even if he doesn't look for trouble, he will. However, Zhang Xi can't go too far. If he uses the power of the God of Thunder, it will easily cause a commotion. But it doesn't matter. In addition to the power of the God of Thunder, Zhang Xi still has many other trump cards, such as the fighting skills of an agent. In Avengers 1, I don't know how many viewers the widow's heroic figure attracted. Now Zhang Xi can do the same. In addition, he also has some of the abilities and qualities of Captain Rogers. He is really easy to deal with these bodyguards. Looking at the big man rushing towards him, Zhang Xi's eyes narrowed, he jumped up high, clamped his head with his legs, then turned his waist hard and put him to the ground. The classic moves of the widowed sister. The idea is tough, let's work together. Be ruthless. Humph. Zhang Xi sneered. A carp jumped up from the ground, and then hit a person in the face with a left hook. The man reacted quickly and dodged sideways. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xi reacted faster, retracted his fist, attacked with his elbow, and hit him hard on the neck. Immediately afterwards, he stared at another person. He hugged the other person's neck, raised his knees and pushed him towards his abdomen. The person was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but Zhang Xi raised his leg and kicked him directly in the belly. The person was strange, he screamed and flew far away. This process was so smooth and seamless that even Li Kuaning himself was dumbfounded. This was not a fight at all, but more like an art. The sound of fighting alerted the people in the house, and soon, someone rushed out of the house. When they came out, what caught their eyes was Zhang Xi standing there, a group of bodyguards rolling on the ground, and Li Kuaning, who was stunned. Li Kuaning was completely dumbfounded now. He knew Zhang Xi was very strong, but he didn't thinking of it. Zhang Xi's strength is actually so terrifying. These bodyguards have been with him for a long time, and they are all good players, but who would have thought that in Zhang Xi's hands, they would not be able to get through even one round? Is this guy still a human? What's going on? Shouted the Chen family's housekeeper. Who are you and what do you do? Mr. Li, are you okay? Li Kuaning raised his head and wanted to say something, but suddenly, there was a soft sound under his feet. He lowered his head and saw that it was a mark struck by lightning. Li Kuaning was shocked. He looked at Zhang Xi and saw Zhang Xi smiling slightly. At the same time, a blue thunder and lightning flashed in his eyes. My God, he is really a monster. If I talk nonsense, I will die. This was Li Kuaning's first reaction. Li Kuaning laughed twice and said, "It's nothing. This is a friend of mine who has studied martial arts. Then I asked my bodyguards to compete with him. It's really awesome, haha." Li Kuaning was smiling, but his smile was uglier than crying. So that's it. The housekeeper nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Chen Suiyu walked out of the room. When she saw Zhang Xi, her eyes were shining. "Brother Zhang Xi, you're here." Chen Suiyu jumped to Zhang Xi's side, grabbed his arm, and said coquettishly, "Why are you here now? Really? I'm tired of waiting." Chapter 10 The Head of the Chen Family. I don't know what Chen Suiyu is thinking. Now in front of so many people, her behavior is so intimate. Isn't this causing others to misunderstand her? Zhang Xi smiled awkwardly, then took out his hand without leaving any trace, and said, "Well, I just arrived not long ago." "Brother Zhang Xi, did you defeat these people?" Chen Suiyu asked, pointing to Li Kuaning's bodyguard who was rolling on the ground. "Yeah, I can't help it. As soon as I came here, someone asked me to compete." "Haha. It's just a simple competition, right, Mr. Li?" Zhang Xi looked at Li Kuaning with a smile. Li Kuaning immediately shuddered, and then smiled awkwardly. "Well, yes, I heard that brother Zhang Xi is quite skilled, so I asked him to teach my bodyguards. When I saw him today, he was indeed well deserved." "Hee. That's right, my brother Zhang Xi is the most powerful." Chen Suiyu said proudly, "Let's go in quickly." Only then did Zhang Xi notice how Chen Suiyu was dressed today. She was wearing a small pink dress. Her whole body exuded a youthful atmosphere, especially the fragrance on her body. It was light and smelled so good that Zhang Xi couldn't bear it. "I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Everyone is confused by monk Zhang Er. Is the lady in love? Haven't heard of it. Who is this mysterious man?" Li Kuaning also calmed down. Looking at Zhang Xi's back, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. This man is absolutely extraordinary. Entering the house, Chen Suiyu pulled Zhang Xi to sit down. Only then did Zhang Xi remember that he took out the gift and said with a smile, "I just found out that today is your birthday, happy birthday. Haha, thank you. Chen Suihu took the gift and did not open it immediately. Instead, she put it aside and chatted wordlessly with Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi was a little absent-minded, because the purpose of his trip was to get in touch with the head of the Chen family, but he never came out, which made him a little disappointed. At this time, Luo Ruimen came. Suihu, happy birthday. She walked in with a smile and gave Chen Suihu a big hug. Happy, if you look quickly, who is coming? I've seen it a long time ago. Luo Ruimen sat down with a smile and asked, say boss, since you sold the company, I don't think you have anything serious to do? Why, have you decided to be a happy fat house? Which of your eyes saw that I am a fat nerd? Zhang Xi said angrily, I am still in the preparation stage for the new company. I believe it will open soon. Luo Ruimen nodded, then smiled slightly, and said half jokingly and half seriously, I am also unemployed now. When the time comes, I will also be your cashier. Haha, okay, it's you. Zhang Xi said with a smile. Guests came in one after another. As expected of the Chen family, they had a wide network of contacts. More than 100 people came in and out. Zhang Xi came here not knowing anyone, but fortunately Chen Suihu was always by his side to help him introduce them, and Zhang Xi also greeted them politely. These are all respectable people, and establishing a good relationship with them will not harm your future. It is worth mentioning that when Luo Ruimen saw Li Quaning, both of them were surprised. If Zhang Xi hadn't stopped them in time, the situation would have been terrible. And Zhang Xi only now truly understands Luo Ruimen's identity. She is the youngest daughter of the third master of the Luo family in Mechanical City. Although she is not a direct descendant, she is still quite powerful. But what Zhang Xi doesn't understand is why he is so powerful that he works as a cashier under him. But it didn't matter anymore. Just when the guests were about to arrive, the head of the Chen family finally came out. I saw a middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle manner slowly walking out of the house. Although he has a smile on his face, his temperament cannot be imitated by ordinary people. It is the temperament of a leader. This is the head of the Chen family, Chen Haiming. Zhang Xi looked at him and couldn't help but nod secretly. It was really amazing. It was really extraordinary. After Chen Haiming came out, everyone stopped making noise. Chen Haiming smiling and waving his hands, he said, everyone, today is my little girl's birthday. It's an honor for Chen to have all my friends come to show her respect. Today, Chen only has one request for you, that is, eat well, drink well, and have fun. Have fun. Chen Haiming didn't speak much, but his words were concise and to the point, and the effect was good. Everyone applauded, and then the banquet officially began. Zhang Xi said to Chen Suihu, Suihu, I have a project here and I want to talk to your father about it. Can you help me introduce it? You don't want my father to invest in something, do you? Chen Suihu rolled her eyes at him and said, this is a bit difficult. Although I don't interfere in family affairs, I still understand my father's temper. He can easily you won't invest in anything unless you are his friend, so you'd better establish a good relationship first and talk about the investment later. Hey! Zhang Xi smiled slightly and couldn't help but ask, how do you know I want him to invest? Chen Suihu shrugged and said, it's very simple. You just said that the company is planning. You are a technology company, so you must attract people to invest, right? And if I guessed correctly, the reason why you came to my birthday party is this the purpose? Zhang Xi was stunned by these words. This was the first time that someone talked about the central issue in an instant. Shuiyu, listen to my explanation, It's okay, you don't need to explain. Chen Suihu smoothed his hair and said softly, I don't care what you think, but it doesn't matter, I just want to tell you that I am very happy to see you. Really, very happy? Okay, this is already a naked confession. Zhang Zili was stunned on the spot. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chen Suihu suddenly laughed and said, "Okay, don't you want to get to know my father? Come on, follow me. He should listen to what I say." As if seeing his embarrassment, Chen Suihu took the lead to change the topic, and then pulled Zhang Xi to Chen Haiming's side. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is the Zhang Xi I told you about. He is very powerful," Chen Suihu said with a smile. Chen Haiming patted Chen Suihu's head lovingly, and asked at the same time, "Were you the one who saved my daughter in the bar yesterday?" Zhang Xi nodded and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's just a little effort. I have no other merits. I just know what it means to repay kindness. It is precisely because I have always insisted on this that I have achieved what I have today." Chen Haiming took a deep breath and asked, "Tell me, whatever you want, I'll give it to you." "You are joking." Zhang Xi said hurriedly, "If there is anything I really want, it is to get to know you, uncle. This is my biggest gain. Those who can pick up and put down are the ones who achieve great things." Chapter 11 Hunter Instinct, Capturing the Killer. "Well, that's right. It's very rare for young people to be neither arrogant nor impatient." Chen Haiming finally smiled. Chen Suihu winked at Zhang Xi mischievously, telling him that the first step was completed, and the next step was to take his time. Zhang Xi naturally understood what Chen Suihu meant. He took out the high-end tea set prepared for Chen Haiming. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly froze. After picking up the fragments of the superhero, Zhang Xi became extremely keen, and the surrounding disturbances could not be hidden from his eyes. This is not the most powerful thing. The most powerful thing is that he can feel the things hidden in the air. Murderous. Now, the agent's instinct made him feel the murderous aura hidden in the air. "Hey, brother Zhang Xi, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Zhang Xi stunned on the spot, Chen Suihu couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xi waved his hands seriously and said softly, "Don't say anything, there is a killer." "Killer?" Chen Suihu almost shouted out, but fortunately Chen Haiming had quick eyesight and covered her mouth. Chen Haiming could tell that this young man was definitely not simple, so he didn't say anything for fear of disturbing him. Zhang Xi closed his eyes and felt the source of the murderous aura. But after all, he didn't collect enough fragments, and there were too many guests today, so he couldn't accurately locate the killer. Zhang Xi wanted to spend more time searching, but the killer didn't give him this chance. A flash of cold light flashed, and a 3-inch long flying knife flew directly over. The target was Chen Haiming's throat. The speed of the flying knife was so fast that almost no one could react. Even Zhang Xi had no time to shoot down the flying knife. If he got hit this time, Chen Haiming would definitely die. At the critical moment, Zhang Xi stepped forward and blocked the deadly flying knife with his chest. He originally thought that with his strong body, he would leave only a blood mark at most, but who knew that the power of this flying knife was much greater than he imagined, and it actually penetrated his skin and stabbed in his body. Zhang Xi snorted and took several steps back. He quickly lowered his head to check his wounds. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. It only penetrated about 1 centimeter. The location of the wound was right on his chest. Zhang Xi couldn't help but feel secretly afraid. Damn it, if it were a little deeper, I'm afraid I would have confessed here. It was so late and so fast that all this happened in just a moment. The guests didn't even notice this scene. They should eat and drink as usual. However, Chen Suihu and Chen Haiming were frightened. Brother Zhang Xi. Chen Suihu hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, Brother Zhang Xi, what are you doing? It's okay. Chen Haiming's face didn't look good either. He said hurriedly, hold on, I'll call the doctor. Zhang Xi hurriedly stopped him and said, don't go, don't make it public, lest the killer escapes. But, your injury. It doesn't matter, I told you, I have practiced iron shirt and golden bell hood. Zhang Xi said with a smile. Although the injury on his chest was aching faintly, it was not to the point where he could not bear it. Just listen to Zhang Xi continue to say, it has not disturbed others yet, so the killer will not leave. If it causes a commotion, then he will probably take advantage of the chaos and escape. I still have no way to accurately pinpoint who the killer is. So, we can't let everyone know yet. Uncle, what you have to do now is to quietly contact your subordinates and seal this place so that no one can leave. At this time, Captain Roger's calmness and command skills came in handy. Chen Haiming was very surprised. This young man didn't panic at all. He looked like he had seen a big scene. It was really surprising. Surprise is a surprise, but what needs to be done still needs to be done. Chen Haiming calmly picked up his cell phone and informed his men to seal off the Chen family villa. At the same time, he asked Chen Suiyu to take out gauze and help Zhang Xi bandage his wounds. Zhang Xi didn't bleed much, so it wasn't that troublesome to deal with. While Chen Suiyu was bandaging, he asked softly, "Brother Zhang Xi, does it hurt?" Zhang Xi shook his head and said, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt." Chen Haiming said, "I have already made arrangements, so Xiao Zhang, how do we find this killer? Who sent this killer?" Zhang Xi smiled slightly and said, "The second problem will not be known until the first problem is solved. And it is not difficult to catch this killer. Now only we and the killer know about this matter, and don't forget one detail." Zhang Xi paused and then said, "Did you all search our bodies when we were at the door? Don't be so surprised. I know this is what it should be." When he came in, Zhang Xi felt that someone was always bumping into him intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, they were checking whether he had weapons. Chen Haiming said with some embarrassment, "Well, this is indeed true. After all, I am a person, and there are many people who want me to die, so I still have to do what needs to be done. So, the scope has been reduced immediately. If my guess is correct, it should be him." Zhang Xi said with some words, and at the same time picked up the flying knife, looked at it carefully for a while, and then put it in his pocket. It can pierce his own body, and this flying knife has no deformation at all. It is obvious that this is not an ordinary flying knife. Zhang Xi wants to put it away and take it back to study slowly. After all, Chen Haiming is an old fox, and he can tell everything at once. When Zhang Xi said this, he also understood who the killer should be. "I just heard him say, okay, I understand, Xiao Zhang, you have a good rest, I will send someone to watch him, and if there is anything abnormal, take him down immediately." Chen Suiyu didn't understand their twists and turns. She stared at her big watery eyes and asked, "What are you talking about? Who is the killer? It's none of your business here." Chen Haiming said dotingly, "You go to rest first and don't come out." "But, Dad! Take a break!" Chen Haiming increased his tone, revealing unquestionable authority in his tone. Even if Chen Suiyu acted childishly, he would not dare to say any more at this time. She nodded, then turned and left. After Chen Suiyu left, Chen Haiming sighed and said, "I believe that my people have checked everyone thoroughly and are sure that no one is carrying weapons. Only we, Chen, can carry this small flying knife. I'm a member of the family, right?" Zhang Xi did not speak, but just nodded. Chen Haiming continued, "As for the people at home, I will also arrange searches. The only person I will not search is my housekeeper, Uncle Li, right?" Zhang Xi said nothing and nodded again. After all, Chen Haiming was also an old fox, and his brains were not given to him for free. With just a little hint, he understood what was going on. Chen Haiming sighed, raised his head and shook his head. Chapter 12 Zhang Xi's Interrogation. Zhang Xi understood how he felt. This Uncle Li should have been with him for a long time. Now that Uncle Li has betrayed him, how could he feel better? Zhang Xi stood up and said, I'll go ahead. This Uncle Li can lurk beside you for so long. He is definitely not an ordinary character. And if he really threw the flying knife just now, it means that he is also very skilled. So it's more appropriate for me to go. But, your injury, doesn't it matter? Of course it doesn't matter. After all, I have also been in the Shaolin Temple. This injury is nothing. Zhang Xi made up a random reason. In fact, even if he didn't make it up, his injury would be almost healed. Captain Roger's serum has a certain self-healing effect. Okay, then go ahead and be careful, Xiao Zhang. Chen Haiming said with concern. Don't worry. Zhang Xi said, then turned around and walked out. As soon as Zhang Xi walked out, he found two servants of the Chen family lying at the door. Zhang Xi was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to check on the two of them. Hey, how are you two? Zhang Xi asked with concern. The servant vomited a mouthful of blood and said weakly, Hurry up, Uncle Li, run to the east. After saying that, he fainted. Zhang Xi didn't have time to care about him and ran towards the east. But he didn't notice that his body finally, a car followed slowly. Zhang Xi was very fast. After all, he now had a superhuman physique, so he quickly caught up with Uncle Li. Uncle Li looked at Zhang Xi and couldn't help being shocked. What kind of monster is this guy? Not to mention being able to block his own flying knife, he is also so fast, which is simply incredible. Uncle Li ran for his life and prepared to escape, but Zhang Xi did not give him this chance. Now, he has no reservations and has completely released his thunder power. The distance between the two was about 200 meters. Zhang Xi directly activated his thunder power, and a light blue thunder and lightning rushed towards Uncle Li with lightning speed. No matter how fast Uncle Li was, he couldn't be faster than lightning. This time, it hit Uncle Li directly in the back. The lightning made Uncle Li scream strangely and lie directly on the ground, twitching non-stop. This scene happened to be seen by the people following behind. Li Quaning's eyes were widened, and he was completely stunned when he saw this astonishing scene. What was that just now? Thunder, thunder, and lightning? Could it be that this guy is the god of thunder? Li Quaning swallowed, my god. No wonder I couldn't beat him, it turns out he is a god. Li Chuan froze on the spot, not daring to say a word. His feelings towards Zhang Xi also changed from hatred to admiration. Ignoring Li Quaning's side, Zhang Xi stepped forward, grabbed Uncle Li and snorted coldly, saying, Uncle Li, you have no way to escape. Uncle Li felt dizzy, and the power of thunder and lightning made him stunned. Zhang Xi took a look at his situation, without saying anything, just put him on his shoulders, turned around and left. Wait a minute. Zhang Xi turned around and saw Li Quaning rushing up at a trot and saying flatteringly, well, brother Zhang, get in the car. You're very tired. Zhang Xi was stunned for a moment, then asked coldly, why are you here? Li Quaning couldn't say that she followed him secretly, so she just heard him say, well, I was just passing by, just passing by. Brother Zhang is really a god. Okay, okay. Zhang Xi waved his hand to interrupt his meaningless nonsense, since you saw it, I won't say anything else. However, I only have one request. Li Chuanding regained his energy and asked, tell me, brother Zhang. I don't want others to know about this, so I hope you keep it secret. If you can't do it, then I can help you do it. When he said this, there was a murderous look in Zhang Xi's eyes. Li Quaning shuddered in fright and said hurriedly, don't worry, I will definitely not say it, I will never say it. Well, this is best. Zhang Xi nodded with satisfaction, then, let's go. Hey, okay. The two got in the car and rushed to Chen's house. At this time, all the guests of the Chen family have been invited away by Chen Haiming. Since they already know who the killer is, there is no need to trap them. Moreover, family scandals should not be publicized. The fewer people know about this matter, the better. Chen Haiming imprisoned Uncle Li with his own hands. Uncle Li did not show anything, and his expression was very calm, as if he would not obey until death. Chen Haiming took Zhang Xi's hand and said touchedly, "Thank you so much, Xiao Zhang, you are really my savior." Zhang Xi said with a smile, "You're welcome, Mr. Chen, it's just a little effort." After a pause, Zhang Xi continued, "We have to hurry up and get him to reveal who is behind the scenes. Moreover, he has been with you for so many years, so he is not necessarily the only one with evil intentions, so does he have any accomplices? You have to ask as soon as possible." Acting decisively, he immediately saw the problem. Is this really a fledgling boy? This looks like an old fox. Chen Haiming shook his head and said, "Well, I know what you are talking about is the problem, but if you look at him like this, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, maybe you can say that? If lynching is used, then It doesn't matter, just leave it to me." Zhang Xi said, patting his chest. Widow Sister's fragments have come in handy again. Widow Sister is quite good at interrogation. Even Loki has been fooled by Widow Sister. Although Zhang Xi has not yet obtained the true biography, but against an Uncle Li, it is still very simple. Okay. Chen Haiming nodded, "Then, I'll leave it to you." Perhaps it has become a habit. Chen Haiming has become somewhat dependent on Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. The best time for interrogation is when a person is first arrested. If he could break through his psychological defense at this time, he would know everything and say everything." However, Zhang Xi does not intend to do this. Uncle Li should also be an agent trained by the mastermind behind the scenes. He has been able to endure for so many years, so it is not easy to win. So, he planned to take another approach. Inducing inquiry. Opening the door of the small black room, Zhang Xi slowly walked in. Uncle Li had recovered. He looked at Zhang Xi, sneered, and said, "I know what you are here for. I can't beat you, but don't even think about knowing anything from my mouth." "I won't say anything. I know." Zhang Xi nodded, then sat down. "I'm here because I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you." "Have a heart-to-heart talk?" Uncle Li sneered, "Stop doing this, you're here to interrogate me, right?" No, let's talk, let's talk." Zhang Xi said, "Actually, you can see that I am not an ordinary person, right? I have superpowers." Chapter 13 Induction Ask, the man behind the scenes. "Sure enough, I have guessed it a long time ago. But, do you think this is a gift? On the contrary, I think it is a curse." Zhang Xi said slowly, "No matter whether your ability is good or bad, you are an alien, so it's really tiring to hide my abilities, just like you, hiding yourself all the time." When he said this, Zhang Xi's expression was very lonely, as if it was true. Uncle Li looked at Zhang Xi and said nothing. "Hey, forget it, let's not mention it." Zhang Xi shrugged and said, "You should also know that my family background is average. I can't compare with you. I really have the feeling that a hero has no place to play. So, I hope you can help me become a successful person." Uncle Li said warily, "You want me to help you? Haha, are you fooling a ghost? I just caught you." "Yes, because I want to gain fame." Zhang Xi said, "However, Chen Haiming's performance just now made me very disappointed. I am the hero, but he didn't give me anything, but asked me to ask you, really they treat me like a beast. But you are different. If my guess is correct, you should have a big family behind you. How about we cooperate? I let you go and we go together. No one is afraid of death." Although Uncle Li was determined to die after being caught, things seem to be turning around now. Some people always think that they are not afraid of death and can face death calmly. However, when the hope of life comes, they realize that they are wrong. Uncle Lee gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. He made up his mind and said, "Okay, let me tell you, the Lee family is behind me. The head of the Lee family, Li Yang, asked me to come." Li Yang. Zhang Xi took a breath of cold air. This bastard is very ambitious. He actually dared to plot against the head of the Chen family. It is true that in terms of strength, the Chen family is not as good as the Li family, but for the 5 major families in the machinery city to plot against each other so blatantly, is this really too arrogant? Just listen to Uncle Lee continue to say, "I am Li Yang's distant cousin. I don't have much ability. I just know how to fight. He trained me to be an undercover agent of the Chen family. As you know, the Li family is engaged in metal manufacturing, but the Chen family there seemed to be signs of getting involved in this aspect recently, so he gave me an order to kill Chen Haiming." "I see. No wonder this flying knife can pierce my own skin. It should be made of super metal using the Li family's unique technology. As long as you are willing to let me out, I will recommend you to Li Yang. Believe me, the treatment the Li family will give you is definitely beyond your imagination." Zhang Xi chuckled and said, "Sorry, if you were from another family, maybe I would consider it. But you are from the Li family, so I can't do it." Uncle Lee was stunned. Before he could react, Zhang Xi continued, "Brother Chen, have you heard it? It's almost time to come out." The door was opened, and Chen Haiming was seen standing outside with a livid face. Uncle Lee's face turned green. "Damn it, what a cunning brat!" He glared at Zhang Xi, as the old saying goes, if looks could kill, Zhang Xi would probably be cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Zhang Xi stood up and said, "Okay, you can ask the rest. But brother, let me give you a suggestion. It's best to hold back this breath for now." Zhang Xi said it very euphemistically, but Chen Haiming knew what it meant. Now that their strength is not as good as that of the Li family, it is best not to fall out. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Zhang Xi nodded and continued, "Then I'll leave first and visit you another day." "Thank you, then I won't keep you. When I finish handling this matter, I will thank you very much." "You're welcome." After leaving the Chen family, Zhang Xi was wondering what to do next. Now that he has a very good relationship with Chen Haiming, he should not have to worry about funds. It seems that it is time to go to the Marvel world and ask Stark for some technology. Moreover, he also had a flying knife made of rare metal in his hand. In his impression, apart from vibranium, such hard metals were rare in the Marvel world. This might also be a new technology. Marvel world, Stark Tower. Wearing sunglasses, Zhang Xi raised his head and looked up at the slightly weird building in front of him. This is the base of the Avengers and represents the world's top technology. Well, it's better to keep a low profile. Zhang Xi muttered silently, and then walked in. "Hi, sir, who are you looking for?" a blonde girl asked. Zhang Xi smiled slightly and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Stark. Tony is not here, but he will be back in the evening." The girl said, "If you don't mind, let's have a cup of coffee nearby. By the way, are you?" "I am X, Mr. Stark knows me." Zhang Xi said. "Okay, Mr. X, I will inform him." It went smoother than expected, since Stark is hard to get an appointment with. Zhang Xi was drinking coffee in the living room while thinking about what to do next. I have to say that Stark really enjoys it. This coffee tastes really good. There should be no plot happening in the Marvel world now, and it is in a stable stage. Suddenly, the door of the reception room was opened. Zhang Xi looked up and couldn't help being stunned. When the visitor saw him, he was also stunned. The person who came was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. "X? Why are you here?" Rogers asked with some surprise. Oh, I'm here to see Mr. Stark. Zhang Xi said. What, Captain, are you okay too? Well, yes, but, who are you? Rogers asked with some vigilance. Rogers' attitude surprised Zhang Xi. The last time they met, he was polite. Why did he become so serious this time? I am X. Zhang Xi argued. Rogers stood up, looked at Zhang Xi, and said coldly, You are lying, you must be hiding some unknown secret. Hey, Captain! Zhang Xi said, What are you doing? I'm not your enemy. Yes, you did fight alongside us, but you have Thor's power and are unwilling to reveal your true identity. You are in danger. I have to be responsible for the safety of the masses. This is the spirit of the American team. Even if there is a little hidden danger, we must nip it in the bud. Rogers stood up, and Zhang Xi knew that he looked like he was about to take action. I didn't want to fight him, but it looked like I had no choice. I'm giving you a chance, will you tell me? Rogers asked. It's not that I didn't say it, Captain. Zhang Xi smiled bitterly, it's because I said it and you didn't believe it. Chapter 14 The Gap with Superheroes. Okay. Rogers nodded, then took a running start and kicked Zhang Xi. Captain America's fighting skills are also among the best in the Marvel world. With the blessing of the super soldier serum, his body can be said to be the pinnacle of mankind. The force of this kick was quite strong. Even though Zhang Xi was on guard, he was kicked away. After landing, Zhang Xi took several steps back and then knelt down on one knee. He just felt a breath holding in his chest, which was very uncomfortable. Rogers flexed his muscles and said, I could spend all day with you. Yes, I know, I know. Hearing this sentence, Zhang Xi felt a little helpless. This is a classic line from the American team. In this case, Zhang Xi does not intend to sit still and wait for death. I saw thunder and lightning flashing in his hand, and he fired it towards Rogers. He is fast, Rogers is faster. Almost instantly, he picked up the shield, blocked it in front of his chest, blocked it, and then threw the shield fiercely. What a difficult guy! Zhang Xi muttered, dodged the shield, and then Rogers' fist came again. Yes, Zhang Xi is indeed very strong, but it also depends on who he is competing with. Whether it's strength, skill, or experience, he is far from Rogers. Crush! Zhang Xi was crushed by Rogers. After a while, his whole body was bruised and swollen. Sorry, man, I was a little harsh. Rogers shook his head and said, but you have to tell me the truth. Facts, what should I say? Just when Zhang Xi was helpless, suddenly, the door was opened again. This time it was Tony Stark who walked in. Stark was seen wearing a pair of sunglasses, looking at the two of them and saying, Hey man, this is not a place for you to fight. Tony. Rogers said, there's probably something wrong with this guy. Stark shrugged, walked to Zhang Xi, helped him up, and said at the same time, if you have any questions, sit down and talk properly. Oh, Captain, your fists are so hard, look at how hard you can beat this guy, so miserable. Now is not the time for joking, Okay, Captain. Stark said, Loki's incident has sounded the alarm for us. Someone is eyeing the Earth. No matter who he is on our side now. Why don't you do this? Okay. Rogers thought so, but he always felt that being with an unknown person was very dangerous, so even though he had an affinity for this person, he still took action. It's okay, I'm going back first. After saying that, Rogers turned and left. Stark patted Zhang Xi on the shoulder and said in his unique tone, Man, don't take it to heart. After all, you are an old man who is almost 100 years old, and your thinking is relatively conservative. Zhang Xi smiled bitterly and said nothing. He didn't hold any grudge against Rogers in his heart. He took action because he was responsible for the country and the people, not out of malice. Moreover, he didn't gain anything from being beaten this time. At least he picked up a few more fragments of Captain America's serum, which further enhanced his strength. "Man, come on, sit down." Stark asked Zhang Xi to sit down, and asked at the same time, "What do you want from me?" Zhang Xi originally wanted to get straight to the point and explain his purpose, but after what happened to Rogers just now, he didn't dare to mess around. He has always regarded the Marvel world as a place to improve his attributes. Although it is somewhat dangerous, it is not a danger that cannot be dealt with. Only now did Zhang Xi realize that he had to face not only danger, but also how difficult it was to integrate into the Avengers. Zhang Xi rolled his eyes, then took out the flying knife used by Uncle Lee for assassination from his arms and handed it to Stark. At the same time, he said, "The material of this flying knife is unusual. It is very hard. I can't figure it out. What is it? So I gave it to you and wanted you to help me take a look." Stark took the throwing knife and picked up the apple next to him. He peeled it and nodded, saying, "Well, it's pretty good. It's really sharp." Mr. Stark." Zhang Xi was petrified. I saw Stark shaking his hand while peeling, and then a voice rang out. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Jarvis, help me analyze the material of this knife." "Okay, boss." Jarvis, Stark's artificial intelligence system, comes with any function you can think of. As long as you want it, as long as you ask, he can help you complete it. It is really amazing. A ray of red light was seen shining from Stark's bracelet onto the flying knife. The speed of light movement is very slow, which is analyzing the material of the flying knife. About half a minute later, Jarvis's voice rang. "Boss, the material of the flying knife is mainly iron, and some other unknown alloys are mixed in it. It is not vibranium, not titanium. It has high hardness and good malleability. Although it is not as powerful as vibranium, it is still very good. Even replace your steel suit." "Is it so powerful?" Tony was shocked. He quickly picked up the throwing knife and looked at it for a while. Zhang Xi did not expect this result. Looking at Tony's obsessed eyes, he was very happy. While he was happy, he also had a question in his heart. The technology in the Marvel world is quite advanced, at least countless times more advanced than in reality, and this metal has actually conquered geniuses like Stark. My God, what kind of metal is this? How could such powerful technology exist in reality? I just heard Stark say, "Okay, X, I'll take this thing and I'll study it carefully." "Well, please excuse me." Zhang Xi nodded, then stood up and said, "I'm leaving, I won't disturb you." "Are you leaving so soon?" "Let me guess, are you angry with the captain?" "No, I just said it, I can understand it. By the way, Thor and the others are not here, right?" "Well, he took Loki back to Asgard, and he hasn't come back yet." "Okay." After briefly understanding the situation here, Zhang Xi said goodbye like Tony. Before leaving, Tony gave him his own personal number, and he could be contacted directly through this number if anything happened. Zhang Xi gained a lot from this trip. He got the serum fragments of Captain America and made friends with Iron Man, which will be of great benefit to him in the future. Of course, there is another gain. He deeply realizes the gap between himself and these superheroes, which also strengthens his determination to become stronger. After rubbing her sore nose, Zhang Xi returned home. As soon as he got home, he received a call from Chen Suiyu. "Hey, brother Zhang Xi, why did you leave so suddenly? You didn't even finish my birthday party." Chen Suiyu said angrily. Chapter 15, Bastard, Li Kuaning. Zhang Xi covered his forehead helplessly and said, "I'm sorry, I have something to do temporarily, so I don't spend more time with you." "Pull it down, the guests are gone, the killers are here, what kind of banquet is there? Then, let's make up for it. Where is your home? I'll go find you. No, 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 Zhang Xi said hurriedly, let's make an appointment next time. We're not in a hurry anyway, right? Now I have a bruised nose and a swollen face, but I still meet again and again to see each other. Well, okay. Chen Suihu said with some disappointment, then you have to promise me not to lie to me. Haha, don't worry, I will never lie to anyone. Putting down the phone, Zhang Xi sighed. All he had to do next was wait. The flow of time in the Marvel world is the same as that in the real world. I believe that with Tony's ability, the results should not take more than a week. Zhang Xi's side is fine for the time being, but some people still can't swallow this breath. This person is Chen Feng. After the failure to kidnap Luo Ruimen, he learned the hard way and finally found the problem. The problem arises with Li Kuaning. Isn't this an obvious thing? If it weren't for taking care of Li Kuaning, then he wouldn't have so many worries in his heart. Although Zhang Xi is said to be powerful, how many nails can he crush even if he is covered in iron? What happened that day was really frustrating, really frustrating. Chen Feng wanted to take revenge. No matter what, he had to deal with Zhang Xi well. Brother Feng. Chen Feng and others gathered together, and Chen Feng's younger brother said, Mr. Li Yang has no intention of continuing. Do we really want to continue? Nonsense, can I bear this tone? Chen Feng stood up and said angrily, who is he, worthy of jumping around in front of me? No matter what, I must take this tone, otherwise I, Chen Feng, can't stand it. Just write it backwards. In this case, I have a way. The younger brother rolled his eyes, then moved closer to Chen Feng and said softly, look, brother Feng, that Zhang Xi is somewhat capable. Let's go head-to-head with him and win. There will be losses, so let's take advantage of the situation and find someone to help us take the lead. Looking for someone to take the lead. Chen Feng was stunned and couldn't help but ask, who can take the lead for us? Haha, of course he is the son of the Li family, Li Chuanning. Damn! After hearing this, Chen Feng jumped up. Are you crazy? You actually dare to take advantage of the young master of the Li family? You are seeking death. Hey, brother Feng, you are wrong about this. I don't want to use him, but I want to take advantage of his hatred. The younger brother said with a smile, don't forget, last time, Zhang Xi took Li Xiao, he was also provoked. Who is young master Li? He is the young master of the Li family, and he is not someone to be trifled with. If you can just poke him a little bit, young master Li will probably explode, so. The younger brother hasn't said anything yet. After that, Chen Feng understood what he should do next. He smiled and nodded, saying, well, you are quite smart, haha. This is indeed a good idea. Of course, it was a good idea before but not now. In the end, Chen Feng adopted his younger brother's suggestion. He went directly to Li Kuaning and told Li Kuaning about the matter. After listening to Chen Feng's words, Li Kuaning remained silent. Chen Feng thought there was something going on, so he fanned the flames and said, Master Li, do you think we should take this tone? Don't worry, as long as you nod, I promise to be the vanguard and beat this guy Zhang Xi to pieces. Haha, it's just you. Li Kuaning looked at Chen Feng and said coldly, do you have the strength? Of course I don't, but Mr. Li, you do. I believe that as long as you take action, this will definitely. That's enough. Li Kuaning roared angrily, if you dare to trouble Zhang Xi, I'll kill you. Chen Feng was stunned. He looked at Li Kuaning, swallowed, and said incredulously, no, Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? What else can it mean? It means literally. Li Kuaning said angrily, there is no enmity between us. Zhang Xi is my eldest brother. If you dare to trouble him, I tell you, be careful. Break your legs. Okay, Chen Feng was really dumbfounded. When they met last time, Li Kuaning clearly said that he had a grudge against Zhang Xi, and Chen Feng saw how the Maserati was broken into pieces. How come there is no grudge this time? But, Mr. Li, what are you doing? Get out of here! Li Kuaning said angrily, get out of here, and I'm telling you, unless you think your life is too long, don't mess with Zhang Xi. Otherwise, you won't know how to die. Yes, do you know? Chen Feng didn't know why Li Kuaning did this, but at this moment, besides being aggrieved, there was no other emotion in his heart. Okay, I originally wanted to ask him to stand up for me, but now it's better. The two of them are wearing the same pair of pants. Where can I reason with him? Okay, there's nothing else, right? If there's nothing else, just get out. Li Kuaning waved her hand and said. Chen Feng dared not speak out in anger, so he turned around and left. After Chen Feng left, Li Kuaning's younger brother came forward and said, Master Li, I have bought all the things you asked me to prepare. When will you bring them over? As soon as possible, the sooner the better. You guys, forget it, I'll go by myself. Li Kuaning got up and walked out, and then said to the younger brother, put all these things in my car, do you hear me? Yes, Mr. Li. Through the Li family's resources, it is easy to find Zhang Xi's home. Soon he came to the downstairs of Zhang Xi's house, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the door. Zhang Xi was sleeping. When he heard a knock on the door, he sat up from the bed, rubbed his eyes and asked, who is it? It's me, brother Zhang. Li Kuaning said flatteringly, I'm here to give you something. Send something. Zhang Xi muttered. But still got up and opened the door. I saw Li Kuaning standing at the door, holding a lot of things in big and small bags in his hands. Food, drink, clothing, supplies, everything is available. Zhang Xi was immediately stunned. His eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, You, what are you doing? I don't want these things, I don't lack anything. Li Kuaning said with a smile, Brother Zhang, I want to move in with you. Can you teach me? I also want to be as powerful as you. After hearing this, Zhang Xi almost lost his temper. Well, he always thought that these things were given to him by Li Kuaning, but he didn't expect that they were used by himself. This was somewhat embarrassing. Li Kuaning then said, Of course, Brother Zhang, you can have these things if you want them. From now on, as long as you are willing to teach me, I will be your bitch. Chapter 16, Civil Strife in the Li Family. Li Kuaning's words were so straightforward that she immediately stunned Zhang Xi. Well, this word is used really well. Zhang Xi said slowly, I'm sorry, I won't teach you. No, Brother Zhang, why? Li Kuaning asked with wide eyes, Brother Zhang, we did have some misunderstandings before, but I know I was wrong. If you are still angry, you can hit me, how about scolding me? As long as you are willing to teach me, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Xi had no way to teach Li Kuaning the fragment collection system, but Zhang Xi learned a lot of training methods through the fragments. With a little training, Li Kuaning could become very powerful, but Zhang Xi didn't want to do that. No, the reason why I don't teach you is not because of the grudge between you and me, but because you are not good at it. Zhang Xi said, You have been a playboy from the beginning to the end, and this has never changed. If I teach you Kung Fu, it will not do any good to this society, and it will also cause big trouble, do you know? This is what Zhang Xi is most worried about. Oh, so that's it. Li Kuaning chuckled and said, Brother, you are worrying too much about this. This is not a problem at all. I can just change it, hee. Change. Zhang Xi said with a smile, the hardest thing for people to change is their habits. You have been used to the life of an arrogant and rich man. It is too difficult for you to change. It doesn't matter, just watch my actions. If you think I'm not good, then don't teach me. If you think I'm good, just teach me 2 moves. How about that, brother Zhang? Is that okay? As the saying goes, a prodigal son never pays for his return, and Li Kuaning's ability to say such words proves that he is truly determined to change his ways. Zhang Xi thought about it carefully and realized that this was not bad. He nodded and said, "Okay, since you said so, I will promise you and see how you perform. But you have to remember, if what you say is different from what you do, I will teach you a lesson. Do you know yours?" Hearing this, Li Kuaning jumped up and down with excitement, only to hear him say, "Okay, okay, I know. Don't worry, I will definitely do it well." In this way, Li Kuaning and Zhang Xi lived together. Originally, he wanted to buy Zhang Xi a villa and a car, but Zhang Xi refused. No reward for no merit, this gift is really too big, and besides, he hopes to get what he wants through his own efforts. Zhang Xi was waiting for the progress of Tony Stark. Every day was quite pleasant. But Chen Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He felt like he was holding a fire in his heart that he couldn't spit out or swallow. Originally he was counting on Li Kuaning to help him vent his anger, but now it's better. Li Kuaning has become Zhang Xi's lackey, and he can only rely on another person. The head of the Li family, Li Yang. It is said that the Li family is the most special of the 5 major families in Machinery City. Generally speaking, the head of the family is the most powerful person in the family, but this is an exception in the Li family. Li Yang's power is not that great, and most of it is in the hands of other side branches. This is related to Li Yang's ability. Just tell me, what can a person who obtains other people's blueprints through kidnapping achieve? But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. He is a member of the Li family after all. Chen Feng doesn't believe it. Zhang Xi can't cure him even if he is so small? Thinking of this, Chen Feng went to find Li Yang. Li Yang has also been quite angry recently. As the head of the Li family, he actually went to snatch the technical drawings of a small person. "Okay, just go and go, the key has not yet been obtained, this is not a shame, this is simply a shame. Mr. Li." The secretary walked in, looked at Li Yang, and said, "Mr. Li, there is a man named Chen Feng outside who wants to see you." He. Li Yang sighed and said, "Let him come in." "Yes, Mr. Li." After a while, Chen Feng walked in. The moment he saw Li Yang, he felt like he was seeing a relative, and he knelt on the ground, crying profusely with runny nose and tears. Li Yang was upset by his crying and said sternly, "Okay, stop crying. Is something okay? If nothing happens, get out of here. Uncle Li, you have to make the decision for me." Chen Feng told Li Yang exactly what happened. Li Yang was originally in a bad mood, but now he felt angry when he heard that Li Kuaning and Zhang Xi were wearing the same pair of pants. "You mean, Li Chuanning has become Zhang Xi's lackey?" Li Yang stood up and yelled angrily, "What the hell, a member of my noble Li family actually does such a thing? Yes, I can't be angry, but what can I do? I can only ask Uncle Li to make the decision for me." Li Yang said to his secretary, "Call all our security guards, go to Zhang Xi's residence and kill him." The secretary was shocked and said, "Mr. Li, where is the young master still? I don't care, you are so spineless, you deserve to die." Li Yang said angrily. Seeing that Li Yang was angry, the secretary didn't dare to say anything and went out to do what Li Yang wanted. The goal has been achieved, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh, but he was not happy for long. Li Yang suddenly looked at him and said, "Chen Feng, since I am a stranger, can your people give me a head start?" This was beyond Chen Feng's expectation. He only heard him say, "But, Uncle Li, my people's combat effectiveness is very low." "It doesn't matter, as long as you can be a human being." Li Yang is impulsive, but he is definitely not stupid. It would be a waste not to use the ready-made cannon fodder. It is time for Chen Feng to realize his value. Zhang Xi didn't know yet that a fierce battle was coming. At this time, the Marvel world. Stark is wearing sunglasses and studying the piece of metal in the laboratory. Pepper came in, looked at Tony, and couldn't help but said, "Tony, take a rest." "Hey, come here and take a look," Stark said excitedly when he saw Pepper. "That X brings technology that I haven't seen before." "Jarvis." "Yes, boss." A molecular formula appeared in front of them. Pepper didn't understand much about it, so she just stared at it blankly. Just listen to Stark say, "This metal is iron, but among the molecules of the iron element, there are some other elements mixed in. It is precisely because of the existence of this element that ordinary iron becomes indestructible, and its hardness is second only to Eugenjin is really amazing." "Really? So, you want to use this to make a new suit?" Little Pepper asked. No, I don't have this idea yet, Before Tony could finish speaking, Pepper Potts said, "Tony, don't you think you have too many suits?" "Well, honey, I'm protecting the safety of the Earth, and I'm also protecting our safety," Tony said. "Well, okay," Little Pepper said, "I accept this reason, but can you give me a time, when can we live a normal life?" Chapter 17 Show Your Power. "Well, at least the Earth must be completely safe." Tony was silent for a while and said, "We also know about Loki's incident. The protection on the Earth is completely insufficient, and now such a mysterious person has appeared again, so, I hope add strengthen the security force of the Earth." "Oh, okay." Pepper shrugged, then turned and left. Looking at Pepper's back, Tony sighed. Because of Zhang Xi's intervention, the plot of the Marvel world has undergone some changes. Both the abilities of the superheroes and their ideas have changed to some extent, but the only thing that has not changed is their character. Tony Stark, this once self-centered businessman, learned dedication after battle. But in front of others, he was always smiling, as if he was still the carefree playboy, but he kept many things in his heart. "Okay." Tony clapped his hands and continued working. Although he also had doubts about Zhang Xi's identity, his approach was different from Roger's. He wanted to draw him over, that's all. Real world. Zhang Xi was lying on the bed, and Li Yangan was waiting on him. The two have been living together for a while, and Zhang Xi found that this guy has really changed. At least, he is not as annoying as before. At this time, the killer sent by Li Yang had already approached Zhang Xi's house. Zhang Xi, who was lying on the bed leisurely, felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and carefully explored every move around him. "Brother Zhang, come on, let's soak your feet and relax." Li Kuaning came in with a basin of foot-washing water and wanted to wash Zhang Xi's feet. "Wait a moment, something happens," Zhang Xi said softly, then walked over and pressed Li Kuaning on the seat. Li Kuaning was shocked. Just when she was about to look out the window, Zhang Xi growled, "Don't move, I want to die." Li Kuaning panicked. After all, he was a rich man and had never seen this kind of world. Even just looking at Zhang Xi's expression made him feel a little weak. Not knowing how many people came outside, Zhang Xi first checked his own dashboard to estimate his chances of winning. Diddy, Character Panel. Host, Zhang Xi. 3 dimensions, Strength 42, Speed 39, Endurance 59. Skills, Thunder Power 24%, Advanced Agent 100%, Missile 89%. Special Attributes, Star Core Hardness 0.15%, Captain America Evolution Serum 26%, Quake Will 15%, Alchemist, Steel, 8%. Zhang Xi nodded. His overall strength was still very good. This fragment of the Alchemist should have been obtained accidentally from Tony. With this attribute, it is no problem to deal with even dozens of people. I heard Zhang Xi say to Li Kuaning, hide under the bed and don't come out. Li Kuaning really wanted to fight side by side with Zhang Xi and leave a good impression on him, but the problem now was that he knew very well that fighting side by side was the same as giving away someone's head. He nodded and hid. Zhang Xi went to the door and waited quietly for the killer to come. The killer came to the door, then took out a piece of wire and gently unlocked it. Zhang Xi held the pot lid at home in his hand, which was his temporary weapon. There is no way, there is no gun or hammer. Instead of using weapons with low proficiency and no blessing, it is better to use a pot lid as a shield. Zhang Xi's home has a security door, but Li Yang's bodyguards are not vegetarians. Soon, their door was opened. I saw a dark figure walking in. With quick eyes and quick hands, Zhang Xi picked up the pot lid and slapped him hard on the head. This move was so powerful that as soon as the poor guy walked in, he was knocked unconscious by this blow. This pot lid also officially kicked off the battle. These bodyguards are all Li Yang's elite men, and their strength is on par with Uncle Li's. If Zhang Xi uses the fighting skills of an agent to fight them, it will be somewhat difficult, so he can only use his own strengths and advantages to fight against the opponent. The killer behind was shocked and took a step back. Zhang Xi did not miss this opportunity. Li Kuaning is in the house now, and if things go wrong, he will also be injured. Zhang Xi raised his left hand, unleashed the power of the God of Thunder, and hit one person. Then he threw the pot lid in his hand like a shield, hitting another person. The whole process was smooth and neat. Opposite Zhang Xi's room, Chen Feng and Li Yang were observing every move here. Li Yang's face didn't look good because he hadn't contacted Uncle Li for several days. It seemed that he had been caught by Chen Haiming. And he also heard that Zhang Xi had gone to a party at the Chen family, so there was a high probability that Zhang Xi would have discovered and caught him. This person must be killed at all costs, but not now. Li Yang said fiercely, then, Li Kuaning will also die here. It was Zhang Xi who took him as a hostage and then broke up with him. Do you understand? After listening to Li Yang's words, Chen Feng trembled directly. So that's it. On the surface, Li Yang came to kill Zhang Xi, but in fact, he came for Li Kuaning. As soon as Li Kuaning dies, the most powerful branch of the Li family will start a war with Zhang Xi. Because Zhang Xi and Chen Haiming have a good relationship, the Chen family will definitely intervene. At that time, he can be the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind, and sit back and relax. The prophet of the fisherman. What a cunning old fox who can even think of such a vicious plan. Chen Feng had a feeling that he was conspiring against a tiger, but now he had to take action. He had no way out and could only go to the dark side. On Zhang Xi's side, the more he fought, the more he realized something was wrong. It stands to reason that the other party's purpose he should be the target. He tried his best to lure these killers out of his house, but these killers were all trying to break into his house as if they were shot. Although Zhang Xi is not that poor, the other party will definitely look down upon her family's small amount of money. In this case, there is only one explanation. That is, the killer's target is not only themselves, but also Li Kuaning. Damn it! Zhang Xi cursed secretly. His mind was spinning very fast. In just a moment, he understood why the other party did this. If the young master of the Li family died in his own home, then the Li family would definitely seek revenge on him. Who are these killers? It shouldn't be the Li family, could it be Chen Feng? There was no time to think so much. Zhang Xi's eyes narrowed and he took out another weapon, a slingshot. The talent of perfect bullets is not only found in guns, but also in long-range weapons. This attribute can be used. This ability comes from Hawkeye Barton. You must know that Barton, as an ordinary person, can have a place in the Avengers, completely relying on his skills of hitting the target with perfect accuracy. And Zhang Xi now also has this ability. Zhang Xi took out a small steel ball from his pocket, put it on the slingshot, and quickly aimed at the killer in front of him. At the same time, he attached his thunder power to the projectile. This is Zhang Xi's advantage. He has multiple superpowers, and he can freely combine these superpowers according to specific situations to maximize his power. Go to hell! Zhang Xi roared angrily, then let go of his hand, and the projectile flew towards the killer in front of him. Chapter 18, Go straight to Huanglong. After the projectiles are attached to lightning, the destructive power becomes extremely terrifying. I saw a projectile flashing with blue light, hitting a killer directly in the chest. The killer felt as if someone had punched him in the chest, and an indescribable pain hit his face. He let out a strange cry and lay straight on his back, his hands and feet still twitching involuntarily. Holy shit! The killers couldn't help but burst out, and at the same time they were quite panicked. What the hell is this? Could it be that this guy has a secret weapon? Zhang Xi was happy. It seemed that the combo skills were indeed effective. I saw him holding a slingshot, aiming constantly, and firing his own projectiles at the same time. With the power of thunder and perfect shots, Zhang Xi can be said to have made a killing. He deliberately controlled his power so that it wouldn't be fatal, but it would definitely immobilize them for a few hours. At this time, the killers realized why the last operation failed. This Zhang Xi is definitely not a simple character. Even though there are so many of them, in front of Zhang Xi, he is as fragile as a baby and has no room to fight back. This scene was completely seen by Li Yang and others opposite. Damn it! Li Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Is this guy still a human? Why is he so strong?" Chen Feng's face didn't look good either. He was the cause of the whole thing. If he hadn't wanted revenge, things wouldn't have developed into what they are now. If Li Yang really suffered too much loss, then I'm afraid his life would not be easy either. Although Li Yang didn't want to admit it, the facts were right in front of him. His men fell down one after another, seeing that this operation failed again. Li Yang raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then took out his cell phone. Withdrawn. After giving the retreat order, Li Yang turned around and left. Chen Feng wanted to follow him, but was slapped to the ground by Li Yang. "Mom, it's all you bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered such a big loss this time. Bastard. You have to find a place to vent your anger. If you can't beat Zhang Xi, how can you beat this guy?" Thinking that all his men had been dealt with, Li Yang became more and more angry. He kept twisting his waist and polishing Chen Feng's shoes. Chen Feng felt so aggrieved, but he had no choice but to be beaten. At the same time, he was filled with regret. I have really eaten enough to support myself, so I can just take this loss if I have to suffer a bigger loss. After dealing with the last person, Zhang Xi wiped the sweat from his head. He looked at the killers lying on the ground and said loudly, "Come out, Chuan Ning, it's okay." After hearing this, Li Kuaning, who was shivering under the bed, crawled out. Seeing him like this, Zhang Xi was angry and funny. What? Just now, he vowed to learn Kung Fu from him and then eliminate violence. With such courage, he was too far off. But he can also understand that, after all, he is a pampered rich man, and change needs to come slowly, bit by bit. Li Kuaning walked out of the room tremblingly. He lowered his head and glanced at these killers, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This. Zhang Xi frowned and asked, "What, do we know each other?" "Of course I know each other." Li Kuaning said with some surprise, "These guys are all bodyguards of my Li family." Bodyguards around Li Yang. After hearing this, Zhang Xi suddenly realized. It turned out to be like this. He didn't know who the person who came to assassinate him was, but when he said it was the Li family, he could understand. Indeed, there are only a few people who have grudges against me. Li Yang, this old fox, is really disgusting. But what he didn't understand was, why did Li Yang kill Li Kuaning? Zhang Xi asked, let me ask you, is there any conflict in your Li family? If others ask, does Li Kuaning, he could tell, but now that Zhang Xi asked, he didn't dare to hide it. So, he told Zhang Xi everything about the Li family. After listening to Li Kuaning's words, Zhang Xi nodded secretly. So that's it, it seems that Li Yang wants to borrow a knife for him to kill people. What an insidious guy. He rolled his eyes and thought about it. Although he said that he was not afraid of these killers, he could not guarantee that the people around him were not afraid. This was an opportunity, and he could take advantage of this opportunity to completely eliminate the threat of Li Yang. Chuan Ning, you should know who is the leader, right? Li Kuaning nodded, pointed to a person underground and said, that's him. Okay, take him with you and call the police. Let's go to your house. Zhang Xi said with a sneer. Go to my house. Can't you see that Li Yang wants to kill you and then frame me? Zhang Xi said, if there is such a traitor in your family, shouldn't you deal with it? Li Kuaning really didn't expect this. Hearing Zhang Xi's words, he was furious. Let's go to my house. If this damn Li Yang dares to touch me, my father will definitely deal with him. Haha, okay. Zhang Xi said with a smile. It seems that it is time to end things with this Li Yang. As for Li Yang, he didn't know how long he had to play before he released some of the grievances in his heart. Looking at Chen Feng, who fainted on the ground, he didn't say anything, turned around and left. After returning to his home, he felt something was wrong within a few steps. The gate is open and there are many cars outside. Oops! Li Yang then remembered that Li Kuaning knew his bodyguard, and his whereabouts must have been exposed. Master, we... Before the bodyguard could finish speaking, Li Yang hurriedly said, quick, let's go. Haha, what, you want to leave now? 3 figures walked out of the door. Li Yang was very familiar with these 3 people. Li Kuaning and his father Li Ji, and Zhang Xi. Li Kuaning glared at Li Yang and said angrily, Uncle, you are my uncle, how dare you do such a thing? Li Ji said nothing, but his eyes were extremely cold. Yes, Li Kuaning is indeed Luodu who cannot be helped up, but he is also his son. What is the difference between attacking his son and slapping himself in the face? Zhang Xi stretched and said, okay, I won't get involved in your family affairs. You can handle it yourself. After saying that, he walked aside. However, his eyes were always on Li Yang to prevent him from escaping. Li Yang was an old fox after all, and he quickly realized what he said, second brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Yes, I sent people out, but I wanted to kill him, not my nephew. Blood is thicker than water, how could I do this? Fart. Li Kuaning said angrily, then why did you let your men rush into the house? Give me an explanation. Li Kuaning didn't show the slightest respect to his uncle, which showed how failed the family head was. Chapter 19 Zhang Xi's Intuition. Aning. Li Ji waved his hand and said, don't be rude, he is your uncle. But father, this uncle, almost killed me. Li Kuaning said excitedly. Li Ji looked at Li Yang, sighed, and said nothing. Zhang Xi looked at him and somewhat understood what he meant. She should be blaming herself. After all, we are all from the same mother. No one wants to see them end up like this. In fact, to be honest, he himself is also responsible. If he had saved enough face for Li Yang and given him more rights, this incident probably wouldn't have happened. But if he is given another chance, Li Ji will not regret it. The reason is very simple. Li Yang is a very scary, crazy, and extreme person. What's more serious is that in Li Yang's hands, there is another thing that he has not grasped. An extremely dangerous technology. Li Ji walked over slowly and said softly, brother, you shouldn't do this. Haha. Li Yang chuckled softly, I told you that all these are one-sided words of that boy Zhang Xi. He bewitched Ning, I just want him to wake up. Even now, you are still making excuses. Li Kuaning waved her hand and saw a person being carried out of the house. This guy was miserable. He didn't have any external injuries on his body, but his legs and feet were twitching involuntarily, and his pants were soaked. It looked like he was incontinent. This was the poor captain of the reporting team who was brought back. Li Kuaning asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, what is the purpose of your coming here? If you don't tell the truth, I'll give it to you again." Being hit by this projectile with the power of thunder and lightning, the feeling is no better than electrocution. After hearing this, he hurriedly said, I said, I will say anything. Let me tell you, it was our boss who asked us to assassinate Zhang Xi. He said, don't kill Zhang Xi first, just kill Zhang Xi, just cripple him, and then kill young master Li Kuaning, so that the blame can be put on Zhang Xi, and then nothing. What I said is all the truth. If I dare to complain even a little, I will be struck by lightning. After listening to his words, Li Ji's face did not change much. With just a wave of his hand, the servant took him out. There was no expression on Li Yang's face, but there was a touch of sadness deep in his eyes. Zhang Xi leaned against the wall, playing with his cell phone as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Plum Yang said calmly, Xiao Zhang, you and Ning can go out for a walk, things here have nothing to do with you. Okay. Zhang Xi closed the phone and said, let's go for a walk. But, brother Zhang. Okay, I'll teach you a few tricks. Although this Li Kuaning has changed a lot, he still has the temperament of a young master in his heart, and his facial features are not different in everything, so Zhang Xi can only say this, and he will follow him out obediently. Sure enough, after hearing this, Li Kuaning's eyes shone, and he said almost without hesitation, okay, brother Zhang, let's go out, you have to teach me some powerful moves. Oh, by the way, I think that dump the pot lid move is really cool. As long as you change the weapon, you'll look like Captain America. And your slingshot move, tisk tisk, it's awesome. Zhang Xi smiled without saying a word, pulled Li Kuaning and went out. After the two left, Li Ji stepped forward and helped Li Yang up. Li Yang was a little surprised, but he still said, what do you mean? You already know everything, you can kill or behead me. Li Ji helped Li Yang pat the dirt on his body and said, don't make us look like enemies. Aren't we brothers? Brother. Li Yang sneered, I am your eldest brother and the head of the Li family, but what did you give me? Tell me, what did you give me? Is this what a head of the family should do? Li Ji said calmly, I can't help it, you are too crazy, and you can't do whatever you want to do with some things, so, you just took away my real power. Li Yang roared, is this your reason? Since you want to take it away, why not take away the position of the head of the family as well? I know what you mean. You just want to leave a good name for yourself, do you think you are clean? You are just a hypocrite, you are a hypocrite. Li Ji waved his hand and asked his men to take him down. He felt that there was no need to talk too much nonsense with the other party. If possible, Li Ji really wants to get rid of Li Yang, but he can't do it now, because Li Yang still has a very powerful skill in his hand, so Li Ji can't touch him. It really makes him anxious. So this technology will be a disaster for the entire human race. Okay. Li Ji said, let's go and thank that little brother named Zhang Xi. At this time, in the open space behind the Li family villa. Hurry up, do it, don't you want to learn Kung Fu from me? Do it. Zhang Xi put his hands on his shoulders and looked at Li Kuaning hanging on the horizontal bar. Zhang Xi can teach Li Kuaning Kung Fu, but the foundation of all Kung Fu is based on physical fitness. Now Li Kuaning is no different from a fat man. Zhang Xi asked him to do pull-ups, but he couldn't do any pull-ups. Brother Zhang, Li Kuaning said with difficulty, "No, can we be accommodating, or let's change the exercise program? I really can't do this." "No." Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, "No matter what the moves are, strength is the most basic. The strength in the hands is the foundation of the basics. Therefore, you must exercise the strength in the hands." "But, There is no but." Zhang Xi stood up and said, "If you can't, go to the gym. What I teach you are moves, not your strength training." After saying that, Zhang Xi was ready to leave. "Hey, brother Zhang!" Li Ji came over and saw this scene, and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. "Xiao Zhang," Li Ji said. "Thank you very much for today." "Haha, no, it's just a little effort." Zhang Xi said with a smile, "Besides, this happened because of me, and this is what I should do." "Hey, don't say that. You are my son's savior, and at the same time, you are also my hero. Without you, I would not have been so successful." Not sure if it was an illusion, Li Ji smiled evilly, and Zhang Xi suddenly felt timid from his smile. Perhaps, this Li Ji is a more terrifying person. Zhang Xi reacted quickly and heard him say, "Okay, let's do this for now. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Let's talk next time." "Haha, then I won't keep you." After leaving Li Kuaning's home, Zhang Xi calmed down. For some reason, he felt that Li Ji was very dangerous. Chapter 20 Going back to Marvel, the dangerous mysterious metal. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about these messy things. Zhang Xi calculated the time and found that it was almost time. He believed that with Tony's strength, he should have thoroughly studied the flying knife. The time should be ripe to go now. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi went to the Marvel world. The location where Zhang Xi teleported this time was Stark Tower again. Because he was seizing the time, Zhang Xi walked in directly. "Hi, X." As soon as Zhang Xi entered, someone greeted him. Zhang Xi took a look and saw that it was the receptionist from before. "Hey, hello." Zhang Xi said politely, "I'm looking for Mr. Stark." The receptionist said, "Mr. Stark has given instructions that if you come to see him, you can go directly to his laboratory. Please come with me." "Thanks." Zhang Xi said something, and then walked over with the receptionist. On the way, he saw Pepper. Zhang Xi smiled and said hello. "Hi, hello." Pebo glanced at Zhang Xi with a cold expression. He didn't say anything and left directly. Zhang Xi has some surprised, I couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? I see she doesn't look very happy." The receptionist shrugged and said, "Our boss has been hiding in the laboratory every day recently, not knowing what she is studying, so she is not happy." "Oh, so that's it." Zhang Xi smiled and nodded, and then he suddenly froze because a very scary thing came to his mind. This plot is very familiar. Tony is obsessed with the research of iron armor and ignores his girlfriend's feelings. Isn't this the plot of Iron Man 3? Could it be said that the plot here has already entered Iron Man 3? As a die-hard Marvel fan, Zhang Xi has a good understanding of Marvel's timeline and plot. He can guess the node with just one detail. Damn it, at this time, that guy Killian will organize helicopters to attack Stark Tower. It's okay not to know. Now that he knows, Zhang Xi must stop all this. Not for anything else, because I am not a Marvel character and do not have the halo of the protagonist. Who knows if I will die here? While Zhang Xi was thinking wildly, a voice rang out. "Hey, it's not good to talk about the boss's privacy." Tony walked out with disheveled hair. "Well, don't blame him," I asked myself. Zhang Xi said. "Well, I know, it doesn't matter, I don't care." Stark said, "Follow me, I have something to say to you." Zhang Xi nodded, then followed Tony and walked over. The two came to Tony's laboratory, and Tony said, "Jarvis, show the drawings to the guests." "Okay, boss." Only a drawing was displayed, which was the design drawing of a set of steel armor. Tony held a cup of coffee and asked, "What do you think of this?" "I feel very satisfied." Zhang Xi asked with some confusion, "Well, I don't know much about this, but shouldn't you study that flying knife?" "Why, have you studied that flying knife thoroughly? Which flying knife material do you plan to use to make it?" "Battle armor." "No, I don't have this idea. I haven't had time to tell you this yet." Tony waved his hand, and then another picture was displayed. "Look, this is the molecular diagram of the flying knife metal. This metal has great side effects." "Side effect?" "Yes, there is no problem for the user, and it is easy to copy. Just cut off a piece and blend it into a piece of metal. The metal will have this characteristic. It is really a good thing." "Well, this is indeed very good, but where are the side effects?" Zhang Xi asked. "I don't know if it's a side effect, here it is." Stark took out a small cage from the side, and there were several white mice in the cage. "In order to test whether this metal is poisonous, I used mice for experiments." "Okay, I know you want to say that I am cruel, but you can't help it." Then, the problem arises. "What's the meaning?" "These mice have already reached estrus, but after I experimented with them, their estrus suddenly stopped." Tony said seriously. "Is there any connection?" "Yes, because it is just a fur experiment. In theory, this should not happen. Now I even suspect that these mice have no ability to reproduce, so, the hospital no longer needs to perform ligation surgery, contraception. The industry is in crisis." Although Tony said this with a smile, Zhang Xi discovered the seriousness of the problem. This metal is so easy to mass-produce, and the effect is so good, it seems to be intentional. But this side effect is too scary. If this is true, will people on Earth be unable to reproduce? The most important thing is that Zhang Xi has been stabbed by this knife before. Could it be that he has also? Thinking of this, Zhang Xi broke into a cold sweat. You must know that Zhang Xi is the only child in the family. If there is no daughter, the mother will really have to hang herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi hurriedly closed his eyes, and then recalled the scenes in some short movies in his mind, and at the same time said to himself, "Brother, help me, you are scaring me." The picture gradually became more profound, and Zhang Xi finally had some reaction, which made him relieved. "Hey, okay, it seems to have no effect on people. We can wait until we get back to do other tests." Tony turned his head and accidentally saw Zhang Xi. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Hey, brother, what are you thinking about?" "Ah, I'm fine." Zhang Xi quickly reacted and said with a smile. Although he was not discovered, he had a guilty conscience and was still very embarrassed when he was suddenly asked. "Oh, it's okay. What did you say just now?" "Well, the problem with this metal is that it may have these side effects, so I don't dare to use it as a armor. So, it seems that my choice is correct." He had long known that this metal was unusual, and asking Tony to study it was definitely the right choice. "Okay, let's not talk about this, Tony." Zhang Xi said hurriedly, You have to protect yourself quickly. There may be helicopters bombing you at any time these days. You must be careful." Zhang Xi's conversation changed so quickly that Tony didn't react. He was stunned for a while, and then said with a smile, "Hey, what are you talking about? Are you dreaming?" "No, I'm not joking, I'm serious." Zhang Xi said seriously, "Do you remember that before this, there was a man named Killian?" "Killian?" Tony was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and said, "No impression." "Of course you have no impression, because he is just a small person. Forget it, you will remember it. In short, it is prevention now. Take air defense quickly." Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Xi's reminder was spot on, but now, it's too late. Chapter 21 Iron Man 3. You are really ridiculous. Tony said with a smile, you are also too unrealistic. How can I believe it? Zhang Xi continued, there is something called the desperate virus, and this is his trump card. If you don't control it, then I can tell you that Pibo will be in danger. Tony didn't care what anyone said, but when he mentioned Pibo, Tony's expression became serious. Zhang Xi continued, even if you don't believe it, you must at least put on the armor, otherwise it will be too dangerous. No, please explain to me first, what exactly is this? There's nothing more to say, go quickly. Before Zhang Xi finished speaking, suddenly, a black shadow passed over the top floor of Stark Tower, followed closely by a deafening explosion. The whole building was shaken and almost fell down. Tony was a little confused, but after all, he had experienced many battles, and he quickly reacted. Just listen to Zhang Xi say, quickly put on the armor. Well, you're right. Tony nodded, then turned around and waved his hand. A red beam of light was launched from his hand, and then the parts of the armor flew to Tony's body one by one. Are you already familiar with this way of dressing? It was too long for him to remember. Tony handsomely put on the armor piece by piece, and he was about to finish wearing it. Then, when he was putting on the last piece, he smashed it. Okay, it's a bit embarrassing, but in this timeline, it should be possible to wear it like this, right? Zhang Xi realized that due to his intervention, the timeline of the Marvel world has now undergone some changes. It's really hard to say whether Iron Man will die. Okay, if that's the case, then you really have to stand up. What Tony means to the Avengers, I believe everyone who has watched Avengers 4 will have the impression that he is his biological father. Zhang Xi ran over, then picked up Tony and ran outside. Tony's head was a little confused, but he still couldn't help but joked, brother, your posture can easily cause misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding! Zhang Xi said angrily, have you listened to me earlier? Oh, you're right. Zhang Xi didn't have time to argue with him. At this time, his attention was highly focused. Hawkeye's agent fragments gave him a great help at this time. No movement around him could escape his eyes. What's happening now is somewhat different from the plot, and Zhang Xi can't control that much anymore. Forget it, just take on what comes, and adapt to circumstances. Zhang Xi dodged left and right, and Tony also summoned his steel armor again at this time. Finally, there was no accident this time, and the steel armor was finally put on. Tony, who put on the armor, gave Zhang Xi a bracelet and said at the same time, here, summon an armor and help me save people together. Tony's actions surprised Zhang Xi. Although Tony has many armors, he actually rarely gives them to others. At this time, he gave them to Zhang Xi, which shows that he has complete trust in Zhang Xi. This attack is more serious than in the plot, and Stark Tower is already crumbling. Zhang Xi didn't hesitate, he quickly put on the bracelet and activated the combined mode. In addition to being excited, he shouted something in a very polite way. Iron Man armor, combined. Okay, let's join in the fun. Countless pieces of armor flew towards Zhang Xi quickly. At the moment of joining together, Zhang Xi felt like he had been reborn, and artificial intelligence also sounded at the same time. Hello, Mr. X, do you want me to introduce the functions to you? Although I really want to hear it, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Come on. Zhang Xi stretched his muscles and then flew out directly. By absorbing the fragments of Iron Man, he can still control this suit. I saw Zhang Xi and Tony walking through the crowd, constantly rescuing people, and at the same time, they were always careful not to let the Stark Tower collapse. Zhang Xi said to Tony, Mr. Stark, please wait here for a while. I'll go out and take a look. Don't let helicopters attack you again. Man, it's a little dangerous what you're doing. Tony said. It doesn't matter, I can handle it. After saying that, Zhang Xi ignored Tony and flew out of the window. The feeling of soaring in the sky wearing a steel suit is really wonderful. Zhang Xi soared in the sky and felt like he could fight 10. Did he absorb the alchemist fragments? Did he pick up the steel fragments? The system prompted frantically, and Zhang Xi knew that his strength was getting stronger and stronger. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Zhang Xi will not look for it with his eyes stupidly. He only hears him ask, Jarvis, please tell me where the helicopter is. There are 2 helicopters at 3 o'clock. Regarding Jarvis's feedback, Zhang Xi trusted him 100% and saw him fly over directly. Sure enough, before chasing him far, 2 helicopters appeared in front of him. Zhang Xi also forgot what mark number armor he was wearing, but it didn't matter. I saw him raise his hand aiming at the 2 helicopters, they were about to open fire. No. Jarvis promptly reminded, Miss Pepper is on the plane. Zhang Xi was surprised. Oh my god, Pibo was actually on the plane. When was she taken away? Is there this section? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Xi's mind. The script seemed to be meaningless. Well, in that case, he could only adapt to circumstances. Zhang Xi stopped. He was no longer pursuing, but just watched the 2 helicopters leave. As long as they don't come and cause trouble, there will be no problem. After they left, Zhang Xi returned to Stark Tower. At this time, Tony had almost handled the matter, the personnel had been evacuated, and the building was being repaired. The efficiency is really quite high. Seeing that Zhang Xi was back, Tony rushed forward and lifted Zhang Xi up. Hey, man! Calm down! Zhang Xi said. Tony asked coldly, how do you know all this? Who are you? Tell me, where did Pibo go? What is the extremis virus? Tony actually didn't mean anything malicious when he asked this, but because Pibo was missing, he was very anxious, so he did this. Put me down first, and I'll tell you slowly. Tony took a deep breath and then put Zhang Xi down. Just listen to Zhang Xi say, it's the same thing. Even if I tell you who I am and how I know these things, you won't believe it, so let's ignore this question. Let's just tell you something else. Pibo was probably taken away by Killian. Killian will use her to blackmail you, and he will also inject her with the extremis virus. You can understand this extremis virus as something that can set people on fire after being injected. It can greatly improve a person's combat effectiveness. Are you saying that this guy Killian also has this ability? Yes, Killian will be your enemy this time. Chapter 22, Battle against Killian. After listening to Zhang Xi's words, Tony fell into deep thought. After about 5 minutes, he nodded. Well, I remembered that Killian was the one who wanted to see me, but I didn't go. Is that right? Yes, that's him. Zhang Xi said, actually, all this is also your fault. If you weren't so arrogant at the time, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. But you don't have to blame yourself too much. Who hasn't? When you are young and frivolous, right? Zhang Xi comforted. Things have already happened, and it's useless to talk about it now. Tony stretched his muscles and then asked, what should we do next? Tony is not a person without opinions. As a hardcore Avenger, his strength is beyond doubt and he has saved the Earth from danger many times. The reason why Zhang Xi was asked what to do was not because he wanted to escape, but precisely because he was smart. Zhang Xi is his resource. This person seems to know everything about his world. If he can lie down, who is willing to risk his life? Zhang Xi thought for a while. Now the plot of the Marvel world has changed. Some details may not develop in the direction he knew, but the general direction should not change. In the end, Killian will definitely seek revenge from Tony. Just listen to Zhang Xi say, what can I do? Just wait, Jillian will deliver it to his door. Okay, that's an idea, but what about Pepper? Tony asked, now he's been kidnapped. Don't worry, Jillian's target is you, not Peebo, and Peebo will be the key to your victory. We just need to wait. Of course there are many details in the middle, but Zhang Xi has ignored it. The more you do, the greater the variables may be, so let's just go to the end. Tony didn't quite agree with Zhang Xi's suggestion, but there was no good way now, and Zhang Xi's performance was really great, so he agreed to this method. Oh, by the way, Zhang Xi said, we need to prepare more armors next, because in this battle, armors are consumables. You must have more of them, otherwise you won't be able to defeat him. Okay, I get it. Tony nodded. Jarvis, fix Stark Tower. Yes, boss. At this time, in a secret laboratory, Peebo was tied to the chair. She was still unconscious at this time. Jillian came over and sat down in front of her. Then he reached out his hand and patted Peebo's face gently. Peebo slowly opened her eyes, saw Killian, and couldn't help but asked nervously, who are you? What are you going to do? What are you doing? Killian laughed ferociously and said, I am Killian, a little person who was once looked down upon by Stark. I regard him as my idol, but he doesn't even give me the most basic respect. If he thinks he is a successful person, can he ignore everything? Hey! Perhaps because he was too excited, when Killian said this, his body radiated a huge amount of heat, and his body also changed from flesh color to orange-eared. Because the distance was too close, Peebo felt the heat and felt very uncomfortable. I won't kill him so easily, I will make him lose everything and then die in pain, ha ha ha. Killian smiled wildly, and Peebo gritted her teeth and said, you, crazy person. Madman? You were the one who forced me to come out. Killian retracted his laughter, then looked at Peebo, and suddenly grabbed her chin. Well, I suddenly had a better idea. What if I transform you? What would happen to Stark if he became someone like me? I think he will be very happy, right? Ha ha ha, that's really exciting. No, what are you going to do? Peebo resisted fiercely, but the locks on her body were too strong. No matter how fiercely she resisted, it was of no avail. Killian stood up, then waved his hand and said, inject that into her, haha. The assistant next to him nodded, and then slowly walked towards Peebo. At this time, Stark Tower. Tony is researching a new armor. Because Zhang Xi said that the extremis virus will produce high temperatures, he is trying to find a way to make the armor more resistant to high temperatures. Zhang Xi was quite leisurely. He only heard him say, Mr. Stark, there is no point in what you are doing. No matter what the material is, there is no way to resist the extremis virus. Tony ignored Zhang Xi. While doing the experiment, he said, you'd better not lie to me, otherwise I won't let you go. Of course I didn't lie to you, I was counting on you to help me. Zhang Xi stood up and said seriously, we agreed in advance that as long as I help you solve this difficulty, you will give me a few. Don't break your promise regarding your skills. Don't worry, I will do what I say. Zhang Xi and Tony are intensively studying the steel armor, and Killian is also preparing to launch a final attack on Tony. Of course, part of the middle still follows the plot, but it is insignificant and does not need to be described too much. Tony and Zhang Xi are now on the top floor of Stark Tower. Both of them are wearing steel armors, waiting for Killian's arrival. Are you ready, buddy? To be honest, I feel that fighting side by side with you has a better understanding than with Rhodes. Stark said. No matter what time, Tony is always so relaxed. He will store all the tension in his heart and will not show it easily. Of course, there are times when he cannot control himself. For example, in Captain America 3, Tony failed to control his emotions and fought with Rogers and Bucky. But that plot is still far away, so Zhang Xi doesn't have to worry. Really? But you and Rhodes are true love. Zhang Xi said. Okay, I admit, what you said is right. Tony took a deep breath and asked at the same time, is he coming? Well, that's almost it. As soon as he finished speaking, a helicopter began to approach Stark Tower. Tony was shocked, but did not attack. After all, the equipment may be on the plane. If she attacks rashly, she may be in danger. Here we come. Zhang Xi said. I know, get ready to fight. At this point, Tony's armor closed and both of them were ready to fight. Whoa 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 whoa. The helicopter stopped above their heads, and a group of people jumped out of the helicopter. They looked at Tony and Zhang Xi with contempt. In their view, the desperate virus that can melt the armor is Tony's nemesis. No matter what, Tony has no chance of winning. Killian, I remember you. Tony said coldly, you are just a loser. You were then and you are now. Really, Tony Stark? Killian sneered, you can only talk nonsense now. I will stop you from crying later. Tony, I will make you, because of your arrogance, pay the price. Chapter 23, God descends to Earth as a superfusion body. Okay, my arrogance is natural and innate. If I hurt your poor self-esteem, I apologize to you. Tony said nonchalantly. Tony Stark. Killian said angrily, do you really think I dare not do anything to your girlfriend? No, I have never thought about it this way, but your enemy is me. If you don't beat me down, I'm afraid you won't feel so comfortable in your heart. Tony said, if I were you, I will knock you down first, and then let you watch me destroy everything for you. Haha, not a bad idea. A hint of a sinister smile appeared on Killian's face, and at the same time, an orange-red color began to appear on his body. The extremis virus has begun to show its true strength. Zhang Xi also saw the extremis virus for the first time. To be honest, he felt that the extremis virus was the most handsome form in the Marvel world. This is the enhanced version of Iron Hand and the weakened version of Pyro. If he could get this, if you have only fragments of your ability, you won't be able to reach heaven. Tony glanced at Zhang Xi and said, help me protect Peibo, leave this guy to me. Zhang Xi nodded and said, no problem, but this guy is very powerful. You have to be careful. Don't worry, it's no problem. After saying that, Tony flew up and hit Killian. Well done. Killian roared angrily, and swung his red fist towards Tony. The two of them are fighting together, you come and I go, how awesome is it? Although Zhang Xi wanted to collect the fragments, he at least had to do the important things first. Zhang Xi turned to look at Peibo, and then flew over. Zhang Xi can no longer remember whether Ji Lian brought any helpers in the original work. But this is not the main thing. Now he has to find a way to deal with all these guys. Zhang Xi fell to the ground, looked at everyone, and said proudly, I don't want to go on a killing spree, but that doesn't mean I won't go on a killing spree, so if you know what's going on, get out of here. Several people looked at each other and then said, boy, I think you really don't know how to write the word death. Come on, let's fight to the death. Do foreigners also say this? Zhang Xi scratched his head, and then started fighting with them without any time to think. As soon as there was a fight, a man rushed up and grabbed Zhang Xi's arm. Zhang Xi felt a burning heat coming from him, which made his heart sink. Damn it, are there so many people with the extremis virus in the original novel? Isn't this a joke on me? Without any time to think, Zhang Xi quickly shot the man away with one shot. He saw black smoke rising from where the man had just grabbed him, and it looked very scary. Zhang Xi knew that it was difficult to kill people with the extremis virus, so he could only fly up first and use his distance advantage to attack everyone. For a moment, the sky above Stark Tower was filled with flames, lightning, and thunder, and the fight was extremely fierce. If someone who didn't know about it saw it, they would think that Stark was setting off fireworks here. During the fight, Zhang Xi's debris collection system also kept beeping. Did he collect the high-level agent fragments? Did he collect the fragments of the extremis virus? Did he collect the steel fragments? Zhang Xi has been evolving in battle. His strength is getting stronger and his abilities are becoming more and more comprehensive. Now Zhang Xi can be good at anything, but is not proficient in anything. It's okay to encounter this kind of ordinary enemy, but it's definitely not okay to encounter such a big boss. However, Zhang Xi also has his own advantages. He can keep improving his strength. When he really grows up, he will be a big boss. Zhang Xi had no time to care about Tony's situation. He was fighting back and forth with these people. However, he would also be injured, and soon his armor would become riddled with holes and tattered. Helpless, Zhang Xi had no choice but to say, "Hey, Mr. Stark, please find me a suit of armor. Although I really want to do that, I can't do it now." Tony's voice came from the other side, "I have already scrapped 10 sets of armors here. You can find a way to do it yourself." "Okay, that's really inhumane," Zhang Xi muttered, then landed on the ground. The tattered armor gave Zhang Xi a sense of embarrassment. These people said excitedly, "Hey, you have nothing to do, right? Without the armor, you are just a little chicken at the mercy of others. Is it like this?" Zhang Xi cleaned up the debris on his body while observing his own attributes. A lot of extremis viruses have been collected, already 20%. Now, it's time for Zhang Xi to show off his power. I saw him quickly taking out his slingshot from his pocket and aiming at the leader. Everyone on the field was stunned when they saw Zhang Xi's weapon. He was stunned for 3 seconds, and then went on to burst into laughter. "During the birthday showdown, you took out a slingshot. Although you had received professional training, you really couldn't help it. Not to mention enemies, even Tony saw this scene. Also had some headaches. I want to tell you something. Part of the armor is powered. As long as you hold an arm, it will be more powerful than your toy." "I know, Mr. Stark," Zhang Xi said, "but if that happens, they will definitely avoid it." "Okay, I know what you said is right," Tony said while attacking Killian, "but it's just you. Even if you hit the opponent, it won't help, right? Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore, just look at me." Zhang Xi's eyes narrowed. And at the same time he attached all the power of his thunder and lightning and the power of the extremis virus to the projectile. Combined with the super elastic slingshot and the power of Captain America's serum, the power of this projectile is absolutely devastating. "Go to hell!" Zhang Xi roared angrily, and then suddenly let go of his hand. The projectile flew out and hit the leader on the forehead with great accuracy. Before the man could react, he was directly hit in the head by this projectile. The extremis virus can improve people's self-healing and defensive abilities, but Zhang Xi didn't give him this opportunity at all. After passing through his head, the power of thunder began to play its role. Thunder itself is a power that causes continuous damage. This power becomes even more powerful in Zhang Xi's hands. I saw that under the influence of the power of thunder and lightning, the man's body could not be restored at all, and it was broken directly. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Although this guy's strength is not comparable to Ji Lian's, he is definitely not easy to defeat. Zhang Xi killed him with a slingshot, which is really incredible. Tony stopped. He looked at Zhang Xi and couldn't help but frown. From Zhang Xi, he seemed to see the abilities of various Avengers members. Zhang Xi was like a combination. Who is this person? Chapter 24 Defeating Killian. Zhang Xi swung the slingshot in his hand handsomely, and said at the same time, "How about it, Mr. Stark, I did a good job, right? In fact, it's not perfect yet. I think my movements can be more handsome. Yet, I feel the same way. Just as Stark was about to say something else, Killian's fist came. Fortunately, Stark reacted quickly and summoned an armor to stand in front of him. Otherwise, this punch could really kill Stark. Zhang Xi knew that now was not the time to be complacent. The biggest boss had not been solved yet, so he had to kill these minions quickly. Zhang Xi picked up the slingshot and launched an attack on them. This time Killian's Menthy had been on guard for a long time and had given in one after another, but Zhang Xi, with the blessing of the talent of Bullet Perfect, beat these people to the point where they cried for their fathers and screamed for their mothers, and fled in all directions. As the battle progressed, Zhang Xi's desperate virus absorbed more and more fragments, and his strength became stronger and stronger. It's just a matter of time to deal with these little minions. It was smooth sailing on his side, but things were not going well on Tony's side. Killian's strength has exceeded his expectations. Although he has made his steel armor resistant to high temperatures, it is still as paper-like in the face of the extremis virus. Killian's hands can easily melt Tony's armor. And this guy is as hard as an animal, and ordinary weapons can't hurt him at all. This is not good. Tony was thinking about countermeasures while fighting, but now, he didn't have any good ideas. Soon, Zhang Xi took care of everyone. He wiped the sweat from his head, then walked to Pibo and helped him unlock the chains. "Thank you," Pibo said in shock. She is not yet the superhero who can put on the armor and fight against Thanos' army. She has not transformed into that point yet, so she is very scared now. Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, you're welcome, it's just a little effort. We should find a way to deal with that guy next." Pibo nodded, looking at Tony fighting fiercely with Killian. He couldn't help but said, "I think we should go up and help." "Of course, and you do have the ability to help now." Zhang Xi said slowly, "He should have injected the extremis virus into you, right?" "Well, yes, how did you know?" Pibo asked in surprise. Zhang Xi chuckled and said, "I can feel it." "Okay, stop talking, let's go help Tony." Pepper nodded, and then the two of them rushed to where Tony and Killian were fighting. I believe everyone who has watched the movie knows how embarrassed Tony is. He commanded his Iron Legion, rushing forward one after another, but as for Killian, this guy is like a cheat now. One man can block 10,000 others, and hitting Tony's armor is like chopping melons and vegetables. Give average. "Hey, Mr. Stark, we are here," Zhang Xi said. Tony shook Zhejiang's head and said, "Well, you are finally here. If you had come a little later, I'm afraid I would have died here." Zhang Xi laughed, "How is that possible? You won't die." "Well, we're all here." Killian said coldly, "Stark, your good friend Rhodes, why isn't he here?" Zhang Xi is also a little strange, because Rhodes will appear in the plot. Not only that, the president will also be kidnapped by Killian, which is quite different from the plot. However, it doesn't matter anymore, that's it anyway, just kill Jillian. I just heard Tony say, "Do you still care about this now? Think about how you should escape first." "Escape?" Killian sneered, "Do you think you three can defeat me? The steel suit you are so proud of is just scrap metal and can't hurt me at all." "Really? I don't admit this. After all, I am Iron Man. You may think that the suit is my soul, but I want to tell you, without the suit, I am still Iron Man. That billionaire, playboy, genius. And you?" Tony mocked, "Now you are just a guy who is neither a human nor a ghost." "Shut up." When the point of pain was touched upon, Killian rushed forward. This was what Tony was waiting for, and he only heard a cold voice saying, "Jarvis, do it." Before Jillian could react, a pair of steel armor flew over and put Jillian inside. "Ah!" Killian exclaimed, but Tony no longer gave him this chance. I saw the steel suit flying up with Jillian, flying into the air, and then exploded instantly. This move can be said to be fatal. Jillian fell from the sky, and his whole body merged into a sea of fire. How about it? I'm pretty good at this, right? Tony said with a smile. Don't be too happy too early. Zhang Xi said, if you can't kill him, hurry up and hit him. Okay. Tony nodded, and then called, Jarvis, give him a taste of our Iron Legion. Boss, do you really want to do this? This suit of armor costs tens of millions of dollars. That's right, just do it. Tony smiled, just right, I also want to give my girl a promise and set off a firework for him. After Tony said this, he saw many steel suits flying out from the Stark Tower, and their bodies were all shining with red light. I saw a steel suit carrying Jillian into the sky, and then other suits rushed forward and launched self-destruction. Bang, bang, bang. These battle clothes are like real fireworks, burning the sky red. Zhang Xi couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Indeed, there is this section in the final plot of Iron Man, but it was used for Tony's confession to Pepper. Now it's better. Not only confessing, but also killing the enemy. This Tony does have something. Killian's vitality is very strong, but the explosion of Tony's armor is also very powerful. 1 or 2, maybe he can survive, but with so many armors self-destructing one after another, not even a god can survive. Finally, after Killian let out his last scream, he turned into ashes. Well, it's different from the way he died in the movie, but he's still dead, so don't worry about these details. Hey, Tony, it's over. Zhang Xi said with a smile. Well, yes. Tony looked at Zhang Xi and couldn't help but said, I think we should have a good talk. Well, I think so. Zhang Xi nodded, but now you should go and spend some time with your girlfriend. If anything happens, we can talk about it tomorrow. I will visit you again tomorrow. Chapter 25 Stark's Gift. Hey, are you leaving now? Where are you going? Tony asked. Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, I rented a hotel near here. You don't have to worry about this, Mr. Stark. Besides, why am I not walking here? Can I be a light bulb for you? Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Xi left without looking back. Well, I have eyesight. I'm used to it. Tony said, and then turned around to hug Pibo. Pibo hurriedly avoided it, and then said, No. Tony, I also have the extremis virus, and my high temperature will hurt me. To you. Oh, it's okay, my dear, I like you as passionate as fire. Tony said earthy love words while gently holding Pibo in his arms. Don't worry, dear, I will definitely cure you. I have the ability. When the two of them were chatting with each other, Zhang Xi had already arrived downstairs. He raised his head, looked up, and couldn't help but smile. Well, it should be from this point on that the two of them really live a life without shame, right? Zhang Xi muttered. Forget it, anyway, the plot is over now, tomorrow. It's time to get down to business. Early the next morning, Zhang Xi rushed from the hotel to Stark Tower. In just one night, Stark Tower has been repaired a lot, and the remaining steel armors are working as workers to repair Stark Tower. Zhang Xi nodded secretly, is this the power of technology? So amazing. Hello, Mr. Well, okay. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded, then walked over. Soon, he came to Stark's office. Although Stark was still injured, he seemed to be in good spirits, radiant, and very happy. Hey Mr. Stark. Zhang Xi said with a smile, don't force me if you are not in good health, just take it easy. Oh, I know that. Tony smiled slightly, and then took out a few files from the drawer beside him. These are the latest technologies from our Stark company, including missiles, laser cannons, and firearms. They can all be given to you. Tony was really generous with his actions. To be honest, these equipments were all installed on his steel suit, and their power was quite astonishing. Zhang Xi smiled slightly and said, "Well, don't be like this, Mr. Stark, what I want is not these technologies, I want the technologies in life. Although your Stark company is famous for its arms, but in other you should also be very knowledgeable in technology, right? I'm not interested in arms, I just want some other technologies." "Well, that's it." Tony nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I will give you the technology related to clean energy. In this regard, our Stark company is also among the best. My Stark Tower, it's completely clean energy." "Well, thank you, Mr. Stark. Don't say that, we have become friends now." Stark said, "By the way, are you interested in joining our Avengers?" Zhang Xi was slightly startled, becoming an Avenger? To be honest, he really hadn't thought about this. Although life in the Marvel world is very enjoyable, he does not belong to this world. If he interferes too much, no one knows what will happen. More importantly, he still doesn't know how he traveled through time, so to be on the safe side, it's better to be cautious first. Just listen to Zhang Xi say, "Well, let me think about this. If you need me, I will definitely come." "Well, thank you." "Well, leave a phone number and we'll contact you later," Tony said. "Okay. I don't know if this kind of cross-world phone call can be used, but let's try it first. After all, we will need to contact you more in the future." Leaving his phone number behind, Zhang Xi picked up the drawing Tony gave him and prepared to say goodbye to Tony. At this moment, a pretty figure appeared in Tony's office. Zhang Xi looked back and couldn't help but be slightly startled, because the person who came was none other than Romanov Natasha, also known as the Black Widow and the Widowed Sister. On TV, the Widowed Sister was already quite beautiful, but when seeing her in real life, Zhang Xi felt even more amazed. "No wonder someone wants to drink your bath water. Well, I seem to have confused the actor with the character," Zhang Xi thought in his heart. When Natasha saw Zhang Xi, she couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Zhang Xi blushed and said, "Well, it's okay, I'm just here to visit. Don't lie to me. The fight last night was so lively. You think I don't know?" Natasha said with a smile. Suddenly, she leaned forward and came to Zhang Xi's ear. Miss Natasha." Zhang Xi was a little nervous. He was very nervous about being so close to a beautiful woman. "Why, are you nervous?" Natasha smiled slightly and said, "This is the first time I've had such a close relationship with an Oriental. It's close. Do you have time? Do you want to go have a drink?" How could Zhang Xi not notice such a straightforward date invitation? Although he wanted to agree, he didn't dare. He has not forgotten that the Widowed Sister has an affair with Dr. Banner, also known as Hulk. Although he feels that his physical strength is already very high, he does not confidently think that he can still survive Hulk's violent throw. Survive? Well, next time, I have something to do now, let's talk about it next time we meet. Zhang Xi said in a panic, "Mr. Stark, I'm going back first, let's talk about it next time we meet." After saying that, Zhang Xi ran away. Tony couldn't help laughing and said, "Hey Natasha, you're teasing a little brother like this, isn't it a bit too much?" "No, I'm not teasing him. I really think he's cute." Natasha stood up and looked at Zhang Xi's figure disappearing before looking back. "Tell me, what's the matter with your visit this time?" "Yes, we discovered the Hydra base. Should we take action?" "Really? This is not a small plan. We have to wait. It seems that a wave of Avengers is needed." Zhang Xi returned to the real world and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is the longest time he has stayed in the Marvel world. He has stayed for more than a week, and he has gained a lot this time. The improvement of attributes is the second most important thing. The most important thing is that he has obtained Stargram's technology. In the real world, the technology of the Marvel world is definitely out of reach. Now that he has such technology, it can be said that he has 2 more golden mountains. As long as there is enough capital injection, he will become a big player. Boss. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi quickly took a taxi and rushed to Chen's house. Soon, he arrived at the Chen family villa. As soon as he got off the taxi, Chen Sui saw him. Wow, brother Zhang Xi, you are finally here. Chen Sui rushed up, took Zhang Xi's arm, and said excitedly, you just came here, where have you been for so many days? Zhang Xi took out his hand without leaving any trace and said, I'm busy with the company's affairs. Where is Uncle Chen? I need to see him if I have something to do. Chapter 26 Partners. You came to see my dad as soon as you came here. I can't see that you miss me at all. It's really too much. Chen Sui pouted and said. Haha, no, I really have something to discuss with him. Let's talk about it later. It could be seen that Zhang Xi was a little anxious. Although Chen Sui was a little childish, he was definitely not someone who didn't understand anything. She just nodded and then took him in. At this time, Chen Haiming was closing his eyes in the room to rest. The previous incident actually had a great impact on him. Maybe it was because he was older. He no longer had the drive he had when he was young, and just wanted to live the rest of his life in an ordinary way. That's what he thought. Dad. Chen Sui opened the door and walked in and said, Dad, who do you think is here? Chen Haiming opened his eyes, saw Zhang Xi, stood up hurriedly and said, Hey, Xiao Zhang, you're here? You are here too. Why don't you say hello when you are here? I can help people prepare meals. Oh, Uncle Chen, why are you so polite? Zhang Xi said with a smile. Chen Haiming asked Zhang Xi to sit down, and he looked at Zhang Xi with eyes that were really smiling. He was quite satisfied with this young man and was interested in bringing him and his daughter together. Zhang Xi also saw this, but he didn't say it out loud. Come on, Xiao Zhang. Chen Haiming poured a cup of tea for Zhang Xi, and then said, I don't know, is there anything you need my help with this time? Haha, I really can't hide anything from you. Zhang Xi smiled and took out the technical paper text Tony gave him from his arms. Look, Uncle Chen, this is the technology I got. I want to use these to open a technology company, what do you think? Chen Haiming took these texts and looked at them. They were all in English, and they were too advanced for him to understand at all. But he also knew that Zhang Xi couldn't fool him with fake technology, because it was simply not necessary. Zhang Xi continued, these are drawings and instructions about new energy technologies. Although they are some basic wind energy, solar energy, and other technologies, they can greatly improve efficiency and are very exciting. What Tony gave him was indeed some basic technology. The reason why he didn't give him the technology of the arc reactor was not because he was stingy, but because other than Stark Company, other companies simply couldn't produce it with the manufacturing process. So since Zhang Xi wanted new energy technologies, so Tony gave them to him. Chen Haiming nodded. Suddenly, he saw the signature. He frowned and couldn't help but ask, Tony Stark? Why is this name so familiar? Zhang Xi's heart tightened. What's worse, he forgot to change his signature in his hurry. However, his psychological quality is very good. He said without changing his face, oh, my friend's idol is Tony Stark, and he also found the inspiration for this technology from Marvel movies. So that's it. Chen Haiming nodded, and then said, okay, Xiao Zhang, I invested in this project. Do you think this is good? I will provide the money, you will provide the technology, and the two of us will jointly open a company. Money. Well, I'll give you 5 million first. Do you think it's enough? If it's not enough, I can add more. 5 million is just a drop in the bucket for the wealthy Chen family, but for Zhang Xi, it is indeed a drop in the bucket. Heart medicine. With these 5 million, he can start his own company, become a real salty fish, and join the field of rich and handsome people. Ah, that's enough, that's enough. Zhang Xi said hurriedly, thank you so much, Uncle Chen, you have helped me a lot. Don't be so polite. This is what you deserve. Chen Haiming said with a smile, as for the money, just invest it. Don't worry about losing or making money. If you lose, I have plenty of money. You can find it again. I want. How can you be so embarrassed? And don't worry, Uncle Chen, I will never lose money. Zhang Xi said firmly. Oh, are you really done talking about work? Should we eat? I'm almost hungry. Chen Suiyu said coquettishly. Haha, okay, let's go have a meal. Xiao Zhang, please don't be so polite anymore. Today is a memorable day. There is a Turkish barbecue restaurant 2 streets away from here. It tastes quite good. I'm treating you today. Let's go together. Var. Chen Haiming was so enthusiastic that Zhang Xi couldn't resist it and could only agree. Soon, they came to this barbecue restaurant. Zhang Xi looked at this store and couldn't help but nod secretly. Not to mention, the decoration of this store is really good, and there are a lot of customers, so the taste must be good. A few people found a seat and sat down. Chen Haiming smiled and said, I often eat here and am already a regular customer. Waiter, 3 barbecue sets. Okay. Zhang Xi said with a smile, Uncle Chen, you always eat this, isn't it healthy? Alas, those are all false. Chen Haiming said, isn't there some news some time ago? There is a health expert who lived for more than 40 years. It seems that if it is in fate, it is destined to be there, but if it is not in fate, don't force it. I've been pretty good in this life, and the rest is mediocre. Just enjoy the rest of my life, and that's it. Haha, you are quite tolerant, Uncle Chen. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a while, the barbecue set meal was served. Zhang Xi picked up the fork, put a piece of meat on it, put it in his mouth, and savored the taste of the barbecue. Well, it is indeed recommended by Chen Haiming. It tastes really good. Zhang Xi dared to say that there might not be such a delicious barbecue in the entire machinery city. How is it? Does it taste good? Chen Suiyu asked with a smile. Well, it is indeed delicious. Zhang Xi said sincerely. As long as it's delicious. Chen Haiming composed himself and then said, well, there's something I want to tell you, Xiao Zhang. As for me, I'm not young anymore, so I won't be involved in this cooperation. Yes, just pay. Zhang Xi nodded and said, yes, I can understand, Uncle Chen. But, we have to deal with this individually, otherwise we can't explain it to the family. Do you think this is a good idea? How about I ask Shuiyu to cooperate with you? After listening to Chen Haiming's words, Zhang Xi almost spit out the barbecue in his mouth. I saw his eyes widened, looking at Chen Haiming in disbelief. Chen Suiyu? Stop making trouble, Zhang Xi doesn't have any problem with her, it's just that this time it's cooperation, and it's for making money. And with Chen Suiyu like this, what can she do? Isn't this a mess? Chen Suiyu seemed to understand what he meant. She snorted coldly and said in a bad tone, no, brother Zhang Xi, let me ask you, do you look down on me and think I will drag you back? Chapter 27 Zhang Xi's New Company. Zhang Xi's old face turned red when his worries were revealed. Although he thought so, he couldn't say it like that. I saw Zhang Xi waving his hands and said, no, 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 there is no such thing, it's just that being your own boss is a very tiring thing, and it's not as cool as you think, so I'm worried about your body. No. Chen Suihu sneered and said, let me tell you, our Chen family is different from the Li family. The Li family will produce wine bags and rice bags like Li Kuaning, but our Chen family does not. You still don't know me well enough, then let me tell you, I am a famous brand. I graduated from a university with a master's degree in business administration. Currently, I manage 3 companies in our Chen family. Under my management, I make money every year. The annual income can reach 30% of our Chen family's total income. How about that? Do you still think I won't be able to hold on? After listening to Chen Suihu's words, Zhang Xi was stunned. He really didn't expect that Chen Suihu was so powerful. It seemed that he had underestimated her. Haha, how about it? My daughter is quite good, right? Chen Haiming said proudly, don't think she is outstanding at ordinary times, but when it comes to working, she is a very good person. Alas, but now I say this, it's no use, you'll know when you get to work. Zhang Xi nodded. If Chen Suihu is really as powerful as he said, then doing things on his own will really get twice the result with half the effort. This meal was quite enjoyable, and Zhang Xi was also very happy. After eating, Zhang Xi went home and prepared to start a company. It was said that he was the one who prepared it, but in fact it was Chen Suihu who did it. After all, he had experience in managing a company. Chen Suihu was quite familiar with this matter. Within a few days, Chen Suihu obtained the business license of Zhangzi Company. Well, not bad. Zhang Xi looked at the business license and said with satisfaction, but, this name. Is there something wrong with this name? Chen Suihu said with a smile, Zihu Technology Co., Limited, how nice it sounds. You and I, we are partners, ha ha ha. Well, that makes sense. Zhang Xi laughed twice. He always felt that the name was a bit weird, but it didn't matter. Just get it done. The name was secondary. As for the location of the company, Zhang Xi originally wanted to rent a place by himself, but Chen Suihu refused and had to let Zhang Xi use their Chen family's house. The Chen family has a big business, so it is not difficult to provide an office building. Zhang Xi wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he was a partner after all, so it was okay to use their house, so he reluctantly agreed. Regarding the recruitment of personnel, Zhang Xi left it entirely to Luo Ruimen. Yes, Luo Ruimen has joined Zhang Xi's company. Originally she was the finance director, but now she is the finance and human resources director. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but she said something like this to Zhang Xi when Zhang Xi came to find her. We in the Luo family are relatively low-key, but no matter how low-key we are, we usually only work in our own industries. There are very few people like me. If my father hadn't helped me, I'm afraid I will be expelled from the Luo family. Is it so serious? Zhang Xi said incredulously. What do you think? So, cherish me. I don't mean anything else when I say this. Cherishing also refers to work, not other aspects, so don't think too much about it. If Luo Ruimen had not said this, Zhang Xi would not have thought too much. Now that she has said this, Zhang Xi has no choice but to not think too much. Could it be that she fell in love with him? Okay, this is a bit of a headache, but Zhang Xi is actually very happy. After all, so many people like him, and he is still very attractive. In this way, Zhang Xi's company was registered and the factory started operations smoothly. In order to protect his own power, Zhang Xi patented all the technologies that Tony gave him. Although his force is almost invincible on the earth, he does not want to show it too much. After all, we are talking about the earth here, not the Marvel world. As he once said to Uncle Lee, if you show too much, you will be in the minds of others. He is just an alien, not a hero. About half a month has passed since my return, and now I have finally established the company. Zhang Xi looked at his company and couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Just listen to Zhang Xi say, today is a day worth remembering. Come to my office for a meeting later, and I will rearrange your work for you. A few people nodded, and then followed Zhang Xi into his office. Sitting on the office chair, Zhang Xi looked at the people below. In addition to Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu, there were 3 other people. These 3 people were all recruited by Luo Ruimen. They were either graduates from prestigious schools or experts with many years of experience. They were all talents. Zhang Xi was silent for a while and said, Ruimen, you are still responsible for financial and human resources work. This is your old job, is it okay? Luo Ruimen nodded and said, it's okay, leave it to me, it's a piece of cake. Shuiyu. Zhang Xi continued, as for you, you are responsible for the sales and cost budget of the company's products. No. Wang Shuang, Yang Fan, Du Li. Zhang Xi said to the 3 people, you are all technical talents, so I will arrange a laboratory for you. The job of the 3 of you is to give me this drawing to study thoroughly, at the same time, let's see if we can develop new technologies through this drawing. If you are short of people, just tell me. Ruimen, I want to remind you that as long as they are talents that they value, you must do your best. Fight for it, any problem. Zhang Xi now understands that no amount of money can buy talents, so he attaches great importance to the cultivation of talents. There is a problem, but I will try my best. Well, just try your best. Zhang Xi stood up and said, the meeting is over. The 3 new engineers left, but Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu did not leave. Zhang Xi asked doubtfully, why don't you 2 leave? Is there anything else? There's something wrong. Chen Suiyu said, aren't you going to attend your college class reunion? There are not many universities in the machinery city itself, so their university reunions are very strange. They are not divided by school, but by major and year of admission. For example, if you are admitted in 2018, you are all majoring in business. No matter which university you go to in Machinery City, you are considered a college classmate. This habit is quite strange and embarrassing, so that every time you have a class reunion, there will be a lot of people there, and then when we get to the hotel, we don't know anyone, which is very embarrassing. It is said that this habit was passed down a few years ago because the catering industry in the Machinery City was not very good. I wanted to use this method to promote the development of the catering industry, and the result was very successful. Chapter 28 Class Reunion. Okay, these details don't matter anymore. Zhang Xi said, really? I haven't heard about this yet. How did you know about it? I have a senior who happens to be in the WeChat group. He told me what he told me. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Zhang Xi took out his cell phone and saw the message. To be honest, the university WeChat group was of no use. It was all about chatting and playing. The chat lasted until midnight, which gave Zhang Xi a headache, so he set the message to accept or not remind, so that he only saw it now. Well, do you think I should go to participate? Zhang Xi scratched his head and said. In fact, he was a person who hated socializing before. Apart from socializing at work, he basically had no friends, and he only had so many friends in college. They were close friends, so when he heard that there was a class reunion, he didn't want to go. Go, why don't you go? Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu said in unison, this is an opportunity. We have already studied it. Of all the science and engineering graduates in our machinery city, you are the best. Now you are, so it's awesome. We can definitely find more talents to come here, so we suggest you go ahead. As for why Zhang Xi doesn't want to go, it's because he can't stand the way those guys brag at the class reunion. If they don't make $1 million a year, they're all rubbish. Now that he heard what the 2 said, Zhang Xi also thinks it makes sense. This is true. Is an opportunity. Well, if that's the case, then I'll go. Zhang Xi scratched his head and muttered, it's really nerve-wracking. People really have to do things they don't like. Haha. That's for sure. Why, do you need us to give you a long face? Chen Suiyu said with a smile. Well, forget it. You can go and stay nearby. I will call you when I need you. Okay. No matter what, since Zhang Xi decided to go, he had to take care of himself. Now he has more and more muscles on his body, even if he is Captain Rogers, he is not much different. The Captain America evolutionary serum is being replicated bit by bit. Even if Zhang Xi no longer absorbs this, there will be more and more serum in his body. Under the influence of this serum, everything about Zhang Xi is strengthening. Fortunately, Zhang Xi doesn't have any bad habits, otherwise he might really become a bad guy. The location of the class reunion was set at the Kaiwan Hotel, the largest hotel in the Machinery City. It is said that this is the first hotel in Machinery City, named Kaiwan, which explains everything. Zhang Xi drove Chen Suiyu's car here, stopped the car, and walked out gracefully. After all, he is now considered a small boss, and he is here to recruit, so his outfit is of course the same. He has everything from Rolex watches to Louis Vuitton bags. With his sleek slicked back hair, he looks like a young talent. According to the message, Zhang Xi went to their private room. Because there were so many people, they booked the hotel lobby together. A total of hundreds of people attended this class reunion. Zhang Xi couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. Is it interesting? Maybe you can't even recognize who is who? Hey, Zhang Xi! Zhang Xi turned around and saw two familiar figures appearing in front of Zhang Xi. These two people are his roommates, Qian Jin and Sun Hao. The relationship between the three of them in college is quite strong. They are also Zhang Xi's few college friends. Hey! You two are here too. Zhang Xi was very happy to see his old friends. At the same time, he secretly cursed himself for his slow reaction. You must know that these two guys are also outstanding talents. Qian Jin currently works in an investment company. Investment consultant, Sun Hao is now a programmer at an internet company, and both of them are doing pretty well. Of course, I have to come to the class reunion. Sun Hao touched his slightly hairless forehead and smiled, looking at you, you are doing well. I heard that you have opened a new company. How's it going? How's the benefit? I made some money, sold it, and now I'm going to start a company again. We're short of people now. If possible, can you two give me face and switch jobs? Zhang Xi said with a smile. Okay, anytime. The two of them said with a smile. Zhang Xi knew that they were just making excuses. They were talking casually and could not be taken seriously. However, Zhang Xi was determined to make them follow him willingly. Come on, he will show off his strength later. Come on, let's get to the table. Qian Jin naturally put his arms around Zhang Xi's neck. He frowned and couldn't help but say, damn, you're getting stronger again. These muscles feel really good. Nothing to say. Really, you will get it if you exercise. Zhang Xi said with a smile. Soon, they sat on their seats. Several people were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, several people walked onto the stage in the hall. These people are the monitors of their respective majors in each school. This class reunion. It was also they who started it. Zhang Xi looked at his squad leader and couldn't help snorting. His squad leader is called Zhou Yang. He is quite handsome, but he is a bastard at heart. The family is in good condition and he is a rich second generation. He also bought the squad leader with money at that time. He usually bullies others with his power. Even Zhang Xi was bullied by him before. He just didn't want to care about it. It's really disgusting to see this dog-like thing. The lights in the hall dimmed, everyone looked towards the stage, and low music sounded, which made them feel a little sad for a moment. Long live friendship, long live friendship. Along with the sound of music, Jo Young said slowly, "Hello, everyone. Today is the reunion of all the science and engineering students in our machinery city. First of all, I am very grateful to everyone for coming to support us. This is a tribute to us. The affirmation of friendship is also the continuation of our relationship. No matter when the time comes, our friendship as classmates will not change." Jo Young's words were very beautiful, but Zhang Xi was not moved at all. "One thing in front of you and another behind your back, bah, disgusting, in one word, disgusting." After Jo Young finished speaking, the other squad leaders also took turns to speak. The contents were similar, but Zhang Xi felt drowsy after listening to them. He glanced at the students in the audience. Basically, few of them listened to what they said. Talking, on the contrary, some of the classmates who have a partner are talking and laughing. Haha, at a class reunion, it's better to break up a couple. Finally, half an hour passed before the squad leaders finished speaking. Jo Young said, "Okay, now I announce that the banquet has begun." I said, "Zhang Xi, don't be gloomy." Sun Hao said with a smile, "It's not like you don't know what that guy is. Why are you angry with him? Just let it go in the left ear and out the right ear. Everyone is there all day long, he doesn't know how much everyone bothers him." "That's right, Zhang Xi, be happy. Brothers, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. Be happy and don't be influenced by others. Come on, cheers." Zhang Xi took a deep breath and suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. Just as they were toasting and drinking, a female classmate came over. "Hi, long time no see." Zhang Xi looked up and couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was none other than their class beauty, Luo Xian. As the name suggests, Luo Xian is quite beautiful. She exudes an otherworldly temperament all over her body, and with every frown and smile, she is as attractive as a fairy from heaven. Chapter 29 Slapping the Rich Second Generation in the Face. Seeing Luo Xian, Zhang Xi couldn't help but feel a little distracted. It's no wonder that there were few people in their class who didn't like Luo Xian. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. This is not called lust, but aesthetics. Zhang Xi came back to his senses, then smiled slightly and said, "Yes, you are here too. How are you doing lately? Are you okay? Fortunately, I heard that you have opened a new company, which is good. At that time, I felt that you were one of the few people in our class who could support themselves. Now it seems that my feeling was right." Luo Xian smiling, this smile was enough to captivate a country. Zhang Xi was okay, Qian Jin and Sun Hao both had their eyes widened and almost fainted. "What are you talking about?" While a few people were chatting, Jo Young came over. He looked at everyone and said, "Hi, hello brothers from 602, long time no see." There was a trace of contempt in his words, and Sun Hao and others turned around and ignored him. Zhang Xi replied to him, "Hello, monitor. Whether it's a squad leader or not, we are all brothers. If you need my help in the future, just ask." Jo Young said proudly. After saying that, he looked at Luo Xian and said, "Well, Xiao Xian, don't you agree to be my girlfriend?" Luo Xian said coldly, "I will not become boyfriend and girlfriend with a person who is full of romantic debts. Also, don't call me Xiao Xian, I have never heard such a disgusting name." After that, he left without looking back. Haha, after so many years, I still have the same temper, cold, but I like iceberg beauties, ha ha ha. Jo Young smiled and then left. "What is this?" Zhang Xi threw the chopsticks on the table, feeling very unhappy. He didn't expect everyone to sit together and eat happily, but he couldn't accept this smoky atmosphere. Okay, Zhang Xi, Don't be so excited, this is not expected. Sun Hao said with a smile. Stop touching those few hairs on your head. The more you touch them, the fewer they will become. Zhang Xi said angrily. No matter what, since you are here, just stick to it until the end. Zhang Xi originally wanted to give a speech on stage and advertise his company, but now he is completely in no mood. Forget it, he will find a few people to introduce himself at the end. Zhang Xi originally wanted to spend this class reunion in such a normal way, but someone happened to be careless and insisted on causing trouble for him. Zhou Yang returned to his table, drank a glass of wine first, and then slammed the table, angrily. Mother, get angry. When the people at the same table saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Zhou, why are you angry? This is not the first time you have been rejected by our fairy Luo. You are not used to it yet. It's okay if she rejects me, so I tolerate it, but when she rejects me again, she actually smiles at that boy Zhang Xi. Damn it, who is he? He's not even a shit, so why are you talking? This is what makes Zhou Yang most angry. Ha, that's it. The rich second generations at the same table looked at each other and said, Okay, Brother Zhou, you don't have to worry about this. Leave it to the brothers. They will help you out. Such a tone. Okay, you go ahead, but remember, don't go too far. After all, in front of so many people, just let him embarrass himself. Haha, Brother Zhou, we know what to do. Zhang Xi was eating at the table when he saw a few people walking over. Zhang Xi raised his head and saw that it was Zhou Yang's few friends. Birds of a feather flock together, and the friends around Zhou Yang are naturally a group of playboys. Of course, they are not good people either. Zhang Xi put down his chopsticks, looked at them, and asked coldly, What's the matter with you guys? Haha, it's okay. I just want to have a drink with you. A man named Meng Ran picked up the wine glass and said to Zhang Xi, you are a talent in our class. I heard that your company has a design blueprints, and then you sold those design blueprints and made 200,000, isn't that pretty impressive? Well, that's what happened. Zhang Xi narrowed his eyes, what's wrong? It's nothing. I think you are quite capable. You just graduated a year ago. You just earned a month's pocket money from me. It's amazing. It's really amazing. So, I think I should give you a chance. So, you come to our company and get an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. How about it? Come? Meng Ran appeared to be an invitation, but in fact it was an insult. Zhang Xi's eyes narrowed, and the index finger of his right hand flashed with lightning, and he could strike out in the next second. What, are you angry? Meng Ran said with a smile, look at you like this. You have struggled for so long, but you can't even achieve what I already have. Ha ha ha, what can I say about you? What's the point? You're a bit self-aware, but you're still fighting for a woman with Brother Zhou. Damn, you're a toad who wants to eat swan meat. He's very ambitious. Ha ha ha. Except for Zhang Xi and his two best friends, everyone else laughed. No matter how good-tempered Zhang Xi is, he can't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hand, trying to give Meng Ran a slap, but his hand was held down. The two people appeared in a timely manner. Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu. Chen Suiyu glanced at Zhang Xi and shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need to do anything. Chen Suiyu asked, Who are you? When Meng Ran saw someone coming forward, he was about to say something, but suddenly, he was stunned. He knew the two people in front of him. They were the daughters of the Luo family and the Chen family, one of the 5 major families in Machinery City. Why did they appear here? Meng Ran swallowed and said with difficulty, I'm Meng Ran from the Meng family. That's the one we met before. Meng family? Never heard of it. Chen Suiyu snorted coldly, and then asked, I don't know. Do you have any opinions about our boss? What did you say, your boss? Meng Ran opened his mouth and asked in disbelief. That's right. Luo Ruimen said slowly. Chen Haiming, the head of the Chen family, invested 5 million to open a company for our boss Zhang Zizang, specializing in high-tech research and development. And I and Shuiyu, they are all Mr. Zhang's employees. How about our boss, this toad? Ah! Luo Ruimen's voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. 5 million, for these rich second generation, is really not an unreachable number, but you have to look at who owns these 5 million. Chen family, one of the 5 major families in Machinery City, are you kidding me? Moreover, Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu both work for him. What kind of treatment is this? This is really presidential level treatment. This. Meng Ran froze on the spot, not knowing what to say. Zhang Xi gave Chen Suiyu a thumbs up and thanked them for coming in time. At the same time, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Chapter 30, The Power of Oneself. Although Meng Ran was suppressed, what he was worried about was not himself, but the Chen family and the Luo family, which made Zhang Xi feel somewhat frustrated. At the same time, he also understood that true influence cannot be cultivated overnight. He must become stronger in order to become a true king. Of course, this is something for later. You can't rush it now. Take your time. Zhang Xi believes that he will eventually become stronger with his own strength. Why are you two here? Zhang Xi asked knowingly. Luo Ruimen shrugged and said, It's nothing. I was just wandering around because I was bored. I didn't expect to meet you here. Okay, let's go. Come back quickly, boss. After that, the two of them turned around and left. Although their appearance time is very short, their role is unlimited. The eyes of hundreds of people were attracted by Zhang Xi, and no one dared to underestimate this young man. Well, it's all a misunderstanding, ha ha ha, it's all a misunderstanding. Meng Ran said with a smile, but his smile was uglier than crying. Well, I'm leaving. Let's eat, drink and have fun, haha. Meng Ran patted Zhang Xi on the shoulder and left. Humph. Zhang Xi snorted coldly and ignored him. I'll go, that's okay. Sun Hao said incredulously, you are actually able to have a relationship with the two big families, the Luo family and the Chen family. You are really great. Yes, haha, you are the only one who does well in our dormitory. Please help us more in the future. Qianjin also said. It's nothing, just good luck. Zhang Xi said, but if you really want to come to our company, I welcome you. Count me in. Another classmate also jumped out and said. Well, although I can't help much, I can contribute money. So, if I invest 500,000, how about my individual shares? There's me, I'll come too. After spreading the word, everyone in the hall knew who Zhang Xi was, and they all stepped forward to please Zhang Xi. Those who have money provide money, and those who have money provide money. In an instant, Zhang Xi became the man of the hour at this party. No matter what, Zhang Xi was still very happy. At least, he achieved his goal this time. Zhou Yang's expression was naturally ugly. He snorted coldly and said, What's so great about him? He's just a freeloader. Although he said this, he felt really sad. If he had the opportunity to eat soft food, I believe he would kneel down and eat it without hesitation. Luo Xian also walked over, looked at Zhang Xi, and said with a smile, I don't know, can I help? When the goddess spoke, Zhang Xi naturally had no reason to refuse. Zhang Xi smiled and said, Of course, I am short of a secretary. I wonder if you are interested. Okay, no problem. Luo Xian said. Okay. Then it's settled. Zhang Xi stood up, he clapped his hands and said, Everyone, I know what you mean. Let's do this. Anyone who wants to cooperate with our Zia company can come to our company tomorrow and we will talk in detail. Today we are here to have fun, not to talk. Work? Okay. Okay. Everyone nodded and stopped talking about work. They all came to Zhang Xi's side and toasted. Humph. Damn it. Zhou Yang stood up and snorted, let's go, it's boring. Brother Zhou. Meng Ran said. What are you doing? Brother Zhou, please go back first. I think Zhang Xi and I still have some misunderstandings. There are some things I want to make clear to him. Zhou Yang stared with big eyes, looked back at Meng Ran, and roared, what do you mean? What are you going to do? It's not interesting, Brother Zhou. I just think it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, so don't blame me. Zhou Yang was so angry that he stomped his feet, but there was nothing he could do. He could only suppress this anger in his heart, and wait until the time was right to settle the score with Meng Ran. Zhang Xi was very busy here and was in a better mood. However, Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen were not very happy. They had no objection to other arrangements, but Zhang Xi actually arranged for Luo Xian to be his personal secretary, which made the two of them a little jealous. Luo Xian is a very beautiful woman, even compared with the two of them, she is not inferior at all. The two of them felt a huge threat. Of course, if it were just like this, things wouldn't be so bad. The worst thing was that the two of them actually had this idea at the same time. This is really terrifying. Luo Ruimen had thought of this possibility before, but at that time she comforted herself that it was wrong, it must be her own illusion. He could not have feelings for Zhang Xi, but now, she found that it was he himself was wrong. When something like feelings really comes, you can't control it at all. In the past few days, as long as she closed her eyes, Zhang Xi's voice and smile filled her mind, and she couldn't control herself at all. But strictly speaking, this was not a mistake, because after all, Zhang Xi had nothing to do with any of them, but Luo Ruimen still felt like he had stolen the boyfriend of a good friend, which made her feel stuck in her throat and made her feel very uncomfortable. Hey, Ruimen, what are you thinking about? Chen Suiyu asked looking at Luo Ruimen. Ah, it's nothing. Luo Ruimen said, I'm just a little surprised that Zhang Xi actually asked that woman to be his secretary. That's right, I get angry when I look at her. Chen Suiyu took out her mobile phone and made a call. Hey, Xiao Yang, yes, I'll help you check on a person named Luo Xian, who is also a graduate of the Science and Engineering Department of the University of Mechanical Engineering. Well, remember to tell me the detailed information when you're done. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Chen Suiyu realized what she was doing. She looked at Luo Ruimen and asked, Hey, Ruimen, why are you concerned about this matter? When asked what was on his mind, Luo Ruimen was startled and said hurriedly, Ah. I don't care, I just asked casually. That's it. Chen Suiyu nodded thoughtfully. On this day, Zhang Xi drank a lot, but because of the evolutionary serum, his body had a certain self-healing function, so no matter how much he drank, he would not get drunk. Overall, there is still a lot gained from this class reunion, and many people will come for interviews tomorrow. However, Zhang Xi doesn't want everyone. He will have to be busy for a while tomorrow. When going back, Zhang Xi and Chen Suiyu were sitting in the same car. Zhang Xi said, Ruimen, it will be hard for you tomorrow. It is estimated that many people will come for interviews, so you have to check it for me. Don't worry, this is my job. Zhang Xi was slightly startled, because from her tone, Zhang Xi heard a little jealousy. No, your tone is not right. Why, are you angry? Chapter 31 Two Women Quarrel. No, how dare we be angry? Chen Suiyu said angrily, now that you have just become the boss, you have hired a beautiful woman as your secretary. What can we say? After all, you are the boss, right? So that's what happened? Zhang Xi understood. Just listen to Zhang Xi's explanation. I told you to, don't get me wrong. I am doing my best to make the best use of my talents, because when I was in class at that time, Luo Xian was always the youth league secretary, and her work ability is very strong. It doesn't mean anything else, don't think too much about it. Really? If I believed your lies, I would get Alzheimer's disease early. Chen Suihu said in a bad tone. Although Zhang Xi has no relationship experience, he also knows not to reason with women. If he does, he will lose miserably. He shrugged, smiled helplessly, and then stopped talking. Chen Suihu sent Zhang Xi to his home and then left. Zhang Xi didn't think much and got ready to go to bed when she got home. However, Chen Suihu and Luo Ruimen did not want to sleep. Ruimen. Chen Suihu, who was driving, said calmly, we should talk. Luo Ruimen was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what she meant. She believed that she and Chen Suihu were definitely not plastic sisters, but no matter how good friends were, there were some things they couldn't share, namely feelings. Well, okay, I understand. On the other side, Zhang Xi returned home and was about to lie down when suddenly the doorbell rang. Zhang Xi thought it was Chen Suihu and the others who were back. He stepped forward and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a black shadow running in. Zhang Xi was startled. He quickly used the power of the extremis virus and was about to launch an attack. At this moment, the black shadow spoke. No, brother Zhang, it's me. Only then did Zhang Xi see clearly who was coming. It was none other than Li Quaning. Holy shit, why is it you? You scared me. Zhang Xi said. Hee hee. Li Quaning said with a smile, brother Zhang, I'm almost done with my training now. See if you can teach me. Zhang Xi didn't say anything, just grabbed his wrist and tried to throw him out. The strength he used was not great, but it was more than enough to deal with a fat man. However, Li Quaning stood there, motionless. Well, not bad. Zhang Xi let go and said, it seems that you have practiced very well. You have really worked hard. Zhang Xi was somewhat impressed by Li Quaning's changes. Strength cannot be developed overnight. During this period, Li Quaning must have suffered a lot. Hey, if I say change, it will definitely change. Li Quaning said eagerly, come on, brother Zhang, I'm ready to start training. I said you really have no eyesight. Zhang Xi said angrily, it's so late, why are you training? That's good. Tomorrow, you go to our company and I'll take a look at you. Whatever you are suitable for, I will give you a job and save you from idleness all day long. Li Quaning pouted and said, I don't want to go to work. I won't teach you if you don't go to work, that's what I mean. Okay, where will you sleep today? Well, let's sleep here. Li Quaning's change was beyond Zhang Xi's expectation. Only then did Zhang Xi really start to change her view of him. This young man has indeed changed his ways. Early the next morning, Zhang Xi took Li Quaning to the company. Zia company was very lively today. There was a long queue just for interviews. Zhang Xi was very happy. This is a good sign. If this continues, the company will definitely get better and better. However, before he was happy for long, trouble came. His assistant came over, looked at Zhang Xi and said, Mr. Zhang, it's bad, something happened. What happened? Zhang Xi was slightly startled and asked, what happened? I just heard the assistant say, Director Luo was originally in charge of today's interview, but now she and Mr. Chen are in the conference room and refuse to come out. It seems that they are having a conflict. After hearing what the assistant said, Zhang Xi was angry and funny. What the hell are you doing? You are so grown up and you are still acting like a child. This is not a joke. Moreover, it can be said that Zhang Xi spent a lot of effort to win over these talents. If he does not win them over today, it will not be easy to call them over in the future. I understand, you find a way to stabilize them, and I will take care of the rest. Well, Chuan Ning, you go and help too. Well, I understand. After giving these instructions, Zhang Xi rushed to the conference room. As soon as he walked in, he realized something was wrong. Luo Ruimen and Chen Suihu were seen leaning on the table, saying nothing, as if they were sulking. The two of them were not at all on good terms as usual, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Zhang Xi was the first to break the embarrassment, only to hear him smile and then ask, "Well," I said, "two beauties, what are you thinking? There are so many people outside, shouldn't we go to work?" Chen Suihu turned around, looked at Zhang Xi and said, "Don't worry, the interview is a trivial matter. There is something we must solve. Just listen to Luo Rumen say, well, it must be solved. So, let me ask you, do you like the two of us?" I didn't expect that the question would be so explosive at the beginning. Zhang Xi was completely dumbfounded. Just listen to Chen Suihu continue to say, "I can tell you clearly now that we both like you, but you have to make a choice. Of course, if you say you don't want anyone, it doesn't matter. We promise not to. I'm pestering you, do you understand? Do you really have no feelings for them?" The answer is of course no. Luo Ruimen, the dignified eldest daughter of the Luo family, followed her when she was nothing, and was kidnapped because of herself. Zhang Xi is grateful to her. Of course, you can also express your gratitude. Understanding has been transformed into ignorant emotions. Chen Suihu was even more helpful to me. From the beginning when she helped him slap the money-worshipping girl in the face, to later on when he was able to start this company, she did her best, and Zhang Xi also liked her character very much. Zhang Xi asked blankly, "Well, why are you two asking this?" Just listen to Chen Suihu say, "Originally, we didn't want to be in such a hurry, but we both have a sense of crisis. If you don't let you make a decision, I'm afraid none of us will have a chance, so today, you have to give us an explanation." Wait a minute. Zhang Xi said, "Okay, if you have objections to me, you can say it, but don't break the friendship between you two. I think the two of you will become enemies in the future." Luo Ruimen said lightly, "I cherish the friendship between me and Shui Yu, but we both know that since we fell in love with the same man, the friendship between us has ceased to exist." Chapter 32, Can't afford to offend, can afford to hide. Although Chen Suihu didn't say anything, Zhang Xi could tell from his expression that her thoughts at this time were different from Luo Ruimen's. It should be the same. "No, what are you doing?" Zhang Xi said hurriedly, "Can you two stop being like this? How come these good best friends have become enemies? You can't control things like feelings, you know, right?" Chen Suihu said, "I don't want to be like this, but after we talked last night, we knew that there is no room for maneuver in this matter, and we can only go on like this. Now, make your choice, Zhang Xi." Zhang Xi gritted his teeth and said, "What if I don't choose? That means if you don't like any of us, both of us will leave. If you choose one, we will keep the other. But no matter how you choose, our friendship as best friends ends here." Zhang Xi was dumbfounded anyway. Is the relationship between besties so fragile now? Just pull it when you say it. Where did this happen? Can you choose? Nonsense, there is no choice at all. Besides, even Zhang Xi himself can't figure out what his feelings are for them. Like it, a little bit, love it a little bit, but let him confess, "Sorry, this really doesn't matter." Dharma says. After thinking about it, Zhang Xi really didn't know what to do. He replied, Okay, that's it. I have no choice now, but I hope you can finish your work first. Now we are not friends, but bosses and subordinates. Since we are my employees, just do as I say." The two looked at each other, then turned and left without saying anything. Seeing their angry expressions, Zhang Xi knew that they couldn't do this job well at all. Alas, the hero is saddened by beauty, he is really drunk by beauty, drunk by beauty. However, this incident reminded Zhang Xi of another thing, that is, no matter what happens, you must explain it clearly in person at the time. The longer it is delayed, the more emotions will accumulate, and naturally it will be harder to talk about it. Therefore, it is necessary for him to go to the Marvel world and resolve the misunderstanding with Captain Rogers. If there is always a gap between the two of them, it will be very detrimental to his development in the Marvel world in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi decided to go to the Marvel world. Firstly, he wanted to turn the feud with Rogers into friendship. Secondly, now that the situation is like this, he might as well go hide for a while. Once they calm down, the situation should get better. Zhang Xi left a note, which said, "I'm on a business trip for a few days, wait for me to come back." After finishing writing, he went to the Marvel world. After a daze, Zhang Xi opened his eyes. At this time, he was in a residential building. This system is good everywhere, but the location of the teleportation is not fixed. You can't predict where you are going, so Zhang Xi will spend a lot of time to understand his location every time. And timeline. However, is there really no way to understand? Maybe there was a pattern. Zhang Xi shook his head and turned around to leave, hoping to contact Rogers through Stark. However, at this moment, fierce gunfire rang out. Zhang Xi was startled, and then he became more vigilant. He slowly moved toward the place where the gunshots were heard. Suddenly, he saw several men in black rushing out of a room. Zhang Xi hurriedly hidden. When you don't understand the situation clearly, it's best not to take action rashly, otherwise you may be injured accidentally. Not long after the man in black rushed over, a tall figure followed closely. This figure is very familiar to Zhang Xi. This is none other than Captain Rogers. I saw Rogers holding a shield in his hand, his body covered in blood, closely following the man in black. Seeing this, Zhang Xi knew where his timeline was. Captain America, Part 2. Zhang Xi understood in an instant that the system will not teleport you blindly. As long as it is where he teleports, something will happen, so in the future he can judge where his timeline is based on the teleportation location. In that case, the director of SHIELD should be seriously injured now. Zhang Xi thought for a while, then chased after Rogers in the direction he left. Director Nick should be in suspended animation right now. He doesn't need to go. It might be self-defeating if he goes, so he won't go with Rogers yet. The strengthened Zhang Xi can also be as light as a swallow. He doesn't have to worry about getting lost, because everywhere they go is in tatters. Zhang Xi can keep up with Rogers as long as he follows the traces. After jumping over several buildings in a row, he saw Rogers back. I saw Rogers' shields, breathing heavily. "Hey, Captain!" As soon as Zhang Xi finished speaking, Rogers turned around and locked Zhang Xi to the ground without saying a word. Rogers' most powerful move is not the shield, but the choke. If it's so fierce, he can even choke himself. Even if it was a robot like Ultron, the captain would choke it and try to suffocate it to death. What's even more frightening is that Ultron is really worried about being choked to death. Well, it's a bit embarrassing. Rogers' arm strength was so strong that Zhang Xi was completely breathless. He wanted to release the extremis virus, but at this time he couldn't use any strength in his body. The blood supply to his brain was insufficient, and he fainted immediately. Rogers said coldly, "Tell me, why are you here? What is your relationship with those killers?" Rogers had already been suspicious of Zhang Xi, but now that he saw him at this time, his suspicions became even more serious. Zhang Xi struggled a few times, but found that he couldn't break free at all. He had no choice but to say one sentence. "Bucky, you're still alive." "What?" Rogers was stunned when he heard this. He sent Zhang Xi and asked in surprise, "What did you say, is Bucky still alive?" Zhang Xi did not knock him out, but gasped for air. After a while, he nodded and said, "Yes, Bucky is still alive. The killer you just chased is Bucky, this time your enemy is him, the Winter Soldier." "It's impossible," Rogers said, "it's been more than 70 years. Bucky can't be still alive, and even if he's still alive, he should be an old man, and it's impossible for him to do such a thing." After he fell off the train, Hydra's organization captured him and transformed him into an enhanced human. At the same time, it erased his memory and trained him to become its own killing weapon. This was really beyond Rogers' acceptance. He looked at Zhang Xi, was silent for a while, and said, "Director Nick just told me not to trust anyone." "I know," Zhang Xi said, "but I am not an insider." Chapter 33 Rogers' Trust. "Tell me clearly, what do you mean you are not an insider?" Rogers asked warily. Zhang Xi said, "Hey, Captain, I know you want to be responsible for your country, but I hope you can trust me. I have no ill intentions towards you. I am here to help you." "Help us?" Rogers said, "Well, tell me who you are." "Don't dwell on this issue, Captain, you are just like this, too rigid, but this is also your advantage." Zhang Xi said with a smile, "Well, I will tell you a few things, and then you can consider whether you will believe me." Then, he leaned into Rogers' ear and whispered a few words softly. Rogers' expression became more and more serious. "Are you telling the truth? S.H.I.E.L.D. really has SHH. Zhang Xi said hurriedly, "Keep your voice down. I've already told you what I need to tell you. The rest is up to you." "Okay, that's all. I'm going back first." After that, Zhang Xi handed Rogers a note with his contact number on it, and then left. Rogers didn't catch up. He just looked at the note in his hand and fell into deep thought. All this happened so suddenly, far beyond Rogers' imagination. On the one hand, his friend Bucky is still alive, and on the other hand, there is actually a traitor in S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that his guess is correct, and Nick should be attacked for this reason. "Captain!" A S.H.I.E.L.D. staff member followed. "Captain, please return to S.H.I.E.L.D. We have something to ask you." "Okay, I understand." Rogers looked at the direction Zhang Xi was leaving. After being silent for a long time, he slowly set off. "Oh, it seems I have to help them." Zhang Xi was sitting in a cafe, drinking coffee leisurely. In fact, with the abilities of these superheroes, even if he didn't interfere, they should be able to. The problem was solved, but Zhang Xi thought that since they were here, he would give them a beating. This is not a movie anyway, and there is no need for so many plots. As long as the final result is good, that's it. After drinking this cup of coffee, Zhang Xi found a hotel to sleep in. Because there is no plot that he can help with now, Rogers should have returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. by now, and he just needs to wait patiently for him to come out. Anyway, I have already reminded everyone who needs to be reminded. I believe that with Rogers' intelligence, he should be able to understand what is going on. Early the next morning, Zhang Xi went to the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. The captain should come out of here soon. Although the location of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be considered a secret, it is not something that ordinary people can find. Of course, Zhang Xi, who is familiar with Marvel movies, naturally knows where S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Zhang Xi waited nearby for a while, and then saw the fire in S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Xi nodded secretly. This should be the part where the captain solved the plane. I have to say that Rogers is really handsome in this section. He was able to defeat a plane just by relying on the shield in his hand. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Immediately afterwards, a motorcycle rushed out. Rogers is wearing a combat uniform and carrying a shield. He looks really handsome. Seeing Zhang Xi, Rogers hurriedly said, X, come up. Zhang Xi nodded. He found the right moment, jumped up suddenly, and then landed firmly on the captain's motorcycle. Rogers slammed the accelerator, the motorcycle suddenly accelerated, and the two of them sped away. On the way, Zhang Xi asked, How are you, Captain? What I said is right, am I not lying to you? Rogers said, Well, yes, but how do you know all this? Haha, I can't tell you this, including who is Hydra's undercover agent. I can't tell you this either. You have to peel off the cocoon bit by bit and understand it yourself. Although he intends to help them, Zhang Xi also knows that he can't do anything too much. Many things. These superheroes still need to do it themselves. After all, this is their world, and I am just a passerby. Well, okay. Rogers said coldly while speeding up, I will definitely find the truth, Hydra, just wait for me. In fact, to be fair, Zhang Xi doesn't want to get involved in too many S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs. What he hopes to get involved in are movie plots such as Guardians of the Galaxy and Thor. Those guys are funny, hang out with them relatively comfortable. But for now, the area where he can move is limited to the Marvel world on Earth. If he wants to go elsewhere, he still can't do it for the time being. Forget it, let's settle the current matter first and then talk about other things. Soon, they got rid of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuers and came to a dilapidated house. Rogers changed his clothes and said, Hydra must be brewing a huge conspiracy. We must stop him as soon as possible. Well, you're right. Zhang Xi said, however, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to succeed just by relying on us. We also need help. Help? Who? Natasha and Falcon are your new friends. Zhang Xi said. You know a lot. Rogers smiled, and his smile was full of trust in his partners. Zhang Xi nodded secretly, this was exactly the result he hoped to see. Now that Rogers has trusted him, the misunderstanding between the two has been resolved. I apologize to you. It was my fault before. Rogers said sincerely. Don't say that, Captain, you are just fulfilling your duties. I want to thank you for understanding my difficulties. Zhang Xi paused and then said, Director Nick will give you a hard drive, right? Come on, let's get it back. Rogers nodded, and then the two left. Although there were some changes in the plot last time in Iron Man 3, Zhang Xi didn't take it to heart. Some changes are normal, and they are all innocuous changes. However, Zhang Xi thought wrong this time. The two of them had just taken a few steps, when suddenly, their expressions changed, and an instinctive feeling of danger came over them. Almost subconsciously, Rogers took out his shield and blocked the two of them. Then they heard a roar and a huge explosion above their heads. I saw a rocket hit Rogers' shield with great accuracy. Fortunately, the shield was made of vibranium and could absorb energy. Otherwise, this shot could really kill them. Are you okay? Zhang Xi looked at Rogers and said. In that moment, Rogers withstood most of the destructive force, which made Zhang Xi a little worried. I'm fine, don't worry. Rogers stood up and looked at the roof not far away, where a black figure was standing. Is this Bucky? Chapter 34 Reunion after 70 years. Zhang Xi nodded and said, Yes, that's him. Now he has been completely controlled by Hydra. No one can guarantee what he will do, so we still have to be careful. Rogers nodded, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with a feeling of brotherly dependence. I think back when I was still a skinny kid from Brooklyn. Anyone could bully him, but Bucky was an exception. He has never bullied me and has always treated him as a friend. Every time he was bullied, Bucky was always the first to rush forward to help him. This friendship that lasted for nearly a century was definitely not something that ordinary people could understand. Looking at him like this, Zhang Xi sighed. When watching Perfect Team 3, he was actually very conflicted. Iron Man and Captain are both characters he likes very much. A civil war between the two of them is definitely something he doesn't want to see. After watching the movie, Jong Xi thought for a long time, who was right and who was wrong in this matter. It's true that Bucky was the murderer of Iron Man's parents, but that was not his will, he was just controlled. But even though he said that, it was still true that he killed Tony's parents. No one could swallow this breath. Especially Tony's tearful words, "I used to be the same," made countless people cry in the cinema. Jong Xi shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. After all, that is a matter for the future, so let's deal with the captain's former friend first. As the saying goes, being black is 3 times stronger and being white is 8 times weaker. Bucky's current strength is definitely quite strong. Even at Roger's level, it's not easy to deal with him. Although Jong Xi is already very strong now, there is still a certain gap between him and Rogers. Jong Xi asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Rogers said with a solemn expression, "No one of you takes action, I will do it." Jong Xi nodded, and then stepped aside knowingly. Needless to say, Rogers would not take action. After all, they are good friends. Although I have the trust and recognition of the captain, I am still an outsider after all. I have not controlled the severity of my attacks. If I let the captain beat me up, where can I reason? For Bucky, Rogers even fought Iron Man, so what did he do? Bucky didn't run away, but walked down. Following closely behind were 3 or 2 men in black. No need to ask, these people must be from Hydra. Rogers said coldly, "X, these men in black will be left to you." "Well, okay." Jong Xi nodded. Originally, he wanted to take some time off, but who knew, the captain still assigned a task to him. Forget it, just think of it as training. As long as it's a battle, there are fragments to collect, which is also a good thing. To deal with these Hydra puppets, Jong Xi didn't even bother to use the extremis virus. He rushed forward and started a hand-to-hand fight with them. The agent's fighting skills, Captain America's evolutionary serum, and Captain America's fighting experience complement each other at this moment, bringing Jong Xi's fighting skills to their maximum power. I saw Jong Xi rushing into the crowd, shooting his bow from left to right, using his hands and feet at the same time, cleanly and swiftly. Falling down, hitting the vital point. Basically none of these men in black could survive 2 rounds in his hands, and they were all knocked down by Jong Xi. Rogers was very surprised. He never expected that this. Taking back his thoughts, Rogers looked at Bucky and said, "Bucky, we are friends." Bucky didn't say anything, he just pointed the gun in his hand at Rogers and pulled the trigger without hesitation. "Okay, then let me wake you up." Rogers picked up his shield and held it in front of him. His shield seemed to have magnetic force and blocked all the bullets. Then he picked up the shield directly. He threw it towards Bucky. This hit Bucky with great precision, knocking off Bucky's gun. Then he rushed forward, took the shield, and hit Bucky. Bucky reacted quickly and blocked the blow with his metal arm. Rogers stepped forward and the two started fighting. Because both of them are powerful players and have rich fighting experience, their fights are very precise and very nice to watch. Jong Xi looked at this scene and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Fortunately, he was right not to do it. Both of them were stronger than him. It was really difficult to take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had passed several rounds. The level is evenly matched, and basically no one has an overwhelming advantage. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bucky pushed Rogers back with all his strength, then jumped as high as he could and ran away. "Bucky!" The captain wanted to follow, but Jong Xi stopped him. "Captain, it's useless even if you catch up with him now. Now that his memory is gone, he won't listen to you," Jong Xi said. "But don't worry, he will know," and he will change his ways in the future. After listening to Zhang Xi's words, Rogers felt a little more relieved. Because it seemed that everything Zhang Xi said was right, and he felt relieved when he heard him say that. "Let's go," Rogers said. "We should go and crush Hydra's conspiracy." Rogers stood up and said with a determined look. This is his charm. No matter what time, he can give people enough confidence to meet every challenge. The two set off and first came to the place where Rogers had hidden the USB flash drive. Just like in the movie, the USB flash drive disappeared and the widowed sister appeared behind them. "Natasha," Rogers said, "are you hiding something?" Natasha said, "Director Nico is dead, we have to do something." "Hey, X, I met you again." "Ah, hello," Zhang Xi said with a slightly red face. I don't know why, Zhang Xi is a little shy whenever he meets Natasha. "Okay, don't talk about this," Rogers said, "we should go to Hydra's abandoned base." "X just told me." "Well, it's just what I want." The three of them set off and rushed to Hydra's abandoned base. The next plot is the same as in the movie, except that there is no scene of planes bombing the base. 3 days later, Rogers, Natasha, Zhang Xi, and Falcon were discussing countermeasures in the room. Just listen to Rogers say, "Hey, Sam, it's my honor to get your help, thank you." "Don't say that, Captain, it's my honor." Falcon Sam said hurriedly, "Let's go, it's time for us to fight." "Then, how about we follow our pre-planned actions?" "Okay." Rogers nodded, then looked at Zhang Xi, as if asking for his opinion. Zhang Xi suddenly laughed and heard him say, "Don't look at my captain, you are the leader." Chapter 35 System Error. "Well, okay." Rogers nodded. In fact, he is also very smart. If his arrangements are not appropriate, Zhang Xi will definitely tell him. Since he didn't tell him, it proves that everything is going according to his plan. In progress. This Zhang Xi seems to know everything that happens in this world. With him here, it is much easier for him to do things. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups. Sam and Rogers went to destroy the weapon control system, while Zhang Xi went to SHIELD with Director Nick to expose Hydra's conspiracy. This was arranged by Rogers, and Zhang Xi had no objection to it. Even if Rogers didn't say it, he could understand what it meant. He was not afraid that he would accidentally hurt his good brother, so he still knew about it. Soon, Zhang Xi and the others arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. The widowed sister said to him, "Actually, you don't have to come. This job is very dangerous." Zhang Xi said with a smile, "If there is any danger, everything will go smoothly." "Do you know my past?" Natasha looked at Zhang Xi and suddenly asked nonsensically. Zhang Xi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I know." "You really know everything?" Natasha suddenly laughed, and then said ambiguously, "After this matter is finished, can I buy you a drink?" With such straightforward words, even a fool would understand what it means. Zhang Xi was confused for a while, and then coughed twice before calming down. "Well, Natasha, it's not too late for us to talk about this after we complete the mission, right? Besides, I think you and Dr. Banner would be more suitable. You should know that I have never been a dedicated person." In the movie, Natasha and Rogers they kissed, had an affair with Banner, and were not sure about Barton. In fact, this was only in the movie. In fact, in the comics, the widowed sister was even more charming. "Well, let's finish the task first." Zhang Xi scratched his head and said. Natasha couldn't help but smile. This smile was so overwhelming that Zhang Xi almost fainted. However, something surprising happened. Zhang Xi suddenly felt dizzy, and then disappeared directly from Natasha. The widowed sister was stunned. She couldn't imagine what was happening in front of her. But it happened. Natasha was very worried, but after all, she was a veteran agent who had been on the battlefield for a long time and was used to everything. It is important to complete the task now. Zhang Xi has disappeared suddenly like this before, so he should be fine, right? I don't know when it started, but this mysterious X has occupied an irreplaceable position in the widow's heart. The feeling this person gives her is completely different from others. Real world. Zhang Xi opened his eyes suddenly, breathing heavily. At this time, he felt a splitting headache, his ears were buzzing, and there was just one sentence echoing in his mind. System error, the host is forcibly transported back to the real world. Seeing this sentence, Zhang Zimei was stunned. What the hell is this? It's so good, why was I suddenly teleported back? Moreover, this system has always been quite stable. Why is it wrong now? Now the plot of Captain America 2 has entered a critical moment. If he had not interfered, there would have been absolutely no problem. But now that he has interfered, no one can say whether the plot has changed. Originally, he must win. The situation may now be uncertain. Damn it! Zhang Xi then tried to enter the Marvel world again, but now he found that no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get in. He still has all his abilities, but he just can't enter the Marvel world. Zhang Xi panicked. He couldn't understand what was happening. But now, he was helpless. Forget it, since I can't go back for the time being, let's deal with the company's affairs first. I have been away for a few days now. I wonder how the company is doing. Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen should have reconciled, right? Zhang Xi's thinking was still too naive. He drove to the company. As soon as he entered the door, someone greeted him. This person is none other than Luo Xian. Mr. Zhang, you are finally back. You have been unable to get through on the phone, and we are almost dying of anxiety. Luo Xian is still so beautiful, but at this time, her delicate face is full of anxiety. Zhang Xi asked, what's wrong? Did something happen to the company? Since you left, Director Luo and Director Chen have been trying to deal with each other. One is talking about things and the other is talking about things. They don't accept the other. Now the company doesn't even have a decision maker and can't make any decisions at all. Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, I want to hear the results. Oh, by the way, you are already at work, right? The result is that they are still arguing in the conference room. Well, yes, I went to work, and they didn't see any of the people who came for the interview that day, so they just accepted the order. Luo Xian said helplessly. Isn't this nonsense? Zhang Xi was so angry. He went to the conference room with a livid face. He wanted to see what big waves these two guys could make. As soon as he reached the door, Zhang Xi heard the quarrel in the conference room. The method you mentioned simply won't work. We don't have enough funds now, so the risk is too great. Luo Ruimen said. What do you know? Do you know what it means to gain wealth through risk? You are just a treasurer. If I ask you to pay, you will pay for me. How come there is so much nonsense? Chen Suiyu no longer acted like an unruly princess. She talks like a strong woman. No, I have to be responsible for the company. As long as you stay here, our company will not be able to develop at all. The words that follow are no longer worth listening to. They are basically just endless arguments. Luo Xian looked at Zhang Xi and said, this is not the first time. You have been away for a few days and you will come here every day. Hey! Zhang Xi sighed, and then said, it's all my fault. Okay, you go down and do your work. I'll handle the things here. Okay. Luo Xian left, Zhang Xi took a deep breath, then directly opened the door of the conference room and walked in. The two of them were chattering endlessly, and when they saw Zhang Xi, they were stunned. Zhang Xi looked at the others and said, you go back first, you have nothing to do here. Everyone was relieved. It was really torture to attend such meetings every day, and it was even more torture to pretend to listen attentively. After listening to Zhang Xi's words, they left in a hurry. It's time to have a good talk with them. The right time is not as good as the right place, and the right place is not as good as the people. If there is internal strife in the company, then all your hard work will be in vain. Although he didn't want to face it, Zhang Xi also knew that it would be impossible not to face it now. Chapter 36 Helpless Zhang Xi. Now, only Zhang Xi, Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu were left in the conference room, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Zhang Xi found a chair and sat down, looked at the two of them and said, "You two, if you have any opinions, just tell me, or you can resolve it privately and don't bring your emotions to work, okay? The company is everyone's failure will be of no benefit to anyone. Don't think that the earth won't turn around without you." Chen Suiyu said coldly, "Without this lousy company, I would still be the rich lady when I go back. Who cares about you?" Although Luo Ruimen did not speak, he nodded slightly. Zhang Xi was choked back with just one sentence. He looked at the two people helplessly and said, "Okay, okay, you are great, you are the only one. Then let me ask you, what do you want me to do? How can you be satisfied? It's very simple, choose one." The two said in unison, "At present, this is the only way." "Then what if I want them all?" Zhang Xi patted the table and said, "Both of you are with me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he didn't notice that Luo Ruimen and Chen Suiyu looked at each other, and there seemed to be some kind of tacit understanding in their eyes. Back in his office, Zhang Xi took a sip of water, then leaned on his chair and closed his eyes helplessly. In fact, what he just said was just angry words. He didn't have much hope at all. He knows how much he weighs. Although he is very powerful now, he is far behind compared with big families like the Chen family and the Luo family. The daughters of these two big families are marrying him at the same time. Zhang Xi might as well do it. Daydreaming. "Luo Xian." Zhang Xi said. Luo Xian walked in and asked, "Zhang Xi, oh no, Mr. Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Xi smiled bitterly and said, "There is still work to be done. How about this, you can bring me all the work during this period and I will take a look." "Okay." Luo Xian said and walked out. After a while, she walked in holding a thick stack of documents. Seeing so many documents, Zhang Xi was a little dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "It's only been a few days and there are so many documents." Luo Xian also said helplessly, "I can't help it. Director Luo and the others came up with it. But don't look at the many documents. None of them have been decided, so I have to make the decision, right?" Zhang Xi said, dumbfounded, "Okay, I understand." Luo Xian nodded, but did not leave. Zhang Xi looked at him and couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you go back? Is there anything else?" "Well, there is something I want to say to you. I heard Luo Xian say, men don't owe too many romantic debts." Well, in Luo Xian's eyes, Zhang Xi has become a complete scumbag. Zhang Xi smiled, but didn't explain, and didn't bother to explain. This matter had already upset him enough, and he didn't want to mention it again. Looking at the pile of documents, Zhang Xi sighed, then reached out and took down one. Just when Zhang Xi was obsessed with work and couldn't extricate himself, the Marvel world. Natasha and director Nick had cracked the Hydra conspiracy. Nick put on the eye patch again and said, "I didn't expect that my backhand really worked." "That's right, the director is the director. It's really a clever plan. Okay, why did you learn to flatter Cortana? Let's talk about your affairs." Nick asked, "How's it going with the captain? It should have been successful, but now he hasn't responded. We need to send out a search and rescue team quickly. X once told me that Rogers would have a long fight with Bucky and then fall off the plane. We need to go there quickly. Just save him." Nick waved his hand, and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately sent out a search and rescue team. I just heard him ask, this X, how much do you know about him? Natasha shook her head and said, I don't know much about it. The first time he appeared was when Loki attacked the Earth. Later, I saw him everywhere with Tony, and then this time. S.H.I.E.L.D. has collected almost all the superpowers on the Earth, but there has never been any information about him. Nick said, moreover, his power is very special, I have learned about it. He has the strength and fighting skills that are no less than Captain. Techniques include Thor's ability to control lightning, and even Killian's desperate virus, which he fought with Tony some time ago. It seems to be a trick, and he knows both. It looks like this. Natasha said, but is there any problem? If he is from our side, there will be no problem. By the way, Ziona, you seem to have a soft spot for this Oriental. Nick asked. No, I'm just curious. Natasha flipped her hair, if nothing happens, I'll leave first, Chief. If there is any news from the captain, let me know. Don't worry, I will. At this time, on the beach, Rogers slowly opened his eyes. There is no place in my whole body that is not sore. Bucky was really ruthless and showed no mercy. But in the end, he stopped, which meant that he had recovered some memories, but he couldn't face what he had done, so he left. From now on, will he live an anonymous life? Come quickly. The captain is here. The S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue team finally arrived, and Rogers closed his eyes. Before he fell into coma, what he was thinking about was not Bucky, but Zhang Xi. This man is really hard to figure out. Real world. Zhang Xi threw the documents in his hand on the table. Just now, he received a notification from the fragment system, telling him that the fault had been eliminated and he could now go to the Marvel world. Calculating time, the captain should have solved the problem, so there is no point in going there now. Zhang Xi stopped what he was doing, but what he was thinking about was another thing. This system will have a fault, and now that the fault is gone, it means that someone has repaired it. So has this system always been specially controlled by someone? In other words, are you also being controlled by others? Zhang Xi shook his head. It was too early to think about these things now. Even if it was controlled by someone, he had nothing to do now, so he had to deal with the matter in front of him first. No matter what, the conflict between Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen must be resolved. Both of them are their right-hand men. If the two of them are in conflict with each other, they will definitely be too busy to handle so much work. After thinking about it, Zhang Xi picked up the phone. Called Chen Suiyu. Hey, Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Because he was in a bad mood, Chen Suiyu's address to Zhang Xi was not as polite as before, and he changed directly from Brother Zhang Xi to the cold Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xi didn't mind either, and just heard him say, if you have time tonight, I would like to treat you to dinner and chat with you by the way. Really? But I have a question that I need to confirm first. Chen Suiyu asked, are you going to invite me alone or together with Luo Ruimen? What difference does it make? What do you think? Zhang Xi sighed and said, I want to invite the two of you, but I won't call her Ruimen. I want you to call her here for me. You were good friends once, weren't you? I don't want to because of my things will affect your friendship, can you understand what I mean? Chapter 37, Turn Small Love into Big Love. Didn't I make it clear enough? Ever since we fell in love with you at the same time, we have. Okay, I've said it before. It's up to you to decide whether you want to call her or not. I'll wait for you at the Love Bar at 7 o'clock tonight. After saying that, Zhang Xi hung up the phone. The Love Bar is where the three of them first got into trouble. Zhang Xi hopes that wherever he starts, he will end there. Beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Suiyu held the phone and sighed. Maybe, they really made things too stiff. They are both best friends, so there is really no need to do this. After much thought, Chen Suiyu still dialed Luo Ruimen's number, but he was still on the phone. Okay, Chen Suiyu understands, he has been blacklisted. This damn guy. Chen Suiyu said through gritted teeth, then threw the phone aside. Although she also added the other party to the blacklist, Luo Ruimen's behavior still made her extremely angry. She was angry, but she still liked Zhang Xi in her heart. After sitting for a while, she sent Luo Ruimen a text message, which basically meant that she was going to the love bar to talk about something today. Then, almost at the same time as the text message was sent, she received a text message from Luo Ruimen. The content was basically the same. Chen Suiyu was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps, they have found a solution to the problem. 7 p.m., Love Bar. Zhang Xi booked a private room here, ordered a few bottles of wine, and waited for the two of them to come over. To be honest, he was still very uneasy. After all, these two people were not easy to mess with. He would not be naive enough to think that he could resolve the conflict with just a few words. The door was opened, Zhang Xi raised his head and saw two people standing outside. Although there was no communication, Zhang Xi could no longer see such deep hostility in their eyes. Come in. Zhang Xi said. The two women did not speak, but walked in directly. Zhang Xi asked, I ordered whiskey and cocktails. Take a look. If you want something else, I'll ask the waiter for it. No need to make it so complicated, let's get straight to the point. Luo Ruimen asked, what do you want to do when you come to us today? Okay, let's talk about it directly. Zhang Xi said, the reason why I came to you is because of the company's affairs. If this continues, our company will collapse soon. You may not care, but this company, it's my family's fortune, I care about it. So that's the case. Chen Suiyu nodded, but you should know what are the prerequisites for solving the company's problems, right? I know, that's why I'm telling you this. Zhang Xi's expression suddenly became serious, and he said seriously, let me choose one of you two, I really choose I won't come out. You've all helped me a lot, and I like you very much. You can understand that I'm a scumbag, and that's okay, but my idea is, if not, I won't want any of them, and if I want them, I'll take them all. Want. After a pause, he continued, I know, this is hard to accept, but this is my choice. We can completely turn our little love into a big love. Otherwise, you two should follow me. No, I don't want one. To be honest, it's all because of you that I became like this. So, don't blame me. What Zhang Xi said was more or less a shirking of responsibility, but it was indeed the case. If the two of them hadn't pushed him too hard, he wouldn't have been able to come up with this idea. There's nothing he can do about it, it's probably because they both fell in love with him at the same time. Haha, what you think is so beautiful. Chen Suiyu sneered, both of us are absolutely the best in life and appearance. You actually want to marry both of us at the same time? I said Zhang Xi, how many fake drinks have you had? Wine. Luo Ruimen also said, that's right, it's a beautiful thought. Zhang Xi said with a playful smile, why, you don't quarrel now? We have a tacit understanding, right? Both of them were stunned. They didn't expect that Zhang Xi's conversation would change so quickly. Zhang Xi said sincerely, you two are my good friends, and I like you very much, but if you have to ask me to make a choice, I really can't make it. So, I have always suppressing my emotions, I won't tell any of you. Now, since you asked me this question, I can only tell you what I really think in my heart, whether you agree or not, or even whether you want to be here or not. It doesn't matter if it's my company. I just hope that the relationship between you two will not be affected by my affairs. Otherwise, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Don't you love me? Okay. Although she has never been in love, Zhang Xi can still pretend to be pitiful and say a few earthy love words without eating pork or seeing pigs running away. Chen Suihu pursed her lips and said nothing. And Luo Ruimen spoke. Suihu. Luo Ruimen said, grabbing Chen Suihu's hand and saying softly, I'm sorry, I went too far. You are my good friend, I shouldn't treat you like this. No, it's my fault. Chen Suihu said, it's my fault. I'm too strong. Zhang Xi couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. This is only right. After all, we have been best friends for more than 20 years. We have played together since childhood, and the foundation of our relationship is still there. Alas, it's really annoying. With the evolution serum, you can drink no matter how much you drink and you don't feel anything at all. You don't feel dizzy. Is this called drinking? The two got back together, and Zhang Xi's mood improved. I just heard him ask with a smile, hey, have you two agreed to marry me together? You have a beautiful idea, the two said in unison. Haha. Zhang Xi shook his head. In fact, he didn't have much hope. After all, he was too greedy. Unexpectedly, the next sentence immediately confused Zhang Xi. However, we can consider dating you first. Well, let's start from now on. Zhang Xi was stunned. Oh my god, wasn't he dreaming? Originally, he just said a random word out of whim, but who would have thought that these two people really agreed? Wait a minute, what do you two mean? Let me slow down. Zhang Xi said, covering his heart with one hand. What's the point? The two of us have already agreed. Luo Rumen tidied his hair and said, actually, we had already discussed this matter on the way here. Although it sounds ridiculous, in Machinery City, this situation is not uncommon. Our father, who is not like this. You are a talent and will definitely achieve a great career in the future, so I will not wrong us if I agree to work with you. There is only one request. Chapter 38 High-Tech Products from Marvel. Okay, I agree to whatever you say. Now Zhang Xi can be said to be extremely happy. My mother has always been worried about her lifelong events, but now it's good. Not only does she have a partner, but she also has two. She is the daughter of one of the 5 major families in Machinery City. Let's see what else my mother can say. I'm telling you, it's just the two of us, there can't be anyone else, do you understand? This is the limit they can accept. Good besties are more or less acceptable, but if someone else is around, the two of them will go crazy. Don't worry, it's just the two of you. Zhang Xi said hurriedly, I'm not a dissatisfied person. With the two of you, I can be considered a virtuous person. How dare I be too greedy? Okay, then, let's have a drink. Luo Rumen raised the wine glass in his hand and said, from now on, the three of us will be one family. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Okay, cheers. The three of them drank the whiskey in their glasses. Zhang Xi put down his glass and looked at the two of them. Under the influence of alcohol, both women's faces turned slightly red. Zhang Xi didn't notice it before, but now he can see that these two people are really beautiful. What, don't you want another drink? Zhang Xi smiled slightly, then picked up the wine glass. The next day, Zhang Xi opened his eyes and looked at the time, 8 o'clock in the morning. It was time to go to work in a while. Zhang Xi got up and stretched, then looked at the person sleeping next to him, and couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. After washing up, Zhang Xi specially prepared breakfast and said at the same time, hey, it's time to eat. After dinner, follow me to work. Don't drink a little and you won't know your last name. There was a commotion in the house, and then the door was opened. I saw a sleepy Li Quaning walking out of the house, rubbing his eyes and saying, Brother Zhang, what happened last night? Well, Okay, I know everyone is disappointed. The person who slept in Zhang Xi's room yesterday was none other than Li Quaning. Zhang Xi is a relatively conservative person, so he can't do the kind of thing where they confirm the relationship today and have sex that night. For Zhang Xi, yesterday was a memorable day. Not only did he solve the company's problems, but he also solved his own lifelong event. It can be said that good things come in pairs. For Li Quaning, yesterday was definitely a sad day. It turns out that he is a flower HMR. I don't value feelings at all, but there is a saying that goes well. The reason why I feel I don't value feelings is because I haven't met the right person. Last night at the nightclub, Li Quaning met a girl who made his heart beat. But, that girl has a boyfriend. Taller than him, more handsome than him, and more elegant than him. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. At least Li Quaning can be richer than him, right? But after asking around, I found out that he was Liu Ming, the young master of the Liu family, one of the 5 major families in Machinery City, and his family background was no worse than his. It was good now. He didn't even have the last thing to compare with others. Li Quaning felt like he was lovelorn. Li Quaning, who had grown up in a honeypot, had never experienced such grievances. So, he got himself drunk and returned to Zhang Xi's home in a daze. When he got home, he didn't go back to his room. Instead, he went to Zhang Xi's room, opened the door and lay down in it. Seeing him like this, Zhang Xi was furious, but now that he was so drunk, he couldn't throw him out, and he could only let him sleep here first. You have the nerve to say that? Zhang Xi said angrily, you drink like a fool. If I hadn't had a good temper, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. Tell me, what happened yesterday? It's exciting. Hearing Zhang Xi ask herself this question, Li Quaning immediately lost his temper. I just heard him sigh and say, oh, brother Zhang, I'm lovelorn. What do you call lovelorn? You're not in love at all, okay? Zhang Xi said, stop bragging, I know everything. Your little brother who sent you here yesterday told me everything. Oh, you know everything. Li Quaning sighed, oh, I have never felt that I have failed in life. Everything you have is given by your family. It looks very superior, but it is actually very superior. But let me tell you, as a person, you must have your own characteristics. There are many rich second generations. What should you do? How about letting others remember you? Come and have a meal, and reflect on it after the meal. Sometimes what girls value is not your appearance and money, but what's inside you. TCH, why don't you just hold 2 beauties in your arms? A full man doesn't know how hungry a man is when he's hungry. Li Quaning sat down and said while eating. After eating, Li Quaning felt a little better. Seeing that he was recovering well, Zhang Xi took him to the company. As soon as he arrived at the company, Luo Xian greeted him and said, Mr. Zhang, good news. Hey? What's the good news? Zhang Xi asked. The product you brought has been made and is being used now. Oh? Already used? This is really good news. Zhang Xi said excitedly, come on, take me to see it. Zhang Xi is quite trustworthy in Tony's skills. As a representative of the most advanced technology in the Marvel world, not to mention these basic technologies, there is absolutely no problem. Luo Xian took Zhang Xi to the factory. The factory is right behind their company. Because it is all new energy technology, there is no pollution and can be used with confidence. The two came to the factory and saw Wang Shuang, Yang Fan, and Du Li looking at the machines in front of them. Mr. Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xi, several people hurriedly said hello. Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, it's okay. Why are you here so early? Tell me, how about this new technology? Just listen to Yang Fan say, Mr. Zhang, come and take a look. This new technology is a very common technology, it is solar power generation technology. However, the efficiency of this solar power generation is higher than we imagined. Oh? How high is it? Zhang Xi asked, looking at the machine in front of him. This machine is a big pillar that goes directly from the house to the roof. At the bottom is something that looks like a computer. It doesn't look amazing, and it's not a big deal. It's very high. Du Li said, the top of it is just a solar panel with an area of less than 2 square meters, but its production method is a bit special. Let's put it this way, we have just carried out circuit reconstruction, and now our company all electricity, including all the electricity in the factory, is provided by this solar generator. Not only that, it can also keenly capture every bit of light. At night, even moonlight, starlight, and even surrounding lights can make it continuous. Provide electricity. After listening to what a few people said, Zhang Xi was secretly shocked. Is this Tony's technology? Chapter 39 The Gangsters of the Lu Family. I've always seen in movies how advanced Tony's technology is. When he went to Stark Tower last time, he was focused on dealing with Killian, so his focus was all on the weapons. Now I realized how powerful Tony is. Solar panels are something that Zhang Xi, a man who just graduated from science and engineering, can make, but in Tony's hands, they can exert such a powerful effect, which is really rare. The simpler something is, the harder it is to do it well. Tony can make solar panels so invincible, which shows how far his technology has reached. I figured it out. Wang Shuang adjusted his glasses and said with the tablet in his hand, I made an estimate based on the population, area, and number of buildings in our machinery city. As long as we can build 365 of these solar generators can maintain the power supply of our entire machinery city. Of course, this is an ideal situation, and no one knows what problems will arise, so this number is subject to discussion. That's pretty awesome. Zhang Xi reacted and said, according to the area of this solar panel, which is more than 300. It is only as big as half a football field. Such a small area can provide so much power. It's really awesome. Anyway, hurry up and mass produce it, I'm going to make an advertisement here. Well, but there is another good news. Yang Fan continued, the second drawing you gave us is a drawing of a precision machine tool. If this machine tool can be made, I can guarantee that it will definitely be world-class. The error value of the most precise machine tools in the world is infinitely close to zero, but because the process is somewhat complicated, it is still in the experimental stage and may require more investment. It doesn't matter, don't be in a hurry, take your time and take your time. If we don't do it, we'll make it the best we can. Is there any problem with the mass production of this solar panel? The three people shook their heads and said, no problem, the process is simple and the cost is low. It is easy to mass produce. Okay then. Mass produce this quickly. Look, if you want to make friends, you have to find someone like Tony. He has money and skills, and he can lead his friends out of poverty and become rich. It is really good. After finishing the factory, Zhang Xi returned to the office. Now he was in a very good mood. Taking advantage of this energy, he directly asked everyone in the company to come to the conference room for a meeting. Because of the unpleasant experiences in the past few times, now the whole company is filled with complaints whenever there is a meeting. It's just a meeting with the boss, so they don't dare not go. Soon, everyone gathered in the conference room. Zhang Xi looked at everyone and said, everyone, are you all here? Then I announced that our meeting has begun. Everyone was a little surprised, because the two gods Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen did not quarrel today, and they were still talking and laughing. Could it be said that the two of them had reconciled? Don't underestimate the power of company gossip. Basically everything can be spread. Now everyone in the company knows that the two of them were jealous because of Zhang Xi. Now they have reconciled. In other words, Mr. Zhang has put these two together. Have you all conquered them? Let me go, it's amazing, the boss is the boss, it's really extraordinary. After a pause, Zhang Xi continued to say, our company's first product has been successfully developed. So, we should get busy next. First, the advertising must be done well. From the marketing department, please contact us now, all TV stations, let's spend money to be on TV. No matter what method is used, the TV station will be flooded with our advertisements within a week. What do you think? If you have any questions, don't talk about money. Just go to Director Luo. That's it. The head of the marketing department nodded and said, if the money is no problem, then I am no problem. Okay, the press conference is also going to be held. You should also prepare for this. Suiyu. Tell me. After the press conference, you contact major appliance stores and all companies to promote our products. Remember to apply for a patent first to avoid being stolen. Okay, I know. Zhang Xi showed superb business talents, which he learned from Tony. Tony is a superhero and he is also a businessman. During the last time she got along with Tony, Zhang Xi asked him intentionally or unintentionally about how to do business, and learned a lot from him. He arranged every task in an orderly manner, but at this moment, someone who didn't have a good eye opened the door and walked in. A security guard came in. He panted and said, Mr. Zhang, something bad has happened. Someone is making trouble. Captain Li is fighting with them. Zhang Xi frowned, this is no small matter. I have taught Li Quaning some skills in the past few days. Although there are not many, they are all killer moves. If he can't control the intensity, it's no joke. Ruimen, Suiyu, you two continue the meeting, I'll go take a look. After Zhang Xi finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Be careful. The two said in unison. Seeing everyone looking at themselves with surprised eyes, the two of them blushed slightly, then coughed softly and said, well, let's continue the meeting. Zhang Xi trotted all the way to the hall and saw Li Quaning leading a few bodyguards and fighting with a few men in black. The men in black were wearing sunglasses and looked very fierce. I saw Li Quaning fighting with them. What Zhang Xi was worried about did not happen. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He was not very talented and his attacks were not that agile, but he did not suffer any loss. Let's fight the opponent 5050. Zhang Xi shook his head, then went down and said loudly, stop it. This voice was very loud, and everyone was attracted by his voice. They stopped and looked back at Zhang Xi. I saw Zhang Xi walking over with a smile on his face. He looked at the men in black and asked with a smile, friends, I wonder what's wrong with you coming here today. Before these men in black could speak, Li Quaning said first, Brother Zhang, they are from the Lu family and they are here to cause trouble. The Lu family. Zhang Xi frowned, I have no grudges against the Lu family. I even said that I don't even know each other. What do you mean? The leading man snorted coldly and said, boy, let me ask you, are you engaged in energy technology? The information is quite good. Zhang Xi nodded and said, yes, I have been doing research in this area recently. What, is there any problem? What's the problem? Are you asking this question from Mechanical City? The man said, you don't know the rules, let me tell you the rules. In the Machinery City, as long as you are engaged in energy research, you must report it to our Lu family in advance. Our Lu family will inspect your products, and only after they pass the test can they be released. 1-step sales. In addition, you have to pay us royalties every year, that's it, remember. After listening to the man's words, although Zhang Xi was smiling, his heart was extremely disgusted. What, the dignified Lu family is so domineering, this is simply collecting protection money. Chapter 40 Bet. Zhang Xi remembered that when he decided to enter the new energy industry, Chen Haiming reminded him not to underestimate the Lu family. The Lu family is quite famous in the energy industry. Whether it is new energy or ordinary energy, he has quite a lot of patents. He doesn't know how much money he receives every year just from the patent fees. Originally, Zhang Xi wanted to compete with them, but now he understood why the Lu family had so many patents. It's not that they invented it, it's that they snatched it away. Zhang Xi already knew what the leading man meant just now. It was all patents and they had to be shown to them first. If they figured it out, they would just keep it. It was really shameless. You bastard, fart! Li Kuaning said angrily, I'll show you what, why didn't you say you stole it? If you think so, there's no problem. All in all, I'm just doing my job. The big man was not angry, but said arrogantly, aren't you convinced? Let me tell you, this is strength. Don't be convinced. Let's try it and see whose fist is stronger. He has the confidence to say this. The Lu family is indeed quite powerful, and its strength is among the best among the 5 major families. Although Zhang Xi now has the support of the Li family and the Chen family, if there is any heat in conflict, it is not certain whether they will be willing to come forward for Zhang Xi. Damn guy! If it was normal, Li Kuaning would have given up, but this time he was quite angry. The breath was stuck in his chest and he could not let go. In fact, it is understandable. After all, the eldest young master of the Lu family just robbed his lover last night, and today the Lu family is planning to attack his company. This is a man who can't bear it. Zhang Xi naturally knew how Li Kuaning felt. He walked over, patted his shoulder gently, and said softly, it doesn't matter, you go first, I will handle it. But it doesn't matter, you go ahead. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he still dared not disobey Zhang Xi's orders. I saw him glare at the other party fiercely, and then retreat. Zhang Xi stepped forward and asked, this company is invested by the head of the Chen family, can you give me some face? The big man shook his head and said, no, this is not allowed. Let alone you, even if Chen Haiming comes, I can't give you this face. This is the rule of our Lu family. The other party didn't even give the Chen family face, which really surprised Zhang Xi. But instead of backing down, he became increasingly angry. Who gave them this bad habit? Each and every one of them is like a robber. Is there any royal law? Are there any laws? Who else? Rules. Zhang Xi sneered, you know, you are still standing here talking to me, it is the rules that have saved you. Go back and tell you, the head of the Lu family, just say what I said, it is impossible for our company, it's impossible to hand over our company's technology to others without paying the money. Just let him give up. If that's the case, then there's no need to talk. The big man sneered and waved his hand violently. The few people he brought over suddenly had a baseball bat in their hands, and then they swung the baseball bat and started smashing it. As for himself, he punched Zhang Xi very quickly. Zhang Xi was slightly stunned. This guy's skills were pretty good, much better than he thought. It seems that I have encountered a tough situation today. However, he did not flinch, but felt very excited. After all, a powerful person finally came to the real world, so he was naturally looking forward to it. Zhang Xi increased his vigilance, lowered his head, and dodged the move. Then he raised his legs, trying to clamp his neck and put him to the ground. The big man's reaction was also very quick. He grabbed Zhang Xi's leg, then roared and threw Zhang Xi violently out. After Zhang Xi turned 2 somersaults in the air, he stood firmly on the spot. Except in the Marvel world, Zhang Xi has never encountered such a powerful guy. He was just about to compliment the other party when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because although the man in black brought by the big man is not as powerful as him, his skills are also wrong. At least Li Kuaning and the others are not their opponents. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xi decided to deal with these guys first. He took out his slingshot and fired 5 projectiles in a row like the wind. These projectiles accurately hit the bodies of the men in black, each shot carrying the power of thunder, directly knocking these men unconscious, rolling their eyes and picking at the soles of their feet without them waking up. The big man was stunned for a moment, then put away his contempt and re-examined Zhang Xi in front of him. "What did you just do?" the big man asked coldly. Zhang Xi smiled slightly and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just don't want anyone to interrupt our duel. Come on, let's get started. I won't use this thing, I will defeat you with fighting." The big man couldn't help but laugh and said, "In the Lu family, my skills are also among the best." "Are you sure?" A gentleman's words are hard to catch up with. If he says he is empty-handed, he will be empty-handed. You are very confident in your strength? Well, how about we make a bet? How to bet? I see that you also want to complete your mission, right? Let's make a bet. If you win in a while, I will let you go and let you take away our technology. Haha, you are really confident. Well, what if I lose? Zhang Xi said slowly, "If you lose, I want you to become a pair of my eyes." Although he didn't say it clearly, the big man was not an idiot. He knew exactly what Zhang Xi was referring to. "Don't worry, everyone you brought has lost consciousness, so you don't have to worry about anything." Zhang Xi stretched his muscles and then said, "Okay, let's get started." At this time, Zhang Xi already had plans to deal with the Lu family. After all, the new energy industry is his first industry, and it will also be a very important industry in the future. The presence of the Lu family will always be a stumbling block. This big man looks pretty good. He should be the kind of person who values his commitment. As long as he can defeat him, he will do things for him. The big man raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "You are really too arrogant, Zhang Xi. Really, you are the first person to say that about me. But forget it, you will become my brother in the future. Then, let's get started. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Su Tian." The big man took a deep breath and then rushed towards Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi narrowed his eyes and dealt with it carefully. This person's strength can definitely reach the level of a senior agent in the Marvel world. He is quite powerful. He doesn't know where the Lu family found such a master, but Zhang Xi admires him very much. Li Kuaning didn't know why Zhang Xi did this. Although he wasn't smart enough, he knew that Zhang Xi was smarter than him. As long as it was something he decided, he must have his reasons, so he didn't say anything. The fists of the two collided rapidly in the air, and a fight began. Chapter 41 Another Superpower. This was a high-level fight. The two men's close quarters abilities were almost equal, which surprised Zhang Xi. Now that his evolutionary serum has reached more than 30%, it stands to reason that he has 30% of Captain Roger's fighting skills. This level is unparalleled in the Marvel world, and Su Tian is on par with himself. Why is this person so powerful? The key is that during the fight, the debris collection system is constantly beeping. Diddy, unknown fragments have been detected. For the safety of the host, we will not pick them up for the time being. Hearing this reminder, Zhang Xi was sure that this Su Tian was definitely not an ordinary person. If that's the case, then defeat him and ask him clearly. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi suddenly accelerated the pace of his attack. For a moment, Su Tian was overwhelmed. Although the strength of the two is very close, Zhang Xi has an advantage that Su Tian does not have, and that is his physical strength. Evolution Serum has a very magical effect, which is to speed up metabolism, which means that Zhang Xi will hardly feel tired. But Su Tian was different. The long and protracted battle made his physical strength somewhat unable to keep up. Beads of sweat broke out from his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Now, everyone in the hall has been sent away by Li Kuaning, leaving only Li Kuaning, the security guards he brought, and the Lu family members who were rolling on the ground. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Zhang Xi and the others. After all, such a wonderful fight could not be seen all the time. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of fighting, Zhang Xi's chance came. When the two of them were crossing each other, Zhang Xi found the right opportunity and struck Su Tian in the neck with a knife. Su Tian originally wanted to raise his hands to block, but now his arms were sore and uncomfortable and he really couldn't lift them up. Helpless, he could only retreat. When he retreated, Zhang Xi did not miss this opportunity. The smile on Zhang Xi's face deepened, and she took a few steps forward, her hand always in front of Su Tian's neck. Plop! Su Tian leaned against the wall, but Zhang Xi's hand still didn't stop. This time, it was enough to penetrate his neck. Su Tian's face turned pale and he closed his eyes subconsciously. Are you dead? Ha ha! Su Tian heard a burst of laughter. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xi's fingertips stopped less than 3 centimeters away from his neck, and Zhang Xi was looking at him with a smile. After fighting for so long, Zhang Xi didn't even look like he was out of breath. Moreover, under such great strength just now, he was able to break accurately. His strength was still above his own. I lost. Su Tian sighed and said, kill or behead him, it's up to you. Who said I wanted to kill you? Zhang Xi's lips raised slightly, don't you remember the bet we just made? A bet? Su Tian was stunned for a while before he remembered their agreement. If he lost, he would become Zhang Xi's undercover agent. Come, this is not the place to talk. Come to my office and talk. Zhang Xi took Su Tian's hand and took him away without caring about his reaction. It seemed as if the two were not rivals who had just been at war with each other, but friends who had known each other for many years. On the way, Zhang Xi saw Luo Ruimen and others. There wasn't much movement in the hall, and they knew what to do when, so they stayed in the meeting and didn't care about anything else. Zhang Xi, is the problem solved? Who is this person? Zhang Xi said with a smile, it's solved. This is my friend. It can be solved so smoothly, thanks to him. Although it was just a lie, it made Su Tian feel very comfortable. Zhang Xi seemed to be deliberately protecting himself, as if he had treated him as one of his own. Oh, then, thank you. Luo Ruimen said to Su Tian with a smile. You're welcome. Su Tian scratched his head and said, his fierce face matched his overwhelmed expression, and there was no sense of violation. How was it? How was the meeting? Zhang Xi asked. Very good. The general direction has been determined and the work has been almost allocated. Now comes the details. Don't worry about this, we can handle it. Chen Suihu said. Okay, all right. After a few brief greetings, Zhang Xi and Su Tian came to the office. Zhang Xi asked Su Tian to sit down and said, come on, have a cup of tea and take a rest. Zhang Xi, what do you mean? Su Tian said, do you really think I will help you? I think you have no reason to refuse. Zhang Xi shrugged and said, no matter how much money the Lu family gives you, I will give you twice as much, and the status I give you will definitely be higher than what he gives you. How about, isn't this attractive enough? Su Tian laughed and said, yes, it is indeed very tempting, but first of all, the Lu family has nothing to do with me, so I don't think it is necessary for me to sacrifice my life for you. Moreover, after making money, you have to spend it with your life. Okay, I have offended the Lu family, do you think I can survive? Zhang Xi picked up a cup of tea, took a sip gently, and then said, do you think I will be afraid? If I was afraid, would I still dare to attack you today? You don't naively think that with the Chen family as your backing, the Lu family won't dare to do anything to you, right? Big guys like them have a lot of things going on, and there are too many things that you don't know about. Something, so. So what, do you think I am relying on them? As he spoke, Zhang Xi stretched out his hand. His hands first turned orange-eared, and then turned into the light blue of thunder. Seeing this scene, Su Tian's expression was naturally quite wonderful. This is... Don't be surprised, aren't you also a superpower? Zhang Xi said with a smile, your skills are not those of normal humans. Tell me, what's going on? That's it. Zhang Xi told his true story, and Su Tian didn't hide it. He just heard him say, before, I had a master who gave me special grass. The physique has changed. Special grass? Zhang Xi was slightly startled, couldn't it be the heart-shaped grass in Black Panther? Heart-shaped grass is the source of the power of the Marvel superhero Black Panther. Its efficacy is similar to that of Captain America's evolutionary serum. It can stimulate people's potential power to the greatest extent and strengthen people's abilities. In the movie, Black Panther eats this to become the king of Wakanda. No, if so, then the system should recognize it, right? And if it is really the heart-shaped grass, then his strength should not be worse than mine. Moreover, he relies on the system for his superpowers. Su Tian has no system. Is it just luck? Forget it, let's talk about these details later. Zhang Xi asked, okay, it doesn't matter. Look, we are both superpowers. Are you willing to help me? Chapter 42, Eyes Placed in the Lu Family. Let me ask one last question. Su Tian said slowly, aren't you afraid that I might rebel temporarily? Haha. Zhang Xi couldn't help laughing, don't be afraid, because I know you. You are a person who advocates freedom and strength. I will make you stronger, and I will give you full freedom, so what do you think? Then I have no problem. Su Tian said, I am willing to follow you, brother Zhang. After saying that, he made a gesture to kneel down. Zhang Xi had quick eyes and quick hands, and rushed forward to catch him. Hey, don't be like this, we are a regular company, there are not so many messy rules. Okay, you know what to do, right? Do you need my help? I know, I can solve it myself. Su Tian said, if the Lu family takes any action, I will tell you. While speaking, he took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed himself in the abdomen. His force was well controlled, leaving only a small opening, and it was located between the liver and stomach, so it was not life-threatening. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xi nodded secretly. He is indeed a very experienced man. Now that everyone else sent by the Lu family has been taken care of by Zhang Xi, he is the only one left. If he can go back safely, the Lu family will definitely become suspicious. Then, I'm leaving. Su Tian glanced at Zhang Xi, but didn't say what he wanted to say, and then ran directly towards the window, smashed the glass, and jumped out. Zhang Xi's office is on the 6th floor. For others, there is no difference between jumping from here and committing suicide, but for a master like Su Tian, it is nothing at all. He tapped the wall a few times in the air, then rolled down when he landed, completely releasing all his strength. Brother Zhang. Hearing the sound of glass, Li Kuaning rushed in from outside the door. He didn't trust the Lu family, so he kept watch outside. If Su Tian dared to do something, he would really fight him. Seeing Li Kuaning, Zhang Xi couldn't help but smile, and at the same time he was somewhat moved in his heart. He has really changed, not like before. Fine, don't be nervous, find someone to repair the glass. Zhang Xi said. At the same time, news was released to the outside world that a group of gangsters came to our company to cause trouble. Everyone was caught and only one escaped. Proper cover is still needed. Oh, okay. I understand. Li Kuaning said, let me ask, Brother Zhang, Do you really trust him so much? I don't trust him, but I trust my intuition. Okay, that's it. By the way, where are the other people he brought? Oh, they have moved back and are still twitching. Li Kuaning said that although he wanted Zhang Xi to teach him this trick, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. I see, it seems that I am a little stronger. Zhang Xi said with a smile, after they wake up, we can send them directly to the police station. After arranging everything, Zhang Xi stretched. In fact, he didn't want to bring down the Lu family. First of all, he didn't have such great strength yet. Secondly, if the Lu family didn't take action against him, there was no need for him to do so. The main reason why I accepted Su Tian as my own was because I valued his abilities. Moreover, he is also very interested in the mysterious herb similar to the heart-shaped grass. If there is a chance, he must take it to see the effect. At this time, the Lu family. Su Tian clutched his stomach and limped back here. When the servants of the Lu family saw Su Tian, they hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Brother Su, what are you doing, Brother Su?" Su Tian smiled secretly. This injury was hardly considered an injury to him, but he still pretended to be very weak and said, "Where is the master of the family? Quickly, take me to see the master of the family." "I'm here." A middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle look walked out of the house. He was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Zhongyang. Even though his name sounds like he is a good person and he looks gentle, in fact, he is a complete bastard. He has eaten since he was a child, has a black heart, farts, shits, and clenches his fists. Although he is said to be one of the 5 major families in Mechanical City, he has never done anything. The things he did were no different from those of those little gangsters, and all these ideas came from Lu Zhongyang. Back to the subject, Su Tian said weakly, "Master, this is an accident. We heard that a new company in the energy field has been opened in Dongcheng district of Machinery City. You also know that all the energy industries in Machinery City was controlled by our Lu family, so I wanted to go over and talk to him and do the same thing as before. But who would have thought that they wouldn't give it to us at all? Even though they said we showed our identity, they still wouldn't give him face and just beat us up. We were beaten. I was lucky enough to escape." Su Tian seemed to be adding fuel to the flames when he said this, but in fact, it was precisely because he knew Lu Zhongyang that he said this. This person typically bullies the weak and fears the strong. If Zhang Xi is called cowardly, he will probably lead others to rush over. This is something he does not want to see, at least the time is not ripe yet. And if Zhang Xi was told in a tougher tone, he would be scrupulous and not dare to act rashly. Sure enough, after hearing Su Tian's words, Lu Zhongyang was furious at first. He just wanted to take people to take revenge, but then he thought about it and gave up the idea. He knew Su Tian's strength very well. There were only a few people in the world who could beat him, but he didn't expect that he would come back injured. How powerful was his opponent? Seeing his concerns, Su Tian said, "Master, that company is a small company with not many people in total, but their boss is very good at fighting. At least I am not his opponent. If we go head-to-head, we will win. You should be able to win, but it might be more of a loss than a gain, so why not? Not as good as what? How about this? It's a small company anyway. Let's just leave it alone. It probably doesn't have any skills. What do you think?" Although Su Tianchong looks tall and thick, he is actually a very smart and careful person. He knew that the most important thing now was to buy Zhang Xi time to establish his brand. Today at Ziyu Company, he heard someone say that they were researching some new technology. After the research on this technology was successful, even if Lu Zhongyang wanted to do something, he would be unable to do it and it would not be easy. "You mean, let them go?" Lu Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and said, "This is not your style, Lao Su." Su Tian pretended to sigh and said, "Well, A man can bend and stretch. I am indeed no match for others, so I can only endure this fly, but don't worry. Master, this is only temporary, I will become stronger. Then take revenge on him. Just taking revenge would bring no profit at all, but would cause a lot of trouble. Liu Zhongyang didn't want to do such a stupid thing. I saw him waving his hands and saying, forget it, let's do this for now. It's just a small company, don't worry about him. When you have the opportunity, you can settle the accounts with him. Hurry up, take him to bandage his wounds. Thank you for your hard work, Lao Su. You're welcome, Master. Just like that, a pair of eyes quietly settled in the Liu family. Chapter 43, Complicity. Everything is going smoothly, Zhang Xi's spy has also been installed, and whenever there is any trouble in the Liu family, he will know it immediately. Regardless, this is giving him time and opportunity to develop. A large number of solar panels have been mass-produced. These new energy panels can maintain the power supply of the entire machinery city. But no one is stupid enough to take out all these batteries at once. But it will slowly sell out. No matter what kind of innovation it is, it must be dealt with slowly. If it is too fast, the city will not be able to adapt. If the energy transformation is completed in the fastest time, the machinery city will not be able to bear it. Transformation can come slowly, but money cannot be imprinted at all. With such a good product and Chen Sui's business genius, these panels quickly found buyers, and the prices were beautiful. Mr. Zhang, these are mine. Buyer Zheng Long said with a smile, we will definitely have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. No, Mr. Zheng, I hope you will take more care of my business in the future. After all, he has also run a company, so it is very simple for him to talk about these social things. Speaking of Zheng Long, he and Zhang Xi still have a close relationship. Because Zhang Xi sold his first technology to him. In other words, his first pot of gold was earned from Zheng Long. Although this person is quite annoying, he has never joked about money, so when Zhang Xi is looking for a client, he is naturally the first person he thinks of. Haha, you are young and promising, I like it. Zheng Long glanced at his watch and said, it's almost time. I have to go back and eat another day. Yeah, definitely. Zhang Xi said with a smile. Because Zheng Long is his old customer, Zhang Xi gives him the most goods. The others were divided randomly, and then they kept some of them to sell themselves and find ways to sell them to other cities. All in all, the first step has been completed and it went quite smoothly. After all the goods were delivered, Zhang Xi clapped his hands and said, okay, everyone, let's take a rest. Tonight, our company is having a team-building event. I will pay for all the expenses, scream. Good. The employees were very happy and a little surprised. After all, this is just the first transaction, so it is too generous to treat him as a guest. Zhang Xi also has his own ideas. No matter when, the enthusiasm of employees must be mobilized. How to mobilize? Of course it's a benefit. Once the money is available, employees will naturally be willing to work for you. Looking at the cheering employees, Zhang Xi was very happy. Well, my life will gradually get better. Just as Zhang Xi was preparing to celebrate, Zheng Long went to the Liu family and found Liu Zhongyang. Zhang Xi didn't find out clearly, which was his biggest mistake. In fact, Zheng Long has always been Liu Zhongyang's man. Of course, this was not specially arranged by Liu Zhongyang. It was all just a coincidence. It was just a normal business at first, but who would have thought that just because of this coincidence, Zheng Long would become a spy around Zhang Xi. Okay, actually playing infernal affairs, there really is no one else. In the Liu family courtyard, Liu Zhongyang crossed his shoulders, looked at the solar cell equipment in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, is this the new product called Zhang Xi? Well, Yes, the name of this device is Sun God. Its energy conversion ability is quite terrifying, but I have never tried it. The price of this set of equipment is 1.5 million. 1.5 million. Liu Zhongyang almost laughed. Who would spend more than 1 million to buy such a thing? At the beginning, I didn't want this thing, but later Zhang Xi proved to me that their company does not have any external energy, and it only relies on this thing to support the entire company's electricity consumption. This shows that there's something about it. Really? That's really interesting. Liu Zhongyang was also surprised. If it can really be done, then this is indeed a rare technology. What should we do, Mr. Liu? Do you want to? What are you thinking about? Are we robbers? Liu Zhongyang frowned and asked, don't try to do everything by force. Sometimes you have to use your brain. If it had been anyone else, Liu Zhongyang would have snatched him over or bought him, but facing Zhang Xi's skills had always been what he was most worried about. The richer a person is, the more he is afraid of death. He is really worried that Zhang Xi will fight with him hidden, which will not be worth the gain. Come here, you are like this. Liu Zhongyang leaned into Zhang Long's ear and whispered a few words softly. Zhang Long didn't speak, just nodded. How's it going? Do you know what to do? Liu Zhongyang asked. Don't worry, I know Mr. Liu. Hehe, you are really smart. Once this trick comes out, Zhang Xi's company will probably go bankrupt, and there will be no way to fight back, ha ha ha. Hey, don't be so optimistic. We haven't done it yet. No one knows what will happen. This Zhang Xi is probably not an ordinary person. Who knows whether this method will work? While the two were summing up here, Su Tian walked in and heard him say, Master of the family. Oh, it's Su Tian. Liu Zhongyang smiled, waved his hand, and said, What's the matter? Oh, head of the family, it's like this. Our brothers are all at the police station last time. I don't have enough manpower here. See if you can send me some people. Oh, that's what happened. After Liu Zhongyang heard this, his smile disappeared immediately. And he could only hear him gritting his teeth and said, Damn Zhang Xi, let's see what you do this time, let's settle the score together. The speaker was unintentional and the listener was intentional. Su Tian was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body became nervous. It seemed that this old fox was finally going to take action against Zhang Xi. He asked cautiously, Master, have you already thought about how to deal with Zhang Xi? You don't have to worry about this. This time it's not violence, but use your intelligence. Anyway, I don't need your help this time. Just tell Uncle Wang how many people are needed and he will send someone to you. Su Tian still wanted to make some excuses, but Liu Zhongyang didn't give him this chance and turned around and left. Su Tian turned his head, looked at Zhang Xi's products in front of him, and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. It seems that their plan should be for this product. Anyway, I have to remind Zhang Xi. Ever since, he took out his mobile phone and edited a text message. At this time, Zhang Xi was eating and drinking in a nightclub with people from the company. Come on, do it. I don't know what these employees are thinking, they all want to get Zhang Xi drunk, but with the help of the evolutionary serum, Zhang Xi can never get drunk, except for wanting to go to the toilet. Ding dong. The text message alert sounded. Zhang Xi picked up the phone and took a look. The text message was sent by Su Tian, with only one sentence on it. The wolf wants to catch its cubs, be careful. Chapter 44 Accident. This was a riddle, but Zhang Xi knew instantly what Su Tian wanted to express. The wolf naturally refers to the Liu family, and the cub naturally refers to his new product. In other words, the Liu family is going to take action on his new product. Zhang Xi couldn't help but laugh, come on, he is very confident in his own strength, and Su Tian is also on his side, so he has nothing to be afraid of. If the Lu family plans to steal at Hedon, he will unleash all his firepower without reservation. Thinking of this, Zhang Xi deliberately opened his own panel to check his attributes. Diddy, personal panel expands. Host, Zhang Xi. 3D, Strength, 50, Speed, 50, Endurance, 69. Skills, Thunder Power, 24%, Advanced Agent, 100%, Missile Shot, 92%. Special Attributes, Star Core Hardness, 0.3%, Quake Will, 15%, Captain America Evolution Serum, 39%, Alchemist, 20%, Extremis Virus, 18%. With just this attribute displayed here, Zhang Xi really wants to ask, who else is there? Mr. Zhang. Du Li walked over in a daze and asked, why, Mr. Zhang, aren't you even drunk? Haha. Zhang Xi regained his composure and said with a smile, of course, I won't get drunk after 1,000 cups. Okay, you guys should take your time and drink, you have to go to work tomorrow. What's your next step? Just give me that precision machine tool and find a way to make it quickly, do you understand? Haha, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, we will solve this very soon. Seeing them like this, Zhang Xi shook his head helplessly. He only thought of violence, but he didn't think of Su Tian's evaluation of Lu Zhongyang. This man is a complete despicable person, and what he did this time was despicable to the extreme. The carnival night passed like this, everything was peaceful. During this period of time, Zhang Xi did not go to the Marvel world. After all, he had a lot of things going on here and he didn't have time to go. It is worth mentioning that he received a call from Tony here. It seems that electromagnetic waves can penetrate the space barrier, which is great. He is not sure when something big will happen in the Marvel world. It's much more convenient to have a phone call. The two exchanged some pleasantries, and Tony seemed to have remembered something and said to Zhang Xi, by the way, how are you preparing the technique I gave you? It's very good. The solar panels have been mass-produced and the results are pretty good. They are about to be sold. In front of Tony, Zhang Xi had nothing to hide, so he just told the truth. Well, you should come with an instruction manual. I was in a hurry last time, so I forgot to tell you that these battery panels must remain absolutely independent. Don't try to save trouble by connecting them together, because the power of these things it's already very high. If they are connected together, they will explode. Haha. After hearing Tony's words, Zhang Xi couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, brother, I'm not that stupid. I still know these common sense. I know you know, but it doesn't mean that the person you are selling to also knows. If they change it easily, then you have not fulfilled your obligation to remind you. You are responsible. Okay, remember to take care of this matter. Okay, I get it, Tony. After hanging up the phone, Tony muttered to himself, where on earth did this guy come from? Why does he feel like he's not from the same world as us? It doesn't matter, as long as he helps us. Pibo said, okay, how do you feel now? Tony touched his chest. There was no reactor in his chest now, and he looked like a normal person. He smiled and said, yeah, I feel better. Now I feel like a normal man. Isn't it more comfortable to touch my chest muscles when you sleep at night than that piece of iron? I feel like it is. This kind of Tony is the real Tony. Pepper couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, she was still a little worried, because after all, Tony was a superhero and his responsibilities were very heavy. So would he still be by her side? Real world. Brother Zhang Xi, whose call did you just answer? Chen Sui walked in and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Xi asked with a smile, what's the matter? Nothing, I just want to tell you about our company's new product. Chen Suihu tidied her hair and then said, this solar panel is quite powerful. It is very popular. Currently, secondary dealers have started selling our products. Many companies have purchased our products, and dealers from other places have also come. The supply is really in short supply. Is that so? Then this is really good news. Zhang Xi was very happy. Suddenly, he remembered what Tony had just said to him and asked hurriedly, by the way, there is something I want to verify. That we did you put the instruction manual? Does it say not to connect the battery boards together? Of course, but the one you mentioned is not marked. Who would take the trouble to connect these panels together? No one with a little common sense would do this. Chen Suihu said. Zhang Xi nodded. She was thinking the same thing as herself. It seemed that Tony was too worried. In his world, some people might do this, but here, no one has the time. In short, the considerable wealth he has accumulated is enough for him to make his next plan. At this time, Liu Zhongyang was dismantling Zhang Xi's solar panels in the Liu family's laboratory. After all, after working in the energy industry for so many years, it would be nonsense to say that we have no technology at all. The engineers of their Liu family are also very famous. Well, that's it. Liu Zhongyang looked at the engineers' reports and nodded slightly. There is nothing unusual about the materials of this solar panel, except that the arrangement order has changed. Such a small change can increase its power by so much, which is really amazing. Master, what should we do next? An engineer said. I checked and he has applied for a patent. If we copy it again, it will be an infringement. It will be useless and we will have to pay compensation. Is this true? Liu Zhongyang asked. In other words, we can't get this thing, right? Well, that's what I mean. Liu Zhongyang couldn't help but feel a little pity, but it didn't matter, he still had his way. Then if that's the case, let's make it ours. Liu Zhongyang said with a sneer. His philosophy is that if you can't get something, destroy it with your own hands, and then find a way to reorganize it. In this way, this thing is yours. The plan between him and Zheng Long was also the same. Seeing Liu Zhongyang's smile, the engineers all shook their heads secretly. Alas, another great invention was about to be destroyed in his hands. Chapter 45 Sudden Quality Problems. A. Zhang Xi was sitting in the office, listening to the reports from Wang Shuang and others. At present, the machine tool problem has encountered a bottleneck, it is stuck, and the precision of the parts cannot meet the requirements of the machine tool. Now Zhang Xi finally understands that some technologies cannot be made just by telling you the principles. Economic globalization is inevitable because every country has its own advantages. Only by integrating them can we make better ones. Products needed. It's too far to talk about this now. How to solve this problem now is the most important thing. Is there no other way? Zhang Xi asked. Wang Shuang shook his head and said, there is no way. There is only one place in the entire machinery city that can make such precise parts, but he will never sell the parts to you. You mean, the Liu family? Yes, that's right. After listening to Wang Shuang's words, Zhang Xi secretly shook his head. What is this? There are 5 major families in total. Zhang Xi has some friendship with 3 of them. Why is it the Liu family? That's enough. Go shopping in Marvel World? This is a good idea, but transportation is a big problem. This machine tool will definitely be mass-produced in the future, so it will require a lot of parts. But Zhang Xi has determined that he can only travel around the Marvel World alone. He can bring some of his own things, but it is impossible to bring a truck. Is there any other place? Wang Shuang thought for a while and then said, yes, there is a place called Tour Country on the other side of the sea, which is famous for the production of parts. It can be said that most of the precision parts in the world come from there. It's just a little far away, and the people in that country are rather, how should I put it, weird and very proud, so it's not easy to get their parts. That's it. Zhang Xi nodded and said, no matter what, as long as we can find a solution. Please check with me right away. I want to go over and discuss the air tickets to this country of tours in person. Zhang Xi knows that if you want to truly develop and grow, you can't stick to your own net herd of an acre. You must go out. This country of tour sounds very powerful, there should be great business opportunities, right? It's possible, but Mr. Zhang, I have to contact them in advance, because this country is a little different. Only people with permission can go. So, I have to wait. Zhang Xi scratched his head and muttered, well, you are really right. It is indeed a weird country. By the way, how do you know this? Oh, I have a classmate who is working there. He told me. Well, I understand. Okay, let's do this. Zhang Xi waved his hand and said, go on. Yes, Mr. Zhang. After Wang Shuang left, Zhang Xi turned on his phone board and watched the news. Although he is an otaku, Zhang Xi is not interested in games, movies, or anything else. His only pleasure is watching the news. No matter when, it is beneficial to care about national affairs. This newspaper according to news, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, an explosion occurred near the East Ring Road of Machinery City. It is reported that an explosion occurred in a chemical plant. The casualties on the scene are unknown. The cause of the accident needs to be further confirmed. After seeing this report, Zhang Xi couldn't help but become more vigilant. Safety issues are no small matter. You must pay attention to safety issues at any time. Once something happens, it will be over. Putting down her phone, Zhang Xi stretched and was about to do some exercise. At this time, the office door suddenly opened. I saw Chen Sui rushing in furiously. When I saw Zhang Xi, I hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang Xi, there was an explosion on the East Ring Road. Do you know? Zhang Xi nodded blankly and said, I know, I heard that there was an explosion in a chemical plant. No, why are you so nervous? It has nothing to do with us, as long as we pay attention to production safety. No, it does matter, it matters a lot. Chen Sui said, did you know, this chemical plant is called Yong'an Chemical Plant, and they bought 2 solar panels from us some time ago. Zhang Xi's brows furrowed, and he vaguely realized that the situation might not be good. I have sent people to the scene to investigate. I don't know whether it is true or not. I heard them say that the source of the explosion was the solar panel. Because of this, it exploded. In other words, our solar panels have quality problems, right? Zhang Xi asked. That's right, but I don't know whether it's true or not. I think it must be false, because our products have been strictly reviewed and tested, so there shouldn't be any problems. But this is still quite detrimental to us. This in just 2 hours, 3 customers called me and said they wanted to cancel their orders. If no measures are taken, the losses will become bigger and bigger. Zhang Xi nodded. Indeed, the situation had exceeded his imagination. It seemed that something had to be done. However, before he could think of what to do, another piece of news came. The latest news is that the cause of the accident at Yong'an Chemical Plant has been found out. It was because the solar panels purchased by the factory were too powerful and the sun was too strong today, which caused the explosion. It seems that every new technology has it will take time to test. I wonder how Zia Company will respond to this matter. After hearing this, Zhang Xi almost jumped up in anger. This is obviously a frame-up. Zhang Xi knew that Tony's skills were fine without even looking at them. Moreover, the technology of this solar panel is very simple, and there is no big mistake at all. Why is it his fault? Oops, the most worrying thing has happened. Chen Sui said, stamping his feet, wait until I go home and ask my father how to deal with this situation. Brother Zhang Xi, you have to quickly make sure whether our products are available. If necessary, recall immediately. After saying that, Chen Sui left quickly. What Tony had just said resurfaced in his mind. He was sure that there was absolutely no problem with the quality of the battery panels. Since this situation occurred, the most likely possibility was that someone had also discovered the same problem. Zhang Xi could no longer sit still and wait for death. He hurried downstairs and drove to Yong'an Chemical Plant. At the same time, the Lu family. Lu Zhongyang held his mobile phone and said with a smile, "How's it going? Is it done?" "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, they all followed my suggestions and modified the battery panels. Now there are problems in factories. It is estimated that large-scale safety accidents are just a matter of time." Chapter 46 Breakthrough. Haha, okay. At the same time, be prepared. When the problem breaks out, immediately send out the most authoritative media to speak out, and then bring it down. After that, quickly modify this technology and make it ours. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I know how to do it. Putting down his phone, Lu's Hong Guiyong's eyes flashed with a stern look. Whatever I like is mine no matter what time it is. Zhang Xi, just wait for me, ha ha ha. On the other side, Zhang Xi also came to Yong'an Chemical Plant. At this time, the chemical plant has been strictly controlled. After all, they are all chemical products, and no one knows whether they are harmful or not, and further testing is needed. Zhang Xi was not afraid of this, and his skills as an agent made his infiltration and investigation abilities quite strong. In just a few minutes, he got a set of protective clothing. No one could see what he looked like under the thick mask, so he sneaked in smoothly. As soon as he walked in, Zhang Xi saw the battery panel that made a sound and exploded. He knelt down and looked at his product. Although it was burned beyond recognition, Zhang Xi could still see his root clearly. Sure enough, just as Zhang Xi thought, the wiring of the battery panel had been modified. Someone connected the original two battery panels into one, which resulted in excessive power. The wires could not withstand the pressure and short-circuited. As a result, it is not uncommon for them to explode. Zhang Xi was not a fool. He immediately understood that the Lu family should have done this. It turns out that Lu Zhongyang doesn't want to play with force against him, but uses this despicable way to destroy his products. But how did the Lu family do it? They can buy their own products, modify them and then sell them, but they know their sales channels well. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is impossible to happen. Zhang Xi thought for a while, took out his mobile phone, and sent Su Tianzhen a text message. "Find the Wolf Fang who is doing business." Su Tian is very smart, he should know what he means, right? Putting down her phone, Zhang Xi walked out slowly. Alas, the situation now made him a little overwhelmed. For a while, he didn't know what to do. He could only go back and wait for news from Su Tian. In comparison, Zhang Xi is still a bit tender. Lu Zhongyang has already begun the next step. Zhang Xi returned to the company and saw many people gathering at the door of the company. They all had cameras and microphones in their hands, and they looked like reporters. Because it is a new technology, and Zhang Xi is very confident in this technology, when it was first launched, Zhang Xi invited a lot of media to help promote it. He thought there would be no problem, but who would have thought that this problem would arise? Isn't this just a slap in the face? Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. When they saw Zhang Xi, these reporters rushed up to him like flies after seeing food, gathered around him, and asked questions. Mr. Zhang, there is something wrong with your company's product. Is it a design defect? Mr. Zhang, at the press conference a few months ago, you just said that you would change the development model of new energy. I wonder if the recent quality problems will affect your plan. Mr. Zhang. The reporters were asking questions, and each question was sharper than the last. Zhang Xi really didn't know what to do. In desperation, he activated the power of the extremis virus, and his body temperature suddenly rose, knocking all the reporters aside. The reporters were dumbfounded. They looked at Zhang Xi, wondering what happened. But Zhang Xi didn't care about this and turned around and left. However, everything is not over yet. Chemical plants, power bureaus, and many companies that bought boxes of products all had explosions, leaving Zhang Xi wondering what to do. Although he knew that someone had tampered with the battery panels, there was no way he could talk about it. No one would believe you if you told him, unless he arrested the person who did the tampering, so that his company could be cleared negative impact. However, how can it be so easy to say so? Zhang Xi covered his forehead, and now he was also panicking. Brother Zhang Xi. Luo Ruimen and Chen Suihu walked in, looked at Zhang Xi, and said hurriedly, Brother Zhang Xi, what are you still doing here? We have to deal with this matter quickly, otherwise the company will collapse. I want to deal with it too. Zhang Xi smiled bitterly, but what should I do? Zhang Xi told the two of them what he had just seen at Yong'an chemical plant. After listening to Zhang Xi's words, Chen Suihu said, this must be a good thing done by the Lu family. It shouldn't be wrong, but we don't have any evidence at hand? And how exactly did he do this modification? How did he modify such a large number of batteries? Now none of us know, so. Wait a moment. Zhang Xi was stunned, and he caught a key point in his mind. The problem with the solar panels was not just one or two, but many batteries. How did the Lu family get so many products? Thinking about it more carefully, Zhang Xi understood that there must be something wrong with the retailers he found. Whether it was voluntary or coercive, the Lu family must have controlled them before they could manipulate their products. Contact all suppliers immediately, I want to talk to them. Zhang Xi said. The two women's reactions were not slow. After listening to Zhang Xi's words, they understood what he meant. The situation was urgent, so the two of them turned around and walked out without talking nonsense. On the other side, the Lu family. After receiving Zhang Xi's text message, Su Tian instantly understood what he meant, and then began to investigate the people who had been in contact with Lu Zhongyang recently. Originally, his position was equivalent to that of the captain of the security team, and he had no access to these things. But he also has his own methods. He placed a small bug in Lu's Hong Gaiyong's room to steal his information. Today, he finally heard valuable information. Haha, Mr. Lu, you are really powerful. I didn't expect you to handle this matter so smoothly. Now that boy Zhang Xi must be at a loss and scared to death, haha. Humph, although he is indeed very powerful, no matter how powerful he is just a young boy. Do you want to fight with me? Are you kidding me? By the way, Lao Zheng, don't destroy all the products. Otherwise, I won't be able to use it. It's better to say it's a workmanship problem. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I know what to do. Lao Zheng? In other words, this person's surname is Zheng. He didn't know who this person was, but if he told Zhang Xi this information, he should know. Su Tian was about to tell Zhang Xi the news. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. A group of people came to the Lu family. This guy is riding a motorcycle, wearing sunglasses, and carrying two baseball bats on his back. He looks very cool. And behind him, followed a group of people, also dressed like him. Captain, do we really have to do this? One person asked, isn't this too hasty? Chapter 47 The first meeting between Zhang Xi and Lu Zhongyang. Hasty? The reason why we are like this is because of the Lu family. Our old man is not a vegetarian, so deal with him. The person who came was none other than Li Quaning. Li Quaning was very angry. He was angry with nothing else but the Lu family. His girlfriend was robbed by the son of the Lu family, and now his company's products have also been tampered with by the Lu family. Zhang Xi can bend and stretch, and can swallow this breath, but Li Kuaning can't bear this grievance, plus he learned some boxing from Zhang Xi and felt that he was very powerful, so he volunteered to come over to settle the score with the Lu family without telling Zhang Xi. This, I think. Stop saying anything, let's go, let's catch them, find the evidence, and kill them. Li Kuaning's attitude was quite resolute, and everyone couldn't say anything, so they could only follow him in. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Su Tian, who was concentrating on it, was startled. He subconsciously took off his earphones and asked, "What are you doing?" "Oh, Brother Su, someone is making trouble outside. Come and take a look." Su Tian cursed secretly, "Damn it, something happened at the critical moment. Who was so blind to see this happen?" "Okay, I understand, I'll go right away." Su Tian packed up his things, then turned around and walked outside. As soon as they arrived outside, they saw that the outside was already a mess. Li Kuaning and the few people he brought were fighting fiercely with the Lu family's servants. The situation is completely different from what Li Chuanning imagined. Although his strength has improved somewhat, except for people like Zhang Xi who have a heaven-defying system, other people's kung fu requires time to practice. He still spends too much time practicing. Short, and these servants were trained by Su Tian personally, and they have quite a lot of practical experience. At the beginning, Li Kuaning could still resist for a while, but now she couldn't. She was pushed to the ground and rubbed by these people. Su Tian took a deep breath, and then jumped over. With a few casual moves, he knocked Li Kuaning and others to the ground. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly recognized Li Kuaning. The two of them had met the last time they were in Zhang Xi, so Su Tian knew that Li Kuaning was from Zhang Xi. Although I don't know why he came here to cause trouble, I still have to give him the face he deserves. "Brother Su, what should we do with these people?" a servant asked. Su Tian came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and then said, "Well, they are just some unworthy little characters. Let's just beat them up and throw them out." Li Kuaning also recognized Su Tian. When he heard that he was about to be beaten, he panicked. He only heard him struggling and saying, "Su Tian? It's me, it's me." Everyone around was stunned. This guy actually knew Su Tian? Even calling him by his first name, who is this? Su Tian cursed secretly, but his psychological quality was also good. He waved his hand and said nothing. "Su Tian? It's me, why are you hitting me? Help me!" He was still shouting, and Su Tian couldn't stand it anymore. He came to Li Kuaning's side and said softly, "I understand, you go first, I have a way. You have an idea, it's me, it's me. Do you want to hit me? Okay, I know it's you, can you just stop talking?" "No, it's me, I'm Li Kuaning." The Li family has a great reputation, but no one knows Li Kuaning's name, so people here don't know that he is the son of the Li family. Su Tian finally couldn't bear it anymore. He walked over, looked at Li Kuaning, and gave him 2 big mouthfuls without saying a word. Su Tian's hand was very strong. With these 2 slaps, Li Kuaning was blinded. He picked up a rag and stuffed Li Kuaning's mouth. "It's true, cats and dogs all want to be brothers with me. Beat me, especially this guy, beat me hard. There is no other way, Su Tian can only do this, otherwise, who knows, this guy who has no door in his mouth may have to tell everything." Okay, what follows is a brutal and inhumane beating. I don't know how long the beating lasted, but Li Kuaning had already fainted. When Su Tian saw this, he thought something would happen if he fought again. When he was about to throw it out, someone unexpected came to him. Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi was already annoyed enough. He just wanted to wait quietly for news about Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xi learned about Li Quaning's trouble with the Lu family not long after the situation calmed down. This made him extremely anxious. How strong the Lu family is can be seen from Su Tian. And Li Quaning is only a half-timer. Although he has made rapid progress, he still wants to fight with others. Isn't this a gift? So, he hurried over in a hurry. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Li Quaning covered in blood. This frightened Zhang Xi. Not to mention the deep friendship between the two, even if Li Quaning was useless, he was still the young master of the Li family. If something happened, Li Ji would definitely not be able to spare him. Zhang Xi was originally a little wary of Li Ji, but at this time, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He raised his head, looked at Su Tian, and glared hard. In his eyes, there was a faint flash of light blue thunder. Su Tian was so frightened that he reacted quickly. He looked at Zhang Xi and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is your brother, right? Mr. Zhang is a decent person, but your brother is not like this. Damn it! People who come to our Lu family talk nonsense and don't understand any manners should be taught a lesson, right?" Although his words were quite unpleasant, Zhang Xi understood what he meant instantly. So that's it. Li Quaning must have come here and talked nonsense, which almost exposed Su Tian. So he hit him. Haha. Zhang Xi replied respond quickly. He walked to Li Quaning with a smile, helped him up, and said at the same time, "Well, yes, he looks exactly the same as you did a few months ago." Alas, as expected, he dong in 30 years in Hexi, I have to be careful from now on. You. Su Tian's face turned red and he looked angry. And at this moment, a person slowly walked out of the house. Who is it, coming to our Lu family to act wild? Zhang Xi raised his head and looked at the person. Bald. He wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks sly and unscrupulous. This must be the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhongyang, right? I'm Zhang Xi, I'm here to pick up my brother. Zhang Xi said slowly. Oh, it's you. Lu Zhongyang smiled, well, no wonder Lao Su said, you are really young and promising. You have such great achievements at such a young age. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Where is Mr. Lu and the head of the Lu family who are the heroes of the generation? Compared with you, I am nothing. This is the first meeting between Zhang Xi and Lu Zhongyang. Both of them have an understanding of their current biggest opponent. Chapter 48, Coming to Settle Accounts. Oh, you're welcome. Lu Zhongyang waved his hand and said, it's all just a false name. Why, since you're here, why don't you come in and sit down? I heard that you are the son-in-law of Lao Chen and Lao Luo. Oh, what about you? It's really awesome. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it, I'm just good looking. Zhang Xi stretched out his hand, pointed at Li Quaning, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and said, do you know who he is? I know, Lao Li's son. The last time I saw him, he was still 6 or 7 years old. He has grown so big in a flash. Haha, alas, the young man is still a little too angry. It's all a misunderstanding. Well, Lao Su, send him to the hospital. Another day, I'll go to Lao Li's house and apologize. Yes, master. Su Tian glanced at Zhang Xi and then left. Young man, Lu Zhongyang said, have you been having a hard time lately? Zhang Xi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, somewhat, but I'm having a hard time, and some people seem to be very happy. Really? That's really a villain who adds insult to injury. But I would like to advise you, young man, don't be too impatient. Cooperate more with the seniors, and you will be more promising. Really? If we cooperate with you, you are just the overlord of one party. If I do it myself, I can stand on top of the world. Lu's Hong Guyong's face also darkened. He is such an arrogant boy. It seems that he has suffered too little and does not know how high the sky is. Zhang Xi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He walked over, patted Lu's Hong Guyong's shoulder gently and said, "Uncle Lu, don't look down on young people." After saying that, he turned around and left. A servant came forward and asked in a low voice, "Master, do you want to take care of him?" Lu Zhongyang sneered and said, "Not yet, because he is a person with superpowers." Only then did they see that Lu's Hong Guyong's clothes were completely black, and they were still smoking. This, the head of the family. It's okay, it's not in the way. It's getting more and more interesting. A trace of blood red flashed in Lu's Hong Guyong's eyes. Before Zhang Xi left, he sent the gods from his company to the hospital. Although they were also injured, their injuries were not as severe as Li Quaning's. In the hospital, Zhang Xi saw Zhou Tian. "There are no outsiders here. Let's talk somewhere else." Zhou Tian pulled Zhang Xi into an empty ward. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhang, I didn't mean to hit on Ning, it was just because of him. Needless to say, I know it's not your fault." Zhang Xi sighed and said, "Ning is still too impulsive. This idiot, I will have to settle the score with him when he wakes up." As a young man, that's understandable. "Forget it, let's not talk about it." Su Tian said seriously, "In the past few days, I have heard some things about you. Is there something wrong with your solar panel?" "Well, yes, it is indeed a bit troublesome. This thing was done by Lu Zhongyang. One of your big customers belongs to him. They should have tampered with it before selling it. Plus, you didn't provide an instruction manual, so that's why." Zhang Xi's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "It is indeed the case, just as I thought, but if they do this, are they also responsible? The Lu family is behind them, so even if they lose a little money, it's nothing." Zhang Xi nodded, looked at Su Tian and said, "Okay, thank you. This information is very important to me. You have to be careful and don't expose it. Don't worry, if you can't beat me, you can't run away. It's almost time for me to go back. If I delay it any longer, it won't make sense." "Well, go ahead and be careful." Su Tian left and Zhang Xi walked into the ward. At this time, Li Quaning had already woken up. I saw him hanging his head and saying nothing. Zhang Xi walked over, picked up an apple on the table, peeled it and asked, "How is it? Does it still hurt?" "Well, it doesn't hurt anymore." Li Quaning whispered. Zhang Xi said, "This is a lesson. Today I met Su Tian. If you meet someone else, you won't be able to come back, okay? Be careful in the future and don't be so impulsive." "Okay, I get it." Zhang Xi would be satisfied if he could make this young master bow his head. After a few brief words, Zhang Xi returned to the company. During this period, several more factories exploded, but Zhang Xi felt nothing used to it. There is no point in being upset, the most important thing is to resolve it as soon as possible. Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen were both very efficient. That night, they visited all the dealers. However, they did not find anything unusual. None of the products sold by these dealers had problems. "I just heard Chen Suiyu say, Brother Zhang Xi, we don't have any problems here. I think the problem should be with you." "On my body? You mean, Zheng Long?" "Yes, it can only be him." "Okay, I understand, you go ahead." Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen looked at each other, then turned and left. After getting along for a while, they already know Zhang Xi's temper. He is unwilling to admit his failure. Now that the client he is looking for has a problem, he is naturally very unhappy. But the matter still had to be resolved. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Long's number. The number is empty. Obviously, he has blocked himself. Damn it! Zhang Xi yelled angrily. He had considered everything, but he didn't expect that his most trusted customer would cheat him. He really felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Zhang Xi got dressed and walked directly to Zhang Long's company. Their families were not far apart, so he wanted to go there in person to settle the score with him. Zhang Long didn't realize that trouble was coming. Because he helped Liu Zhongyang, Liu Zhongyang specially gave him 70 million, part of which was used to shoulder the responsibility and compensate for the losses. The rest was naturally his hard work. This time he made a lot of money. Worth celebrating. At this time, he was sitting in the office drinking tea. The secretary came in and said to him, "Mr. Zheng, there is a man named Zhang Xi outside who wants to see you." Zhang Xi? Zheng Long frowned. He should know what he was doing, otherwise he wouldn't come to the door. He originally planned to disappear, but then he thought about it, he was just a young boy and he had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, this Zhang Xi seems to have great potential, and the things he invents are quite profitable, and Zheng Long doesn't want to miss it. If it doesn't work, it would be the same if I gave him hundreds of thousands. However, he underestimated Zhang Xi's determination and strength. After all, Liu Zhongyang didn't tell him that Zhang Xi is no longer what he used to be. The door opened, and Zhang Xi walked in with a gloomy face. When Zheng Long saw him, he immediately said with a smile, "Oh, isn't this brother Zhang? Come, 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 invite me inside. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea?" Chapter 49, Beat Up the Villain. "You still know that I am your brother, right?" Zhang Xi said coldly, "Tell me, why do you do this?" Zheng Long didn't hide anything, he just heard him say, "Oh, what a big deal this is. Brother, to be honest, you are just looking for death." "Who are the Liu family?" The Liu family is one of the top 5 in the machinery city, one of the most powerful families. You actually refused them? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for my sake, you would be dead by now, okay? Zhang Xi sneered, "Really? So, I have to thank you, right? Oh, you're welcome. You are still young and have great potential. It's just a small skill. Listen to me, now find the head of the Liu family, apologize to them, and return this skill to them. There is room for them to change everything. Don't worry, I will mediate it. The head of the family will still give me some face. Someone gives you a big slap, and you still have to apologize to others. What kind of world is this? Really?" Zhang Xi said in a bad tone, "Do you think I came to you today to beg for mercy? Isn't it? Do you have any other options now?" Zhang Xi took out a recording pen from his arms, looked at Zheng Long and said, "Everything you just said was recorded by me. As long as you take this out, you should be finished, right? Haha. Hey." Zheng Long's eyes widened and he said angrily, "Boy, do you know who you are talking to? You are too young to plot against me. Now hand over the recording pen to me, I will take this seriously." "That never happened. Come on. What if I say no? Then I'll grab it for you." Zheng Long clapped his hands, and a group of people walked in from outside the office, looking at Zhang Xi eagerly. Zheng Long still had a few tricks up his sleeve. After all, he was also worried about Zhang Ziu's death, wasn't he? Zhang Xi curled up the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Very good, I just like to see you so angry. Do you know why? Because I don't have any psychological pressure to beat you like this." After saying that, his body turned into a ball. After Image rushed towards him. With unparalleled speed and unstoppable strength, Zhang Xi stabbed left and right in the crowd, unstoppable. After a while, these people were all released by Zhang Xi. Each of them covered their injured parts and kept wailing. "Humph!" Zhang Xi snorted coldly, walked up to Zheng Long, slapped him with leather shoes, and then turned around and left. These recordings can't explain anything, but Zhang Xi can also collect other evidence. After dealing with these people, Zhang Xi went directly to the factory, where the workers were rectifying his products, but Zhang Xi caught him in action. He was not polite at all. He beat him up, took some photos with his phone, recorded the video, and then turned around and left. That is to say, Zhang Xi has a good temper. He has been restraining his abilities and only uses fighting skills. Otherwise, none of these people will survive. Finished cleaning up after all this, Zhang Xi felt much better. I saw him whistling and returning to his company happily. "Mr. Zhang, are you back?" Luo Xian said. "Mr. Zhang, another group of reporters came this afternoon. What do you think we should do? Are the reporters here? That's really great. It saved me a lot of trouble." Zhang Xi said with a smile, "Let them wait in the lobby, I'll be there right away." Luo Xian was a little confused. Shouldn't he avoid reporters now? Why did he take the initiative to accept an interview? Is Mr. Zhang out of his mind? Of course, she just thought about it and didn't dare to express her thoughts. By the time Zhang Xi arrived in the hall, the reporters here were already impatient. When they saw Zhang Xi, they rushed forward in a swarm and asked questions. The questions were still so sharp. But this time, Zhang Xi can straighten his back. I saw him waving his hands and saying, "Everyone, be quiet. I have something to say to you. Let's listen to a recording first." As he said that, he took out the recorder. The hall was silent at the moment. Mechanical City has always been a relatively peaceful city, and there is no news worth posting on weekdays. And this is a big deal, and no newspaper company is willing to let it go. It would be more interesting if there were some reversals. This recording is exactly the one recorded by Zhang Xi in Zhang Long's office. At first, everyone thought it was nothing, but after listening for a while, their expressions changed. Naturally, this recording involves a family, the Lu family. Who are the Lu family? One of the 5 major families in Machinery City, the leader and founder of the energy industry. For such a powerful family, all the technology is stolen. How can people accept this? After the recording was played, Zhang Xi turned off the recorder, and then said with a smile, "Everyone, I think through this recording, you should already know what is going on in general." "I know, what about you?" "Maybe many people don't believe it and think I'm just talking nonsense, it doesn't matter, I have other evidence here." After saying that, Zhang Xi took out the photos and videos in his hand. If the recording is just an appetizer, this video and photos are the bombshell. After reading these things, the reporters went crazy. Dear reporter friends, you probably didn't expect that the Lu family would be so dirty, right? But the reality is right in front of you. Do you feel that the speed of technology in Machinery City has become slower and slower in recent years? Energy is one of the most important technologies. Then, if the energy industry cannot keep up, there will be no progress in technology. Therefore, the Lu family is the culprit of all this. Zhang Xi's words were actually a bit exaggerated. Through this, he wanted to quickly divert attention away from himself, treat others in the same way as others, and let the Lu family feel their own situation. It's really too much. The dignified Lu family is so dirty. I must expose them. That's right. The 5 major families are also outstanding entrepreneurs. It's shameful. It's really shameful. Yes, we must fly out the report and let them give an explanation to the masses. The reporters were all angry. They talked about everything, but Zhang Xi stood aside and lit a cigar. In fact, he doesn't smoke, but it seems that people with status like to smoke cigars, so he might as well give it a try. Okay, fellow reporters. Zhang Xi saw that the time was almost up and walked over and said, "You have been delayed in our company for a long time. Now, Shouldn't you go to the Liu family to find Mr. Liu Zhongyang to understand the situation? Yes, I almost forgot. Let's go find Liu Zhongyang and see what he says. With someone taking the lead, no one will be afraid. I saw these reporters walking out of Zia company and walking towards the Liu family in a righteous manner. Hey, it's finally settled. Zhang Xi sat on his seat and exhaled. Just now, he was really afraid that these reporters did not dare to go because they were worried about the Liu family's revenge. In any case, the crisis can be regarded as temporarily over. This matter should be just a little troublesome for Liu Zhongyang. Zhang Xi believes that with the power of the Liu family, clearing his name should not be a problem, but he has now understood that he is not someone to be trifled with. Wang Shuang came over. He looked at Zhang Xi and said, Mr. Zhang, I have checked the air tickets to tour country. The air tickets are on the 3rd of next month. Chapter 50 Heading to tour country. Zhang Xi frowned and asked, why next month? Isn't it available these days? This is the best time for Zhang Xi to settle his injustice. Originally, Zia company was already at the forefront of the limelight. This was free and massive advertising. If it could launch a new product at this time, it would definitely be enough to win everyone's attention. Therefore, precision machine tools must be made at this time. As long as they are available, his company can truly become a blockbuster. There's nothing we can do, Mr. Zhang. Wang Shuang said impatiently, there are only a few flights to tour, and the latest ones are all full. If you want to go, you can only wait a month. Just as Zhang Xi was about to say something, a voice came from outside. Sure enough, I'm just doing research. You can't handle the ticket issue, but I can handle it. Luo Xian walked in from the door. He saw her smiling and taking out a ticket from her arms and said, here, a ticket to the Kingdom of Tours. But I only bought a ticket for the trip, not a ticket for the return. You can figure out the ticket for the return, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xi was surprised. He took the ticket and took a look. The time written above is 3 days later, Zhang Xi's name. Oh my god, how did you buy it? Wang Shuang asked in disbelief with his eyes widened. It's very simple. If you run out of tickets, you just spend more money and ask the person who bought the ticket to refund the ticket, and then make a time difference and buy the ticket back right away. Isn't that okay? But Mr. Zhang, I spent a lot of money, please reimburse me for this. Luo Xian said with a smile. Zhang Xi nodded and said, well, no problem, this must be reimbursed. But how do you know that I want to go to tour country? I heard what you said, so I helped you get the ticket. Oh, by the way, there is only one ticket. You have to go by yourself this time. Luo Xian said. No problem, I am enough. Zhang Xi looked at the ticket in his hand and was in a good mood. As long as he can go to tour and reach a cooperation agreement with the supplier there, he should be able to make his own machine tool soon. Only then can he truly gain a foothold in the machinery city. Before I leave, I have to tell you something. Zhang Xi called Chen Suiyu and Luo Ruimen over and said, I am going on a business trip and will leave in 3 days. During this period, you will be responsible for the management of the company. Chen Suiyu shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. It's not your first business trip anyway. Don't worry, we will run the company well. Well, remember, be careful while operating, don't let the Liu family find opportunities. Haha, brother Zhang Xi, look at this. Chen Suiyu handed him a newspaper with a smile. Zhang Xi took it and took a look and couldn't help but laugh. The biggest scandal in the history of Machinery City. The Liu family used unfair competition to obtain high-tech from other companies. Where is their face? Are the Liu family really qualified to be one of the 5 major families in our Machinery City? Needless to say, the words that follow are quite sharp, just like a knife, no less than the words he used to curse himself at that time. Hehe, weeds on the wall, whichever way the wind blows is the best. But that's fine. Now Liu Zhongyang is probably too busy taking care of himself that he doesn't want to come over and cause trouble, hehe. You still have to be more careful. After all, the Liu family is very powerful. These things should not have any substantial impact on him. We have to prevent him from biting back. Zhang Xi felt relieved that Chen Suihu was so cautious. With this kind of mentality, he is not afraid that Liu Zhongyang will come and cause trouble when he is no longer there. By the way, you have to be careful on this business trip. I heard that you are going to the Kingdom of Tours, right? Luo Ruimen asked. Zhang Xi nodded and said, that's right. I heard that the xenophobia over there is very strong. You must keep a low profile. The best way to please them is to please them. Really? Zhang Xi scratched his head, that's really nerve-wracking, haha. The thing I hate the most is to please others. But just follow the Romans, and it's good to solve the problem. Who wants us to ask for anything? Where are the people? Zhang Xi is relatively able to take things up and put them down. Just like that, the date for the business trip was decided. 3 days later, Zhang Xi boarded a plane to Tours. Arriving at the airport, Zhang Xi carried the suitcase and walked slowly. It's really pitiful. The company is very busy. Although the injustice has been redressed, there are still many things that need to be done. No one has time to send him off. He can only do it by himself. There is probably no such miserable boss in the world. As soon as we entered the airport, my dear, it was really crowded here. There were quite a lot of people heading to Tours. It is said that the country of Tours not only has advanced technology, but is also a resort with thousands of tourists every year. Relying on tourism and manufacturing, the economy of Tours can be said to be among the best in the world. Hello, sir, please show your passport and ticket. The ticket inspector said with a smile. Zhang Xi took out his ID. The ticket inspector took it and pointed to the side and said, according to regulations, we need to check your luggage. Please come over here. There are so many people and they have to check their luggage one by one. Didn't you just go through the security check? Really troublesome. After tossing and turning, queuing and checking, it took more than 2 hours before Zhang Xi got on the plane. This is not Zhang Xi's first time flying. In the Marvel world, Zhang Xi has even worn a steel armor, let alone an airplane. It is worth mentioning that after absorbing the fragments of the agent, Zhang Xi's various driving skills have been fully improved. If possible, he can fly this plane. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seat belts and turn off your cell phones. The plane is about to take off. Fastening the seat belt, Zhang Xi leaned on the chair. This plane is very small, and there is a small TV in front with various movies. After all, it is very boring to not have a mobile phone at this time. This journey takes about 5 hours, so we have to prepare some entertainment items for the passengers. Zhang Xi looked through the program list and found the movie Avengers 2. Because according to time calculation, the next plot in the Marvel world should be Guardians of the Galaxy, but that is about outer space, and he probably won't be involved in it, so the next plot he will go to is most likely Avengers 2. Although he has watched this movie many times, but after all, it has been such a long time, and he has almost forgotten many details, so he has to review it carefully. Ultron is extremely weakened in the movie. In the comics, he kills everyone, and even the Avengers don't fight back. Ability. Zhang Xi also thought about stopping Tony's Ultron plan, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't do it. He can change the plot moderately, but if he changes it too much, everything will be unknown, and he doesn't know what will happen, which may be more dangerous.